Take this.
She's coming.
I know. Go to the pharmacy now.
She's coming. Oh. She's here.
Pay faster, pay safer, and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and so much more.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over.
And so today, we must finish whatever we started on Monday. And the focus today is on smart SMEs and digital skills. And I'm sure that all of you here would agree with me that digital skills are essential for work and life. And as SMEs are the backbone of our society, we need to enable the increased adoption of digital skills via supporting them. And for me, it's instructive because this summit is about innovation, investment, and impact. Over the last 2 days, I've heard the governor of the Bank of Ghana speak. He's talked about the need to invest more in African fintechs. We've heard the vice president talk about integration. And today, the focus is on SMEs and how they could incorporate digital skills. My name is Winston Amwa, and I am your MC for today's event. We must show appreciation to CBG because CBG is making today's session possible, and they've over the years embarked on a digital transformation strategy which has seen them collaborate with major fintechs locally and globally to deliver cutting-edge solutions. The Ghana Integrated Financial Ecosystem is one such project, amongst others, for SME business. At this point, I'd like you to see the following footage, after which we'll be inviting a speech from the Deputy Managing Director of Consolidated Bank Ghana, Thairo Ndugu, who has over 30 years' experience in the financial markets. He worked at Nubuki Investments, London, in the UK for 12 years as partner and Chief Operating Officer. Prior to that, he was working for Standard Chartered Bank in the Africa Regional Office based in London, UK. He worked for Standard Chartered for 16 years in various roles and countries in Africa, UK, Middle East, and Asia, the last role being Regional Head Markets Operations Africa based in London and briefly in Dubai. He has extensive experience in general management, investment management, risk management, project management, and process change management. Thairo has a BSc in mathematics and a postgraduate diploma in computer science, both from the University of Nairobi in Kenya. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
A bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG will make you smile.
A great journey lies ahead of us all, and we all have different paths carved out for us. No matter who you are and the path you're on, make sure you choose a partner you can trust, a partner with integrity who will always give you the support you need when you need it. No matter what you do and where you are in your journey in life, you are very significant, and so is the path you're on.
Consolidated Bank Ghana (CBG) cherishes financial security as much as you do and shares the same values as you. That is why we are the right financial partner to stand with you. We are now one of the largest banks in Ghana, and we are ready to partner and work with you. CBG, we
stated to be a participant in this summit and its theme, Unleashing Africa's FinTech and Digital Economic Potential, which highlights my personal belief in exploiting technology to leapfrog to the next level of competition. To paraphrase the late executive officer of Access Bank, he said, digitization is not just a trend. It is a strategic imperative for African banks. It is about staying relevant in a rapidly evolving landscape, anticipating customer needs, and innovating to deliver seamless, secure, and value-added banking experiences. According to the 2023 Africa NEDA report on the state of inclusive instant payment systems, over 21 African countries, including Ghana, participate in various instant payment platforms. However, and there's a however here, about 27 countries in the continent still lack domestic instant payment functionality, affecting half of Africa's population. These will slow the progress of economic potential we seek to achieve through the continental trade that is being spearheaded by Africa Continental Free Trade Area. However, as we heard from various speakers and panels in the last 2 days, this narrative can change if we develop a compelling policy guidelines to steer progress in this direction. And it is imperative for our central bankers to come together and actually intentionally spare it out and get a good execution plan. CBG is proud to be a participant in this regard. We take part in the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is spearheaded by Africa Continental Free Trade and Africa Exim. And I think on Monday we had in this main hall the General Secretary of AFCTA, and he said the whole idea of connecting Africa through trade is exactly the vision of our forefathers in 1963. And so we are on that journey, and we are joining the entire continent to try and make it happen and a reality. In May 2018, the Vice President of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Baumia, launched the mobile money interoperability system in Ghana, the first in Africa. This mobile interoperability payment system has seen a tremendous increase, not just in volumes of transactions, but also the float in the mobile wallet becoming another way of financial inclusion. This has led financial inclusion, including ourselves in CBG, to offer nano and micro loans to some of our small, medium, and micro enterprises. It shows how the economy can benefit immensely when financial institutions, fintechs, telcos collaborate for the good of the national economy. Let me bring this nearer home. 3 years ago, CBG joined Bank of Ghana, Development Bank Ghana, to seek, and Monetary Authority of Singapore, to seek a platform that can enable fast funding of our SMEs in Ghana. This led to introduction of a company called Proxtella, who are taking part in this summit, who offer a platform which is built to open global ecosystem to be utilized by financial institutions and their SME customers to enable cross-border trade through the use of universal trusted credentials. We are proud to be the pioneering financial institution who have launched the Ghana Integrated Financial Ecosystem, which we are currently piloting using the BOG sandbox. So far, we have disbursed close to $1 million equivalent in Ghana cedis through this GIFI platform to our SMEs in various sectors of the Ghana economy. We anticipate this will result in fast cross-border trading, not just with Asia, which is the final intention, but across the African continent, which we all know about. In conclusion, the full potential of digitization can only be realized if all players in this space were to collaborate in the search for real-life solutions that not only support the economy, but also bring in both financial and economic inclusion. We must continue to work together to overcome challenges and unlock Africa's fintech and digital economic potential. With that, I say thank you, enjoy the remainder of the sessions here and the rest of the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thairu, and I like the fact that you indicate that a narrative must change and we must continue to work together in ensuring that we're able to redefine the fintech space in Africa. So we're getting into the panel discussions, and the first panel discussion will be on digital tools for African SMEs, new capabilities for growth and resilience. And the moderator for this panel discussion is a professor of public administration and management at the Department of Public Administration and Health Services Management and the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School, Legon. He obtained his PhD in Development Policy and Management from the Global Development Institute, University of Manchester in UK. He served for 2 terms as head of Department of Public Administration. He served as chair of the UGBS School Management Committee, and he has chaired and co-chaired high-level consulting assignments, workshops, and technical committees and platforms, including the recent technical committee to revise the National Public Sector Reform Strategy for Ghana. Let's welcome Professor Justice Bawuli. And Professor Bawale would introduce his panelists, and then the conversation and discussion will begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winston. I appreciate the generous introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this morning's panel. I'm really excited to be here and to see all of you. Thank you for making the morning traffic to join us. As has been told, ours is on the topic of digital tools for Africa SMEs, new capabilities for growth and resilience. I'm sure that you want to hear the blurb. But before we do so, permit me to introduce a crack team of speakers. Makelo, please. I am not proceeding with further introductions because I would want them to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about themselves. We also have Romeo. We have Kama. And then we have Nunu. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a team that comes with over 120 years of combined experience in diverse areas of experience, and I'm really excited and humbled to be your moderator. As we've been told, the entire 3 days we are getting ourselves busy with looking at these very vexed matters of innovation, impact, and investment. Innovation, investment, and impact. Now, in the past or next 5 years, the IFC estimates that about 230 million jobs in Africa will require digital skills, creating about 650 million training opportunities that will be worth approximately 130 billion in market size. SMEs in emerging economies are contributing close to 40% of GDPs, which accounts for no less than 90% of new jobs being created. This has the potential to drastically reduce poverty and unemployment, of course, on the African continent, when digital skills are incorporated into the SME space. With the largest youth population in Africa, about 80 to 90% of African youth are still training in vocations requiring manual skills, which are poorly paid and a mismatch for the evolving needs of the job market. Some individual countries, organizations, and development finance institutions have taken steps to promote the acquisition of digital skills for African youth and SMEs. Ghana's Design and Technology Institute and Benin's SEMI City are examples of these. Of course, my own business school is an example of these. However, they have only managed to engage just 4% of high school students in West and Central Africa, highlighting the need to scale in order to make significant impact. So the objective of our panel is to identify how to accelerate the existing initiatives to expand the acquisition of digital skills and to explore additional options to expand access to digital skills acquisition in African youth and African SMEs in order to accelerate the continental development. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I have a crack team to talk to this, and it's my pleasure to be the moderator. Let me ask my panelists to introduce themselves briefly. We have about 40 minutes to do this, and we will come to you for 1 or 2 questions. I would just ask for people who have questions up front their mind. But let me get my panelists to introduce themselves, your name, the organization you work for, your role in that organization, and what really excites you in life. Yes, let me begin from only but important lady. Thank you.
All right, I'll start. Hi, my name is Nono Bugiti. I am the founder of Data Sentinels. So we actually focus on AI, data science, and digital transformation. And we work with SMEs as well as large-scale organizations. And through the decade of experience around digital transformation, there was something that just kept banging. It was the people. the skills that the people didn't have. And because of that, I was so impassioned that we actually launched our Transformation Leader program, which is an online program. It's free for some and it's paid for others, that actually addresses things like, your data and digital skills that you need, as well as leadership. We shouldn't shy away from trying to create holistic people who are equipped to actually lead us into the future.
Thank you, Nunu.
Thank you.
Let me go to you, Kamar.
Thank you. So my name is Kamar Salim. I head the SME Finance Forum, which is a G20 initiative managed by IFC, the World Bank Group. Basically, the SME Forum was formed to scale SME finance and solve the SME finance gap, which stands at 5.7 trillion right now. So we have a member network. Our member network covers nearly 190 countries. Our network serves about 33 million SMEs, does $140 billion of SME finance. So we sit right in the middle of what should be the friends, the financiers, and the SMEs. Thank you.
Absolutely awesome. Yes, please, Romeo.
Yes, my name is Romeo Bujay, and I manage IT Consortium. IT Consortium generally started from the education side, where we were providing solutions for tertiary education, and then moved into payments. And we provide systems for SMEs and things like that. So looking at things that really excite me in that side of both education and then in the SME digital usage, I'm very passionate about financial inclusion. So
Absolutely.
the things that we do trying to hit the ordinary people to bring them into the financial space and how we can enable them to be able to use these digital services to better their life.
Thank you, Romeo. And last but not the least, Michael.
Thank you. Very happy to be here. In fact, thank you for having me. I've learned quite a lot over the last 2 days. I'm Michael from Singapore Management University from Singapore. So our unit actually focuses on upskilling, reskilling of the citizens of Singapore. So we are part of the universities where we do a lot of programs working with various stakeholders in the entire ecosystem to ensure upskilling and reskilling of the workforce. Something that I'm very excited about, I'm actually an educator by training, so to see people acquiring the right skills so that they can try to bring about improved performance at work. I think something that I'm very excited about, and this is what I do on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, and we are set to go. I would begin with you, Romeo. If you do a scanning of the digital skills ecosystem and the capabilities that exist there, you would typically come to the conclusion that a lot of these are initiatives that are led by the private sector. Especially within the African continent, it looks to me that governments have been very slow at being at the push end of the story. From the experiences that you have acquired over the period, what should African government be doing to support these initiatives of equipping the youth of Africa with digital skills, and what are some of the things that you think would help to deliver these?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, it is true. Most of informal education normally is driven by business people. And when business people are leading such things, you know that the main focus will be to get returns. Yeah. So when you look at the landscape of Africa, most education comes through the formal education system. So where government maybe tries to change the curriculum and things like that. But we have a way by which a lot of people actually fall out. And that is where the problem is. So these people who do not go through the formal system to get the education that maybe Prof. You will give them, end up into the SMEs, end up into the informal sector that we are trying to reach with digital skills for them to be able to do their work, and yet they don't have that. So when we provide digital tools for these people to do their business, small businesses, one of the things that I think government could do in partnership with private sector would be it could be, normally we talk about tax incentives, where what you are trying to achieve with this informal sector and the small-scale companies will be to add this part of training as a means of educating the people to be able to use it. As a company, we try to make our system very simple so that individuals can easily use it. But even with that, the uptake becomes very difficult without specific education for them to be able to use that. So whether you are targeting small companies, I mean SMEs, and you see when we define SMEs in Africa, it's very different from what is defined elsewhere. I was in Japan and the Prime Minister was talking about SMEs, and the SMEs he's talking about is actually the big companies in Ghana. Okay? So when we defined SMEs in Africa, we are actually talking about sometimes 3 people managing a company, sometimes even 1 person. And these people do not have the right educational background to be able to get these things that we're talking about. So if a government takes the initiative in formalizing such training, what is going to happen is that you have a lot of bureaucracy with it, and the people who need it might not have it. But when you use it through systems that have been developed by private sector to these people, then through that, if you have some skill education with it, government could sponsor it, international community could sponsor it. So carving down these kind of training, along with the program that we are giving, or tool that we are giving to them to be able to manage their system, will be, for me, very important. And also adding financial literacy program with it. So, because if you just shows me how to dial and or use a software to be able to manage, and I don't understand why I'm using this, at the end of the day, I won't find value with it. So combining financial literacy with digital skills for SMEs is a way by which I think government could partner private sector to be able to scale this across. And it's good business for business people. I mean, you could be focused on just the training and partner with another company that is focused on the digital tool that you are giving to them, and together we'll be able to meet these needs in Africa.
Thank you. I think it's good for government as well, and it's good for the people. So in actual fact, it's good for everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let me go to you, Kamal. You have had extensive experience going across the world and dealing with different things and working. And like you said, huge portfolios you manage. I'm sure that you would have realized that in other parts of the world, STEM education is becoming integral. But how do we ensure that within the African continent, we are able to push the advancements of these educational systems that allow us to be able to magnify the skills that we need to give to young people? I mean, when COVID broke, we all saw how everybody ran for cover, and businesses that had digital skills were the ones that survived. But how do we ensure, from your experience from elsewhere, how do we leverage this space within the African continent and to ensure that there are linkages with these to fintech and SMEs and the way that they can upscale?
Thank you. So this is, I mean, we all say it's good for the society, good for the economies. 40, 50% of the GDP comes from SMEs, but less than 5% of the global GDP if you really look at the SME finance. So I think, I'll start with the context and then I'll come to specifically.
Sure.
Because there are 4 things and they need to be intertwined, what you were talking about, bundling it together. There's access to finance, there's access to skills, there's access to markets, and access to an enabling environment. All this needs to go hand in hand. You cannot have one and not have the other. And one of the areas that is most neglected is the skills area. But I think I'd like to point out that a lot of times we bundle up the whole SME space. You need to sub-segment and really understand where that is needed. So you have the micro, you have the cottage, you have the self-employed, you have the very small enterprise, you have the small segment, medium segment. I think the needs are very different. When you go to industries, textiles, leather, other retail, the needs are very different. So how do you build this ecosystem in a new digital age? So when you look at the skills that are needed by the SMEs, I can put them in 5 buckets. One is the business management skills. accounting skills, CRM skills, cybersecurity management skills. Then you come to financial management skills. How do you do online payments? How do you do online loan origination? Then you come to sales skills in terms of really going out through digital market skills, digital collaboration skills, and then you look at the technical skills, which are needed for your specific business lines. So I think that's another set of skills that is needed. And then the new area that is emerging is the trade skills, the e-commerce skills, the supply chain skills, the ag tech skills. Now, you talk about all that, SME must be, wondering, oh my God, I need to be a scientist to run a business. But, that's not the case. At the end of the day, I think we need there's a 5-corner model, I always say. The regulators, they have to play a role. The financial institutions have to play a role. The large corporations who have SMEs in their value chains have to play a role. The trade bodies have to play a role. So I think we and the SMEs themselves have to go to this. A lot of times we also find in some geographies, SMEs don't want to skill them up. They are stuck in their legacy systems. It's very hard to graduate them to a more skills program. So, I'm sure Michael will talk about the Future Skills Program, that is running in Singapore that talks about STEM and some other new technologies. But I think it's important that we build the digital skills systematically in the SMEs. It's not just about having them do their own business better, but it's also having them do commerce better, do finance better, and do their sales better. So I think we are seeing a lot of interesting programs. I'll give you an example of a bank in Turkey, for example. They run a training program which is bundled with their financial programs. And they have like 850 videos, they have 450 tutorials, they have about 50 different experts from industries. So they've created an ecosystem. And I think that allows them, so they measured the non-performing loans of that portfolio where they actually did the training to the ones, and a lot of that is digital training. And they felt the non-performing loan was nearly half of the other portfolio that they had. So there is actually a business case for doing training and skills development. And we are seeing this increasingly that once you combine the finance and skills together, that's a very powerful combination because access to finance is the major challenge and access to skills is a major challenge for SMEs. So the nexus of this is really where a lot of future solutions lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Kama. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess that you are enjoying the session like I am doing. Currently, the Bank of Ghana, the Development Bank Ghana, and the University of Ghana Business School have just commissioned a research project where we're looking at innovative financing. And the key thing we're seeking to do is to find out how digital platforms and the use of digitization can actually help to profile lender behavior, borrower behavior, seeing the extent to which, depending on people's online behavior, we are able to model the extent to which they would either default in the payment of their loans or otherwise, which then would be extremely crucial to the survival of SMEs, because we know that only a handful of or a significant number of businesses or SMEs are unable to pay, and that actually prevents the upscaling and further lending to the space. So this is something that I think it connects to the point you just made.
Can I make a quick point on this before you move on? So I think I wanted to give an example of a company called Silver Lining in Canada, US, LAC. They operate in that Americas region. And they do trainings for SMEs, but they use that data to model that data and to lend against it. So a lot of times, the trainings that you're conducting, digital trainings, is actually leaving a data footprint.
Yes.
And if you're able to use it, model it, so they've actually now started lending based on that data. So I don't think we can separate the finance and training, and the moment you combine, it's a very powerful combination.
Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Michael. If you look at the space of digital skills and the way that they are evolving within the African continent, how do we implement strategies? And in fact, what strategies do you think that we would help to speed up the rate at which skills are being deployed. We've had the conversation. We have often done the tokenist approach. We do, if you look at Ghana's population, you look at the African continent and the number of young people, a drop in the ocean is good enough. But as much as a lot of them cannot have the skills, you are still, lagging behind the global indicators. How do we push this agenda much more faster? You are coming from Singapore. What are some lessons that we can learn in the way that we speed it up so that we don't become catching up all the time? Of course, we are already catching up, but how do we jump and leapfrog?
Thank you, Prof. I'll probably just share perspective from Singapore, and hopefully the esteemed speakers can just chime in anytime, if you feel like it. We are from SMU. I'm from SMU Academy. We train about 33,000 individuals on a yearly basis. So there are a couple of things that we look at overall as a nation. I think this has to be done strategically in a very systematic and systemic way. All right. So one of the key things that we talk about here is actually I think we should prioritize digital education. Yeah, in terms of education policies. All right. So government should prioritize digital education by incorporating it into the school curricula right from a very early age. All right, and this will form a strong foundation that can be built on with more advanced skills as the student or as a child progresses in his or her education journey. At the same time, I think the whole education system has to be dynamic enough to adapt to the kind of fast changes that's happening in a technological age. I think this is important. So in Singapore, at a very young age, we will teach at primary school level. We teach them digital making and no-code programming. So as they progress, it depends on the school. Some are more science and tech focused, so they would be taught things like blockchain, smart contract, simple things, artificial intelligence. And there's this approach now, in the whole nation, there's a focus on using Gen AI into the whole teaching and learning process. Yeah, I think this is key. Following that, I think there's this whole culture of continuous learning is key. So, based on research, right, more than 40% of the employers around the world felt that the workforce is not ready for the digital world. So even though you can teach them, but when they step into the workforce, probably technology has actually advanced even further. So what do we do? I think continuous upskilling, reskilling is key. So that's the next phase. So in Singapore, this is done in a very systemic way, from policy to frameworks to kind of whole support mechanism. So we have this skills framework, a skills taxonomy, that's actually applied across with a very heavy focus on digital skills. All right. So for us, because we support the government, so whatever program that we design has to be aligned to the skills framework, which spells out very clearly the skills and abilities that in each of these competency, what are we expecting? How do we measure? All right, and following that, I think it's also in terms of policy, it's a top-down approach. All right, it's probably one of the more successful cases so far we have seen across the world. Because if you want it bottoms up, it will take a long time. All right, so the top-down, by actually giving a lot of incentives in terms of cost funding, cost-free grant, So in terms of other than the funding, if an organization wants to build capability further, there's some grants that you can tap on, as long as you are very clear, you have a plan, what you want to do with it. And the whole support mechanism comes from the fact that all the universities, it's mandatory that all universities are supposed to have CET, which is a continuing education and training centers, to help support. So we're all given KPI every year to fulfill. So every year you're supposed to train a certain number of people over a kind of plan of like 3 to 5 years, usually 5 years now. Yeah, so this is what we do. And I think following that, I think public-private partnerships is key. Yeah, so
we talked about
yes,
that. Yeah.
Probably I elaborate a little further from the institution, from the academia perspective. So we believe that partnering large tech firms will give access to digital tools, the latest digital tools. All right, so for instance, we actually incorporate the use of certain latest digital tools by partnering like Google or AWS into the school curriculum. So the students at the university level will be early adopters of all these tools. So when they actually go to the workforce, they are already there and they know what to use, how to use it, and how to go about doing certain things. And I think particularly in Africa, this could come in a way of direct investments into educational programs and infrastructure. For instance, in supporting broadband connectivity and digital learning platforms to facilitate digital learning in, say, for instance, rural areas of Africa. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I have two more, very fast ones.
Right, yes, sure, that's fine.
Yeah. So following that, I think the whole idea of creating innovation hubs is important to help SMEs. Yeah. So we have one-stop center where an SME startup or an SME or a startup can go. You want in search of a digital solution. You come with a problem. There's actually someone to recommend you the right vendor for the solutions. There will be funding that you can tap on. There are industry leaders that you can actually work with to provide mentorship on how do you go about implementing this. And there will be potential funders where you can actually seek funding. This is an amazing thing. And then finally, I think the regulatory framework is important.
Very.
Yeah. This I heard about, especially at the panel yesterday that I was actually moderating. So I think government needs to create a regulatory frameworks that will encourage innovation and at the same time providing the kind of protections for SME. So what does that mean? It probably includes policies that will help support secure adoption of new technologies. And at the same time, reduce the barriers for startups and tech entrepreneurs. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. So I mean, when you were talking about how to do this, both within the formal and informal education space, then I thought immediately about language. Across the African continent, we know that education for the youth is still very low. Not a lot of them get to do even secondary education, let alone university education. So language is a problem. So if you take Ghana, a significant number of people may not speak English.
Right.
You are coding and teaching and disseminating and giving education in English.
Right.
And I think that the issue of language is also very important. We need to look at it. My school is a business school. We don't teach accounting in the local language. We don't teach digitization in the local language. We do so. And I remember that we had to do training for Total Ghana, and the Total insisted that we teach the people in the local language. And my professors went up in arms and said, "Why do you want me to go and teach digital and computer skills in the local language?" Eventually, it went on. Eventually, we actually found out that it actually supported uptake. So language is an important conversation here. And the more we do the English stuff, the more we have to do this as well. I keep asking myself the question, and I'm going to come to you very soon. I keep asking myself the question, how do people who haven't had formal education able to use TikTok? And they do videos on TikTok and stuff like that. It tells me that there's a window that if we hit, we may be able to literally break the jar and have water flow everywhere. Let me come to you, our only lady. No, tell me. You know that new capabilities for growth and resilience will require a certain very solid infrastructure. We know that from experience from other places, access to quality digital infrastructure, it's something that plays a critical role. From where you sit, what is your scanning of the African continent in terms of the infrastructure? And how do we, speed up this to ensure that, everybody, everywhere, it's possible to get skills. After all, you can get skills only through the infrastructure that is provided. You have a lot of experience working in this space. Please.
Right. Thank you for that question. It's quite interesting to see that across the continent, especially in rural areas, there isn't a lot of access to infrastructure, even something as simple as a mobile signal. Because maybe if you're able to equip people in rural areas with simple mobile phones, then they can have access to internet banking, for example. I do think that we have to rely on the private sector to help the government in regards to building some of this infrastructure. In Botswana, there's a fund that all the telecommunication companies contribute to. And then they actually build towers in quite remote areas, which is something that can be adopted in other countries. I also think that what I've seen is when we have to connect policy to actual local problems. And I agree that top-down incentives actually help start, right? But then my problem in a rural village in Makuta compared to maybe Nairobi, Kenya, might be different. So we have to actually engage those local actors, those local community leaders to understand, well, if we're gonna put infrastructure here, what is the actual benefit of this infrastructure? And we don't only have to look at technology in terms of, okay, access to internet. You saw what happened in March, there was a blackout. A lot of people had to now change the way that they were working because we couldn't even make a call. We couldn't even connect to, our counterparts in West Africa. So what does that actually do? I feel like we have to kind of reassess, what do we actually need if that were to happen? Because we're now really reliant on technology. I was actually like, wow, I didn't think I was that reliant, but I was running around like a headless chicken trying to get stuff working again. So when we look at our infrastructure in support of digital skills, one, I think we need to say, okay, what's the local issue that we're solving for? Because rural problems are going to be very different from, advanced metropolitan problems. And with those skills around enabling the youth, not everyone needs to know AI. I'm sorry I'm saying that. But there are some skills where it's like, okay, maybe you, because you are naturally inclined to be a data scientist, learn that. Maybe you who are naturally inclined for natural language programming, learn that, software development. And I think that we need to look at it as a suite of what makes sense for this particular economy, what makes sense to actually untap, because if I'm only selling cocoa, then maybe the digital transformation or technologies that I need to be leveraging are ones that need to look at agricultural automation instead of, I don't know, textiles. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation has been ongoing. I've just been prompted that we have 5 minutes. I'm going to try and reserve 1 minute for you. But I was wondering if we have to close, unfortunately. The way we say the conversation is getting exciting, but no time. Anyone wants to say a few words, maybe 30 seconds of parting words of what the takeaways should be? Romeo, you want to start again? Yeah, quickly,
yes,
and then I'll go
I think
to my...
that from the private sector, I will advocate that people look into the space well.
Okay.
Because very few companies are actually there. And just maybe about 4% is actually being covered.
Right.
We need to be able to scale, and there's an opportunity to make money in there. And then the government also, our government should keep a focus there with policy.
Sure.
And help the private sector to be able to scale there.
Thank you. You want to, 1 word, 2 words, 1 sentence? Yes.
2 sentences.
Yes.
And I'll focus more on what we are going to do, SME Finance Forum.
So
our member network is nearly $8 trillion. It's one of the 300 really institutions in 190 countries. What we plan to do is leverage our 7 innovation hubs. Skills is actually a cross-cutting innovation hub, and help solve the industry problem. I think if there was a time to solve it, it is now, but it has to be a collaborative effort. It cannot be one institution. So we will bring everybody together to solve the industry problems.
Great. Michael?
Just riding on what Kamal is saying, I'm looking, in terms of collaboration, I think I'm looking forward to this day where we can actually foster a strong industry-academia alliance, to help, in this whole digital transformation, not just locally in Singapore, but globally. I think in terms of knowledge exchange, in terms of mentorship for startups, for businesses, in terms of R&D to help, businesses scale, I think this is important. Yeah, that's a lot that the academia didn't do.
So you guys are looking for trouble. Yes, my dear.
I think my message to SMEs is just learn. There's a lot of information online that is free and easily accessible. You do not have to go to university to start a $1 million business. It's helpful, it probably makes it easier, but you can still great success by learning online. A lot of these large-scale organizations offer free digital skills. Get that, start. You know, don't wait for someone to solve your problems, solve your own problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and let me just add, first to you, gentlemen and lady, that this was a very exciting conversation. I extend a hand of invitation to you to drive past the University of Ghana Business School, where I am the dean, and we have great partnership for you. Our innovation hub is actually looking for a lot of support to be able to do this. Currently, ZPay is partnering us to set up a digital innovation hub, and we need a lot more capabilities and support, both in terms of technical and cash. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I'm not able to come to you, but the team would be in that corner. And please, if you have a very burning question, come over, let's have a conversation on the sidelines so we can have some engagement. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Let's give them a round of applause. Please, let's take the photographs outside, okay? Yes, let's just take them outside. So thank you very much, Prof and the team. You'd go outside and have the photographs taken, but first of all, the microphones, will be removed, and then you go out there and take the picture. Thank you very, very much, Professor Justice Bowley and the team. You know, just as the lady said that, don't wait for someone to solve your problem, start solving your problems. Professor decided to remind all of us that he set up a scheme, and so he's not waiting for anybody, except that you must all come on board and help him solve it. Let's give another round of applause. And I've been following the conversation. I mean, learning a lot of things. The fact that, look, government should assist the private sector to enhance digital skills and financial literacy. It's important because here we're talking about the need to assist the private sector. But this is the point. While one speaker believes that government should, not be involved because of the bureaucracy and everything, there's a talk of actually incorporating that into our education and our school curriculum. However, we must be dynamic to adapt to the fast-changing environment. And that reminds me of what, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Ghana Communication Technology University, Professor Robert Henson, said recently. He said, a lot of our curriculum, 5 years period for a review, but the world is moving so fast, you just cannot wait 5 years before you seek a review. But what does that mean? What that means today is that lots of knowledge exists online. And so you would have to look out for these knowledge online, which one best suits your need, and then take advantage of it. You heard one of the speakers make the point that today we'd have to think about, business management skills, that's accounting and bookkeeping. You'd have to look at, financial management. You'd have to look at e-commerce skills. There's also the conversation in a part of the world, particularly for those persons who do not have formal education. What do they do? But the question is, you must not know everything. How about getting somebody to assist you? How about contacting somebody who could be of help to you? And as we talk about education, the next discussion would focus on empowering SMEs, closing the skills gap with practical education. But before I do that, I need to acknowledge the presence of some persons who have joined us. Earlier, I introduced the Deputy Managing Director in charge of Operations and Technology, who welcomed us, of CBG. Let's also acknowledge the presence of Nanama Poku, who is Deputy Managing Director, Corporate Resources of CBG. Just show us. Thank you very, very much, Nanama. And we're also privileged to be joined by the team representing the Gamman Chair. We have Mankralo Oklete the first, Asafwache Nate Ochrefu. We have Nene Tete Amponsa the first, Simpim Afedi Kantamanso, and then we have Numo Jangma Nagete, all from the Hiowe stool, joining us this morning. We also have Edmond Tete Amponsa and Tete Kwao, and Bismarck Yao Abavu. Please show us by wave, all of you here. We're grateful that you made time to join us this morning. So let's get into the next bit of conversation here. And we're grateful to Professor Bowley and the team for setting the tone on digital tools for African SMEs, new capabilities for growth and resilience. Next is about empowering SMEs, closing the skills gap with practical education. And this is very important for a simple reason. During the first conversation, lots of talk about education. One was the talk about government assisting the private sector to enhance digital skills and financial literacy, because we believe that government would engage in a lot of bureaucracy. There's also the need to even divide these skills into subsets, being business management, where you look at accounting and bookkeeping, financial management, and e-commerce skills, that's supply chain skills. And also there's a talk about incorporating this into the school curriculum must be dynamic to adapt to the fast-changing environment and the need to have public-private partnership, which is very, very key. So the critical question is, how do we close the skills gap with practical education? I know there are many of you who've talked about this over and over again. There are many of you who've consistently reminded all of us that in Africa, one of the things we must do is to have practical education. You've said we need to let industry lead the process. You said industry must actually indicate what it is that they want, and then academia would implement. But how does industry and academia come together? How do we ensure that in all the talk about education, there is practical education? For those of us who may have schooled in other jurisdictions, we may acknowledge that a lot of emphasis is on practical education, something we don't do. So for this conversation, the moderator is an unconventional entrepreneur with 2 decades of experience in financial services, constantly referred amongst the top executives in the industry. He spent 13 years at Swift, where he co-founded InnoTribe, the innovation arm of the cooperative, launching the first global startup challenge. Since 2013, he's had a fintech investor and or venture partner role with global VCs and CVCs, a platform for investors and innovators to boost fintech innovation globally. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the co-founder of FTS Group, Matthew Rizzi, with a round of applause.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we'll introduce his panelists, and then the conversations will begin. Please sit here for me. Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will start by inviting Katia, Jiba, Nicola, and Jerry on stage with a big round of applause, please. So this panel is going to be particularly interesting because we have represented, and they will introduce each other for a minute, but whilst they get settled, sit whatever you want, guys. We have representatives from the education system, from the private sector. We also have, it is the best dressed of us all, a pioneer. I don't know if, who have heard of École 42, École 42? So he's a pioneer in innovation in education, Nicola. So I'm really pleased for this conversation. Let's start with 1 minute each introduction, maybe starting with Katia.
Yeah, greetings from Nairobi. I'm Katia Nyangi. I represent the African Leadership University, currently leading external relations. I came from a role of setting up our outreach and recruitment function and developing our sales pipeline. Before that, I was in communication, journalism, and teaching and coaching as well. So education is a passion for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Nico.
Thank you. So I am very happy to be here. I am in education and especially training IT talents for the last 30 years. All over, I have trained a little less than 200,000 talents on more than 60 countries, based on a very, very specific pedagogy, which can be shocking without teacher at all, and which is not a MOOC. It's not online education, it's physical education, but we don't use any teacher, any mentor, any tutors. It's what we call peer-to-peer education, and it has been, it gives a result which is amazing. We have actually won all the hackathon worldwide, and we have the whole equity of the company were created by alumni. It's more than 20 billion.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you. Jerry.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jerry Boachidankwa. I'm a sales and marketing professional with over 20 years of experience working in FMCGs, oil and gas, and then currently I'm the head of marketing and PR at the Ghana Stock Exchange, and I currently run their financial literacy programs. Thank you.
Jiba.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad I'm here today. I'm Jiba Jallo. I'm the Senior FinTech Advisor for EcoBank Group. In a nutshell, my role is to set up the strategy and roll it out to make it easy for EcoBank to onboard partners such as fintechs, telcos, and all the tech something that are operating in Africa and beyond.
Thank you. So, identifying talent gaps is one of the top conversations we need to have in this panel, okay? And let's start by one fact that I know myself, because I'm also passionate about developing talent and upskilling, working with universities. The average course of AI, for example, in an African universities is 30 hours, 30, okay? The average of the university, the average of a European university is 2 to 3 times more, for example, okay? But this is not the only gap we are talking about. There are other type of gaps: partnerships, funding, way of collaboration. You know, let's start by identifying generally where you believe these gaps are. Let's start maybe with you, Katya.
Yes, I think very fundamentally, there's a gap in the education system overall in terms of the pedagogy is quite archaic, especially in higher education. It's still very teach-to-test methods, still having colonial legacies of an education for employment and specific kinds of employment. You know, right now, 65% of people who are leaving primary school or have left primary school are going into a job market where we don't know what these jobs are. So we cannot be teaching them for jobs that we know, and we cannot be teaching them what to learn. What we have to do is teach them how to learn. So I find that the education system in that sense is one of the larger gaps.
Nicola.
Oh, that's a very difficult question. And maybe I will try to make it a little larger and speak about the future. So we are now facing a very deep change in education, especially because AI is coming. But it's not only about AI, it's already about the digital transformation, and AI is just a last step. What I think it's our education system, and that's not only in Africa, that's everywhere worldwide, it's absolutely not designed to train what we need. Okay? It has been designed to train employees in the, mainly during the, I would say the 20th century, but mainly for industrial economy, where we mainly have process, where you have to train people to do a process, do it correctly, and do it in a very efficient way. Now that we have AI and robot, all this part can be done by software or by a robot, which means that we mainly design our education system to replace the lack of AI, okay? Because we did not have AI, and as we were more and more dense, we did a lot of logistics, so we had to AI, I would say, to AIify humans, okay? But now that it's getting out of that, there is a new set of skills which is totally different, and I wouldn't say it's totally opposite to the previous, but it's very different, and most universities are not able to deliver that, and I am even myself convinced they won't be able to change. There is one wonderful word of Jack Ma, who said that our university are training bad computers, okay? And that's exactly what we do. So I think the gap, it's not only about the way we teach, but really the goal of teaching, it's totally different. What we used to spend a lot of time to put knowledge in people and put I would say, reliability on people. This time, it's totally unuseful today. So we have a very big gap on that. Okay.
Now, going to Jerry and Jiba, you have the perspective, or can you please add also the perspective of the ones who are actually looking for these talents, right? So because you are large employers, of these talents. So talk a little bit as well, or add on a little about this gap. Even if, Jerry, you are also responsible for the financial literacy program of the Ghana Stock Exchange, right? So I know that about you as well. Please.
Okay, so I think one of the major gaps we have is financial literacy. And in all the programs that we've run, we actually run financial literacy programs for students. Last year, for instance, we reached over 10,000 students in our outings. And we also ran it for SMEs in collaboration with our partnership with Association of Ghana Industries, Stanford Transformation Seed Network. So all these organizations, and also in collaboration with Ghana Investment Promotion Center. So we have a collaboration with these organizations where these training programs and these things are organized. But what we've realized is that basic financial management skills is lacking among a lot of the SMEs. And I always say that the issue for SMEs is not mostly about lack of availability of funds. There are funds available. But the issue is about their readiness to access these funds. And before somebody will give you his or his money, you need to have a very compelling business case. And so we need that kind of training that will scale up the capacity and the creditworthiness of these SMEs to be able to access funds. Because these banks or these institutions will be willing to give you their funds when they know that you have a compelling business case, and then what you are offering is something that they can count on. So that is one. Another challenge too is access to information. SMEs need to be trained in how to even access their own industry information, how to access information that pertains to what is happening in their industry, the market trends, competition. They need to really be trained on how to do market analysis so that they can properly assess the space or terrain they find themselves and be able to design products and services that are tailor-made to address the needs of consumers. So I will talk about these two for now.
Okay. So I will probably surprise the audience because I'm working for a bank, but I'm not going to talk about financial literacy because I'm working with a bank, and I'm working very closely with the technical team of the bank. Reason why is because as I'm managing partnerships with fintechs, the main part of my work is to make sure that we are able to easily do integrations together so that we do business together. And because I'm working with that team, one of the main issues that we are facing is to retain our talents. That's really, really the issue that we have, both retaining and even finding talents. So EcoBank is a very big bank. We have presence in more than 35 countries, more than 30 million customers, more than 14,000 staff, but still, we are having that issue. And even before joining EcoBank, I was working with an US IT company, and I was working with startups, and many times when we are talking with them on what is the main issue or the need that you have, they were all talking about, skilled people, especially in the data kind of science or data, anything that is related to data and artificial intelligence, of course. So I don't think that we don't have talents in Africa. I just think that, unfortunately, most of them are looking to go elsewhere, and that's the big issue. And even personally, it's something that is affecting me because that brain leak that we are seeing in Africa, I don't think that we're finding the solution. So within EcoBank, we're trying to find ways. Maybe one thinking that we're having is upskill our internal people. I always give the example of, I don't know if you know that movie, The Hidden Figures, those black ladies in the NASA that was seeing the big machines from IBM coming and was supposed to replace them. And one of them was smart enough to add kind of be the master of the machine instead of the other way around. So how can we make sure that internally we are upskilling our people, we are making them ready to be ready for the next generation of IT, because at the end of the day, many of the future of the industry will be based on technology and IT. So how can we make sure that internally we are upskilling ourselves, but how can we also partner with outside organizations to have more capacities in the continent and make sure that everybody is served?
Okay, so let's imagine the talent as a pyramid, okay? So we have, let's say, the bottom of the pyramid, who are the unskilled people, okay? And we can teach them some coding, okay? And, you know, Nicola just told me, hey, there is a farmer, I think it was in Morocco, you told me, right? There is a farmer in Morocco that went into the one of Nicola's 01 IDO school and now is a better engineer at Google than someone who graduated at the university. This, we wish we had millions of them, but that, you know, it's likely to be more an exception than the normal. But let's say that these are the non-skilled to skilled. And then the more we go up into the pyramid, this is where the upskilling is needed, right? So people or students who have already some knowledge, okay, but maybe the ones that they get that knowledge, they want to go abroad. So how do we create an ecosystem that make them stay?
So first I will disagree. I will explain you that it's not easier to make a great AI engineer from someone who is educated in universities than someone who is selling water in the street. Because it's a totally different set of skills. And I would even tell you that the knowledge is something which harms you. I wrote a book, I just published a book about, which is called Prepare to Surf AI. What is important to understand that knowledge is not something which is neutral in humans. It changes the way you think. Okay? So when you educate someone in one way, you also change his way to be able to adapt. Okay, that's very important. And for example, I was speaking about this Schaefer who is working in Google cybersecurity now, but it's not an exception. I have trained 100,000 of people who were, most of them, outside of the education system, and now are part of the best IT companies worldwide. And it's very important to understand when you try to train an engineer, I have done a lot of upskilling. The most difficult part is to remove what they know. Because the way they know changes the way they see the world. And it's very difficult because I will maybe spend a little more time to explain. But for example, I have been training old engineers from France Telecom, you know, the telecom company in France. So you have, those engineers are very smart people. Okay, they are very smart. Of course, they have been trained. So they are obsolete. They don't know the new technology. So you teach them the technology. Very good. You make it. You make exam. They use the technology. Everything is fine. You put them back in the company. Then they use the old technology. Why? Because as humans, we are not constant thinking. When we are stressed, we don't use the same process of when we are cool. In school, we are cool. We are in exam, it's cool. Okay? You are in company, you are stressed because you have a big issue, so you use a good old way that have saved you for 20 years, and that's very, very difficult to fight. It's very difficult to change someone who has had success with one methodology. So most of the time, and especially for this AI change, which is very deep, not in knowledge, in the way of thinking, it's much easier to take young people and even very, I wouldn't say not educated, but not very strictly educated, because the process of strictly education is to reduce creativity, it's to force people to follow a process, and that's a computer does it perfectly. So what you need is to be able to collaborate with this computer to co-create something. And if you make people who are very, very efficient to execute, most of the time, I wouldn't say all the time because humans are always complex, but most of the time we reduce this creativity part. Okay, so it's very complex to balance that, and it's much harder to reskill than to skill. Okay, always. And sometimes I have been in situations where the only good strategy is to change field. So you have people coming from programming, put them in network. You have people coming from network, put them in programming. It's much easier than to try to teach the new way.
I can add to that employers actually have the big task of also rethinking how they employ. The World Economic Forum, I believe, there's a report that was released, and it said that up to 80% of the youth will now be part of the gig economy, meaning that full-time employment is going to become obsolete. And it's more of, I have this skill and I'm going to sell you my skill for the time that is relevant. And the question is, how do employers then adapt to this gig economy? And another aspect is like what we do at the African Leadership University in terms of retention and managing brain drain. As what you said, they look for opportunities elsewhere. We ask the students to develop missions, because even if you're learning coding, but you don't have understanding of the context that you're operating in, which is the African context, understanding the challenges and opportunities on the context, what can you leverage, why are you coding, what are you trying to create? And when they find purpose in their learning, we have found that then they want to stay on the continent and utilize what they're creating for the continent, both to create impact and to still be profitable.
I wanna switch and go to Jerry and Jiba, talking about the following. So I don't know, but I would say it's safe to say that there are over 100 million SMEs in Africa. I mean, it is probably more than 100 million. And the reason there are so many is because most of them are one-people company, right? That are called SMEs, and that person, needs to be educated and upskilled eventually, but also has to have a series of tools, call it soft skills, entrepreneurial tools, however you want, life skills, okay, to help her survive, in the context of SME. What is the role of the private sector and big corporation in doing this? Because you guys are giving credit, right? You are helping them to grow and eventually, So how do you guys are working on it?
Okay, so we don't only give credits.
Yeah, it was one of them. So.
Okay, so we actually developed a program with some fintechs, interestingly, a few years ago to address that problem of SMEs. So I believe SMEs owners are not looking to become expert in AI, right? They just want to do business and make money. What we realize is that many times they would like to have presence online, but they don't know where to start from. They would like to leverage on social media, and they don't know how it works, optimize it. So the work that we did with those fintechs was to build tools for them to easily have presence online and easily leverage on those social media to optimize the opportunities that they have in the market. So to me, I would say that the solution is not to make them become expert, it's just to make sure that we help them get access to the tools that will help them become successful. So today, I mean, technology is at the core of everything we do. And it's just a matter of making sure that they leverage on that, especially in Africa, in the Africa context, as she was saying, which is really special. Like the way the population is adopting mobility and technology is quite special. So it's a very good opportunity for them. And that's the work that we've been doing with some partners across the continent.
Jerry, I'm sure that the financial literacy program you're working on is exactly or partially about this as well, right?
Yes, exactly. And I think that one of the observations we've made with SMEs is that, SMEs are so much emotionally attached to their businesses. I mean, that sense of entitlement is there. So sometimes they build a lot of things around them. But in our training programs and workshops, what we have tried to tell them is that you're going to leave this world one day, And we have a lot of examples of SMEs where the owners pass on and then the businesses just crumble. So if we, in our engagements, we tell them that, for instance, one of the means that you can use to ensure the longevity and sustainability of your business is to consider listing on the exchange, where you get the right board, the right management team to run your business for you. Then you can take things a bit cool. Because once that happens, even when you pass on, you have experts who continue to run your business for you. And I'm sure the likes of all those big businesses in Ghana, in the world today, the likes of Apple, Nestle, and the rest, the owners have passed on, but these businesses are still there. They are listed on the various exchanges, and these businesses are being run. So those are, I think, some of the areas that we are trying to get our SMEs to focus on, that you need to make sure you prepare, especially for the transition, that once you are no more there. Another issue that is also of utmost importance for SMEs is the area of financial literacy, getting the basics and understanding the basics with finance. Because during our programs, we've seen that even people who have even running courses in finance and accounting still lack the basic financial literacy skills. Because these are skills that you need that will help you to manage money and to see where to put your money and to see where to access money and all that. So those would be my comments.
Nicolas, in your fascinating methodology where there are no prof and you can train simultaneously hundreds of students at the same time in 2 years, I am pretty sure that a subset of them become entrepreneurs, right? Or will have entrepreneurship aspirations. Is this peer-to-peer like learning system also taking care or nurturing that part? And how do you help them eventually, if you do, because actually I didn't ask you in the conversation we had before, become the entrepreneurs of the future?
Okay. So first, I will just answer to some what you said before. There is a common mistake about AI and digital skills between the AI expert and AI user. You have to understand that to get a better AI user, it's not to train him in an expert way. What I am meaning, it's just like driving a car. It's not the best driver are not engineers. Okay? And that's exactly the same in AI. So while I agree on you, we need very few people who are able to build an AI. And it will get less and less because it's more and more automatized. We need very few people to understand how generic network and neural network are working. But we will need to have everyone being able to interface with them. Like today, no one would imagine that you are not scientific driven. The process of causality, which is not natural to human. Everyone thinks it's natural. It's not natural. If you go in very far place in Amazonia, for example, you have people who have not the causal system. That comes from scientific background. Okay. It doesn't mean that you need to understand physics. It doesn't mean that you need to be a particle physicist. But you use it every day in each decision you take. And that is very important to bring into the whole population. I am pretty sure in like 10 years, or maybe even less, everyone who would not have this capability would be in very, very harsh situation. Okay? Just like if you wouldn't understand any causality, which would make your life almost impossible in our society. Okay? So that's very important, and that has to be brought very early. For example, we are now working with Kazakhstan state to build that directly in primary school. Okay? Which doesn't mean to train people to make AI, okay? Which means to change the way we educate toward AI using. Okay, that's a little bit different. So now I come back to the entrepreneurship. So just to give some figures, in 42 Paris, we have 28% of students creating a startup, which is better than HEC, which is the best European business school. Okay, we don't teach any business in any way, but we create people who are, I would say, entrepreneurs by themselves. I mean, the process of education, I'm just going to explain very fast what we do. It's very simple. What we create challenge, okay, where the students will make a group and they will make this challenge. I don't know if you know the game World of Warcraft, okay? World of Warcraft, it's a game where millions of users are playing. Okay, we do exactly the same, but rather than killing monsters, we solve IT challenge. Or we even have challenges which are not IT at all, and we have a process of evaluating peer-to-peer so that when a group of students finish a project, they will have to convince other students that their project was something. And if it was something, they will get credit. The credit will raise their level, and they will get more complicated challenge. That's very simple, very basic. But this process, the students is always in own responsibility. I mean, never anyone tell him what he has to do. Never anyone will tell him tomorrow you will do this project or you will do this one. He just choose, okay? And the fact to have to choose every day make him very autonomous and very entrepreneur because he is entrepreneur of his own success, okay? And that's why we have this very high amount of entrepreneurs. By the way, Forbes rate this entrepreneurial program the first worldwide like 5 years ago, okay? So it gives a lot of entrepreneurs. Of course, they don't have any financial skills, they don't have any accounting skills, but when they need it, they just acquire it, or maybe they will partner with someone from a school. Okay, the School 42 in Paris has partnership with 50 schools of the best school in France, lawyers or whatever, and what the students learn is that when they make a good group of people, they will solve the problem. So the day they need some kind of accounting stuff, they will go to see an accountant, to see a students from another school, and they will co-create that. So what we make people who are problem solver. They have a problem, they find a solution. Maybe I have to find some data on the internet. Maybe I have to find someone to help me to solve it. Okay, but my only problem is to solve it. Okay, because if I don't solve it, I don't have any credit. And if it's impossible, I stop and I do another project. Okay, what is exactly what any entrepreneur does? Okay, we do that all the time, and we always accept that what we are investing in something will bring something, and if we don't, we stop, we do something else, and we manage that. And they start from the first day managing their own life in a day-to-day process. Okay, and that's what makes the success of this.
Katja, in ALU there is a word leadership, which is one of the entrepreneurship skills. What do you guys do to help that side of the students you're forming?
Mm-hmm. So we have something called the foundational series, where we teach students one very important thing in leadership, and it's who are you? We help them build what is called innovation capital. So it's who are you, who do you know, and what have you done? And when we ask our students when they've graduated, what do they feel was the most value-adding experience they had, what they tell us is actually the social connections they managed to build and nurture during their time with us, which have helped them in their entrepreneurial journeys and, of course, setting up their ventures. Just in 2023, over 40 ventures were started by our students, and they were able to access $165,000 in funding through the social connections that we expose them to. But at the same time, really knowing yourself, what do you do when it starts getting tough and stressful, and not lose your sense of purpose? So we take it down to that level.
Thank you. Last round of questions. Actually, last question for everyone. And I will actually answer to this one myself for once. Let's talk about speed, okay? Can we collectively agree that the speed at which the talent gap is filling up is not enough, right? That we should go, is not only close to enough, right? Can we collectively agree that we should go much faster, right? Yeah. Okay. So what is one thing that you think the ecosystem or one collaboration or one, let's say, not suggestion maybe is too light, but you know, the one magic formula that today is missing and could be done in a better way. I'll start, okay? So there is no fil rouge today between the investors, the entrepreneurs, and the private sector as far as talent is concerned. There is fil rouge in terms of capital, of course. They might fil rouge in terms of ecosystem because there are a lot of very well done challenges where startups can pitch. But then there is a missing link in the people that will actually hire these guys, so that you have in Africa startups that received funding, need to hire people, and they take them abroad, from abroad, because there is no talent here. So making this link stronger is, in my humble opinion, one of the things that collectively we could do better. Now, there is no me pointing. Whomever has an idea, raise the hands and speak, because otherwise, anyone?
I can talk about higher education and the aspect of degrees. As much as we're talking about skills and focusing on skills, employers are looking for skills. The hiring process is still very much based on credentials, and universities also have to follow certain accreditation processes to be able to set up an institution as a university. And some of these requirements are also obsolete and very expensive. For example, needing a certain size of land to set up a campus. And yet we're saying that learning should now be ubiquitous. You can learn anywhere. So I think government and private institutions partnering to see how can we support that access to this level of education without thinking of it within the four walls. Otherwise, we will not be able to scale at the level we need to. If we consider right now, we have 9% only that transition to university in Africa, and that's probably in only the larger economies.
Nicola, be provocative and brief.
No, I will jump on something you said before, that you kind of emphasized that the problem was African, but it's not African at all. The tension is much stronger in California or in England than in Africa right now. It's much harder to find a good developer like in blockchain in London than in Nairobi. And by the way, I am working with some students in Nairobi. They work for JP Morgan. Okay, so this situation is not African, it's worldwide. Of course, everyone pulling, French students go to Canada and to USA, and everyone is pulling on the next. But all global, it's a problem of number. And what I think today is that we have designed a system of education which is very, very protective of some social groups. Okay, so at least in Europe, we reject a lot of students, not because they are not good, just because they are not from the good social background, which was probably efficient in some point, okay, but which is now blocking the development. Okay, and you gave very good idea of saying that the gap, we are not shrinking the gap. No, the gap is growing, and if you look at the last figure from Gartner Group, they say we will need 30 million people in IT in 2030. Okay, it was 2 million 3 years ago. Okay, so it's growing very fast, and a lot of people are saying today that AI will reduce this gap. It's exactly the contrary. Okay, guys, you have to understand that most of these guys come from two phenomena. One, which is new opportunity, new things that we can do with technology. Okay, and that is growing very fast with AI. And the second part, it's obsolescence. People, engineers, who are not able to fulfill those challenges. AI is accelerating that. So AI is accelerating both sides. Engineers are getting more obsolescent, and we have more opportunity. So it will grow the need of engineers in the long term. So my idea globally is that we have to find a way to reintegrate everyone in the game. Okay? We are, in Europe, we consider that around 20% of the population is part of the capability to, has the opportunity to be part of those engineers. Okay, I don't know the figures in Africa, but I know them, for example, in Ivory Coast. Okay, in Ivory Coast, we consider it's only 2%. 2% of people of the population has the real opportunity, even if he has talent, to be one of the engineers. Okay?
By opportunity, you mean access?
Yeah, access by the fact that he is from the good family, he's in a village or whatever. So we have 2% of the brain, which is the main power of the digital transformation. 2% of those people have one chance to be part of the game. So it's like if we had like a gold mine and we take only 2%, and we only manage this 2%. The whole stuff, we leave it and don't care. So I think as a community, as a society, we have to find a way to reintegrate this whole population. Maybe you won't be able to do 100% tomorrow, but we have to work on that. And one last figure, the World Economic Forum says that we are missing like around 5 to 8% of gross economy because of this lack of talent. Okay? So it's not just a social issue. It's not just a fairness issue. It's an economical issue. This is making wars. This is making a lot of people dying just because we are not able to reintroduce everyone in the game.
So access.
Okay, I think there has to be a very strong partnership and collaboration between academia, the policymakers, and the industry. Because we need to develop students or people with the right skill set that are relevant for what industry actually needs. I think one of the biggest challenges of a lot of entrepreneurs is people management, getting the right people to help them run their businesses. And so I think it's an area that if we claim that SMEs provide about 70% of global employment, and in Ghana we say the SMEs, the private sector, is the engine of growth, then there has to be a deliberate strategy to make sure that SMEs are equipped with the right skill set that will help them to scale up to the next level that they want to get to. So I think that people management is sometimes missing. And SMEs, sometimes all their challenges are about access to finance, access to digital stuff and all that. But the people management thing is always missing. And that's where a lot of them got it wrong. So people management is an area that we need to actually focus on and make sure we train and equip SMEs on how to actually select the right people and to manage them to help them scale their businesses.
Thank you, Jerry. Jiba?
So I would say that if we had a response since then, we would have applied it, right? I've been in panels since years now, and we keep talking about that, but I personally don't have the solution. And then I will be provocative because, yes, that gap that I was mentioning is everywhere. But the thing with Africa is that we are the latest continent, and it's affecting us badly. So I usually say that as African, I want us to stop do copy-paste, because not everything that happened elsewhere applies to us. However, when I see the model of India, they've been able to find ways to at least fill the gap of IT-skilled people. At least, for what I'm seeing, many companies in Africa are outsourcing in India, right?
Yeah. So and then just to give a figure on that, it's very interesting that the whole IT offshoring in India, it's $100 billion. So all Africa, it's less than 100 million.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So
with the same population.
Yes. So what can we do to at least get close to that model? Today, many of the bigger IT companies in the US are led by Indians. So it means something. They started from somewhere, they did some work, they invested in it, and they got something. So how can we at least get close to that? Because really in our continent, is really affecting us. As you say, is really the impact is really on the economic, right? Because the more we lose people, or the less skilled people we have, the less we are going to get advanced. And I'm personally tired of seeing all those young people trying to go out of the continent, either through the desert or through the seas. And sometimes you're trying to tell them, no, stay, the opportunities in the continent, everybody is looking at Africa. And then you just stop saying that because you don't have, you don't know how to keep them. So for me, I think we really need to do the thinking of the same way we leapfrogged technology, the same way we took it differently in the continent, how do we make it differently in terms of skills, especially in IT? And the last thing that I would say is that we need to think further because things are changing very quickly, as you say. I have a developer background. So when I see the way I was considering technology when I was graduating from university in Paris and how it has evolved, it's almost scary. So we need to think forefront on how do we anticipate as Africans to make sure that going forward we'll have more people ready to embrace what is going to happen in the future. That will be right.
So it's time to wrap up the panel, and I will do that by saying two things. One is that I also have a number that I forgot to mention at the very beginning. So you talked about the 30 million developers in Europe. Actually, there are 650 million people by now in 2030 that will need some form of digital skills upgrade. It's like 10% of the world population is a number that is astonishing, okay? So we do have a lot of work to do. It is also true, Jiba, that this is not the first panel that where we talk about the theme. Truth is, though, and you and I have been in many of these events, that until 2 years ago, talent was not even part of any agenda, right? Now, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that we are at the right speed, but it certainly gives a collective sort of consciousness or about being mindful about the fact that this is a problem that we collectively have to solve. Guys, thank you very much. It was a super nice conversation. I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Let's give them a round of applause. We can definitely do better. So you please go behind. You take the photographs up there.
Great.
So please go behind. Thank you very much, Matthew and the team. And the fact that 650 million people need digital skills upgrade is a whole huge opportunity for all of us gathered here. What it means is that we also have a role to play in upgrading the digital skills of these persons. But even as we think of finding that way, I like what one of the ladies said, that as Africans, as we think of bridging or filling the gap, we must think differently. We must approach the conversations about technology differently and the conversation about skills differently. But how do you approach conversations differently if you do not know what you lack and what you need? You first of all must identify what that gap is and how whatever you are proposing will work for you. Is it a one-size-fits-all? Can we just go out there and say, this has happened in other parts of the world, so they can't happen in Africa? As we know, our environment is different, and so in most of the instances, we may have to shape these things to suit our African environment. But as we talk about changing them to suit our African environment, how do we do that? We must do that, as one of the panelists said, first of all, starting from policymakers who must facilitate the conversation between academia and industry. And I hear this all the time. Anytime we have a conversation about the need to bridge any gap, the need about skills development, we say, academia and industry must come together. However, nothing seems to be done. For all of us who are gathered here, it's important today we're having this conversation. The next time we meet, I want us to be talking about what has been done and the impact of what has been done. But most importantly also, we've talked about the need to identify talents, the need to identify persons who can fill the gaps that we have. In starting a business, it must not be you and you alone. Sometimes you must collaborate with other persons in ensuring that you are able to succeed. You may not know it all, you may not have all the skills when it comes to financial literacy. Somebody may be an expert in technology, somebody may be an expert in sales. You must bring all of these persons together so that at the end of it all, together you will be successful. This will lead us into our third panel discussion, And our third panel discussion is about talent investing in Africa's youth. And I like how the organizers of the SME and Digital Skills Forum arranged everything, because we have ended on the need to upgrade the more than 650 million people who need skills development. The critical question now is, how do we invest in Africa's youth? What sort of investment will the youth need? Skills training, of course, we're talking about it. But even as we talk about innovation, investment, and impact, how about investment? What sort of investments will they need? Would it be investments in the human capital or human resource? Or will it be pumping finances into their business? But before we even pump finances into their business, do we know the sort of people that we're training? Do we know what they have and what it is that they bring on board and how that could impact the continent going forward? We've consistently talked about how the Ghanaian economy, largely informal, and the fact that they form about 88% of the Ghanaian economy. The question is, how do we identify the right people? What sort of investments will they need? And are we prepared to invest in these people to ensure that going forward, it just doesn't have to become a talk shop, and like my friend will consistently say, we don't have to make it social studies. As it would learn, would recite it, go back, come back the next year, and it is the same thing. So let's get into the moderator who's going to be moderating this conversation about investing in Africa's youth, talent investing in Africa's youth. And the moderator for this conversation is the director of the MEST training program. Now, she oversees EIT experience, manages the teaching fellow team, and ensures a dynamic training curriculum. She has experience working with entrepreneurs from around the world, managing training, social impact, and education abroad programs, and implementing community-based projects. She's previously taught communications at MEST from 2014 to 2016, holds a master's degree in higher education and student affairs, and a bachelor's degree in international development studies and political science. Let's welcome Emily Fiagbeji, who is Director of Training Program at MEST, to moderate this conversation. Thank you very much, Emily, and you may now introduce your panelists.
All right, good morning, everyone. Pleasure to see you here. I have a really dynamic panel that I'm very excited to introduce today. So my first panelist is Joel Gasper. He's the chair of the board of directors for the Alliance of Digital Finance and the FinTech Association. Next panelist is Hassan Kazmi. He's the head of digital partnerships and ventures at Visa. Leah Nundati, the accelerator lead at ALX Ventures. And Audrey Abaka, the director of SME and agency banking at APSA. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to the stage. And as they take their seat, I actually want to address our audience, because I know we have SMEs in the room, and I know we have youth in the room. And the past now 3 panels have talked a lot about SMEs and youth connecting together. And so my hope today is that those SMEs that I think are concentrated more in the front and the youth that are concentrated more in the back will at some point today interact, connect, and start building those connections and conversation to help bridge these gaps that we've been talking about this morning. So let's move to our panel over here. I would love for our panelists to introduce themselves. Please tell us a bit about your work and where you're joining us from today. I will start from the far.
Thank you very much, Emily. I look after the SME business in APSA. I look after over 14,000 of them across the country. And I'm at the forefront of driving SME finance in the country. And recently, we have developed an innovative SME lending solution that is able to, that is enabling youth entrepreneurs, fintech, women and agribusinesses to borrow at 10% per annum.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Great. Oh, thank you so much. My name is Leah Nduati. I lead an accelerator where we support tech startups from across Africa. It's called ALX Ventures, and it's part of the African Leadership Group. So we started off with educating young people pre-university through the African Leadership Academy. Then we went on to the African Leadership University. You heard from one of my colleagues here. And then we discovered that we need to scale this model. And so we came up with ALX, where we train hundreds of thousands of young Africans in technology. Now, out of those people, some of them want to do entrepreneurship, and that's where ALX Ventures comes in, and that's where I sit, where we support these young people to build their tech solutions and to go to market.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hassan Kazmi. So I lead digital partnerships for Visa. And digital partnerships for us means all fintechs, regardless of size, and also our large technology partners. And the region I cover is all of Africa, Middle East, Pakistan, and Eastern Europe. So altogether, it's about 85 plus countries. We have a number of people on the ground here in Africa. And in terms of working specifically with fintechs and smaller size businesses, we run a number of programs, but 3 of them I'd like to highlight. So one is the Africa Accelerator, where any young startup company can apply for, and we put them through a extensive coaching program, and then the winners receive some prize. We also have a Visa Everywhere initiative, which is something similar but a shorter program. And then we also have She's Next, which is specifically focused on working with female entrepreneurs. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later on.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning to everybody. My name is João Gaspar. I'm based in Mozambique, but I'm the president of Fintech Association in Mozambique and also the chair of the Alliance. And what is the Alliance? The Alliance of Digital Finance and Fintech Associations is a worldwide network of associations. So we are not a target, or we are not directly connected to SMEs or the entrepreneurs itself, but the associations in each country. Right now we have 25 members. We have just started 2 years ago, so we are quite young in terms of enterprise or company or the alliance. We have 25 members across the 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And we are growing, and we expect to have all the world cover in the next 2 or 3 years. Our goal, principal goal, is to upskill the capacities of the associations in each country. We are talking about digital finance associations or fintech associations, because there are both. In some countries, there are also 2 associations that are our members.
Wonderful, thank you. So for our conversation today, we are exploring how we invest in Africa's youth to fill the skills gaps of our SMEs. And as was mentioned this morning, I just want to remind us that 70% of the workforce on the continent comes from our SME sector, and that Africa's has the youngest population globally, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. And that's an amazing resource that we can help shape and coach and upskill to fill our gaps. So let's set a bit of a foundation. Audrey, can you share with us first a bit about the strengths of the SME sector and some of the challenges or skill gaps that exist, and how you think we might be able to start filling those gaps?
Okay, so the SME sector is strong in their job creation capabilities, and I'm sure many of the speakers have highlighted on that on the continent, they create over 60% of the employment. And if you look at Ghana, we have about 2.1 million registered micro, small entrepreneurs. They create over 8 million jobs, meaning that the potential is there, the capabilities are there, and they need to be supported to scale so that they can create further or more jobs. The other strength is in the ability to contribute to the GDP of the economy. We know that the GDP measures the health and performance of every economy and then, indicates the financial value of the product and services within every nation. The SME contributes across Africa about 50% to that, and in different countries, the numbers could be high. So they are very, very important. And also, the sector is very resilient. Even COVID-19 did not collapse the sector. Regardless of the many challenges that the sector faces, it is able to resist the shocks of economic crisis, the shocks of even pandemics. So this is a sector that definitely needs a lot of focus and a lot of support. And I'm very happy that this whole conference has focused on SMEs and the youth. In terms of the skills gap, a lot of some of the speakers I was sitting there, I've heard about some of the skills gaps with these entrepreneurs. But we need to have, a concerted effort in addressing this. We need to be very deliberate about the solution, the financial solutions that we develop to address the challenges that they face. The SMEs face huge challenge in accessing finance. And the constraint is largely driven by their inability to provide, most of the requirements from financial institutions like us. And the banks have very good reasons, to put in place stringent criteria or requirements to sell their money because it's a heavily regulated industry. And then also they are custodians of depositors' funds. So they have good reasons. However, how can we reimagine or remodel our way of lending to these SMEs? Can we revise our frameworks, partnering with institutions like the government, development partners, who would give us some level of comfort by providing some risk-sharing instruments so that we can, revise some of these lending requirements. For example, lending without collateral, lending without audited financial statement. How many SMEs can give you an audited 3 years financial statement for you to analyze their capacity to pay your loan? Most of them cannot do that because most of them are informal. Their structures doesn't support some of these information. So we need to be very innovative about how we invest in that. And then the skills development, I think that institutions will have to collaborate again. Because it requires financial resources to be able to invest in their capacity buildings and upskill them. And one institution may not be able to do. Even if they decide to do that, they cannot make that level of impact that we all expect to see. So collaboration is very key. Financial institutions collaborating with the government institutions, collaborating with development partners. I believe that we will be able to upskill them and scale the level of impact in these young people.
Great. Audrey, thank you. I think what stands out to me is the reimagine, the remodel, and the collaboration, which brings us to our next question. I'm very interested from Joel and Hassan, if you can share with us, what are the opportunities in the partnership space, in the digital finance space that can meet some of these gaps that Audrey mentioned and fit into that reimagined model?
May I go first? Okay. Well, the word is collaboration, as my colleague says, and the collaboration must be present in everywhere, between individuals as a network, a social network, as enterprises in an association, for instance, or globally in the network of association, because sharing knowledge is the way of upskilling the capacities of doing business and making profits, okay? That's one way. But also collaboration between the government and between the universities and the private sector. I think it's very important because, the curricula on the universities are not completely covering the digital financial services economy, let's say. I don't know, I know in several countries that most of the curriculums don't have one unique matter about digital financing. And we are talking about the need for managing the companies, managing the SMEs in this area of fintech. I'm just referring to fintechs because that's my beach, as we say. So we assist that most of the young people that are trying to put in place a new enterprise, SME, in this area of finance, don't have the necessary skills to manage the companies and to pitch, for instance, for investment. So there is a lack, there is a gap that we must fulfill, and that will be done by partnerships between other companies, mentors like ourselves. If we give 1 hour of our time each month to support a new entrepreneur, for sure we will grow their skills and we will contribute in the future for him to be a better employee and a better partner in terms of the digital economy. That's one thing. Other areas is the collaboration between the enterprises and the government in terms of policies. This conference has 3 eyes. One is innovation. But, you know, there are lots of countries in Africa, mostly in Africa, that it's not allowed to use cloud services internationally. So you must use your data center in your country. And most of the countries don't have the technology and the new technologies like blockchain, big data analysis, machine learning available inside the country. And we can use that through the cloud service providers. The Alliance has just finished a study, an international study with our members, and we are launching a report about this. And that's very important because that has a huge impact on innovation, but also on the cost of the services, so the end user in terms of financial inclusion, and also on security, okay? So I will stay here for now, but we can explore more details in the future. Okay?
Thank you very much. Hassan?
Yes, to build on the discussion so far, so I'll start with an example addressing one of the concerns that Audrey raised, which was around SMEs. If when they go for financing, they don't have audited statements. One of the ways to address that is if they start using digital payments, then you may not have an audited statement, but you actually have transaction history, which in many ways is a lot more predictive of future success of that business. So you could, there's some quick wins that could be implemented by digitizing just the payments ecosystem, which will then allow the SMEs to grow by starting off getting funding, because a bank could look at that and say, well, this is a profitable business, has good inventory turnover, and you can grow from there. Now, if I were to take a step back in terms of the collaboration, I think it's very much needs to be an ecosystem approach. And the way to think about this is governments have the ability to drive the agenda for their respective country to say, okay, we want this country to be a leader in X, Y, and Z, whatever those 2 or 3 industries are. And then you work collaboratively with the academic institution to make sure that you have a pipeline of that talent. And linking back to the prior panel, it doesn't always have to be around a degree. If you look at some of the countries around the world that have been very successful in small businesses, or growth of small businesses, the focus is very much on vocational training. And then, so the country sets the overall vision. We want to be a leader in, let's say, these 2 industries. You work with academia to make sure you have talented graduates that start developing those skills. And then, obviously, in the private sector, we have a responsibility to make sure that we tap into that talent. And there are a couple of ways to do it. In the US, the co-op program is quite common at universities. So as soon as you finish your first year, your freshman year, you have the ability to go work for 6 months. And you basically alternate 6 months working and then 6 months back at university. If you look at Germany, which has a very robust small and medium-sized business ecosystem, they have a very robust apprenticeship program where the government works with small businesses, places these graduates or people who are about to be graduates into those industries. And coming back to that concept of defining what industry you want to focus on closer to home, you could look at Morocco. So they are now developing their aerospace industry with the idea being that they want to become a hub for aeroplane repair, aircraft maintenance, and things like that. So that's something that the government has decided as a policy framework. And working with the private sector and academia, they're now developing a talented workforce that will specialize in that. So there's a lot of opportunities, but in the end, to your question, it very much has to be an ecosystem approach.
Yes. And Thank you. That ecosystem approach,
Yeah.
the youth are very important in it, and organizations like ALX are helping to build that ecosystem. So Leah, I want to know from you, how do we bring in our vibrant youth population? How do we leverage technology, digital innovations, these partnerships to support the SMEs?
Awesome, thank you so much. So actually, it's funny you mentioned I just arrived from Morocco this morning, and we were at a deep tech summit, and it's looking at, deep tech is at the intervention of science and technology, traditional technology. And this university is working with government. They have their own ventures lab where they support these young people, a lot of young PhDs under 30, to develop innovations, and then they help them to access funding, and then they bring ecosystem players from across the globe like us to see what they're doing and to help them to support. So I think one of the ways, for example, institutions need to do or need to approach this is to make sure that they're leveraging technology to help their students to build solutions, give them spaces where they can experiment and fail. So one thing that came up, for example, is in Europe or in the US, you'll find the learners are given a lab, they can experiment, they can fail, it's not a problem. Mostly in Africa, it's like, you have to get it right the first time. And if you didn't get it right, then you're a failure. Then go and look for something else to do. So I think one of the ways is using technology, help these young people to experiment and come up with solutions that work for Africa. And then leveraging technology for accelerated learning. So like I mentioned, we had the African Leadership Academy and the African Leadership University. These were brick and mortar universities where you go in person. But then for us to scale this kind of learning that we're offering, we had to leverage technology. And in leveraging technology, we looked at who is offering tech training on the globe at a good quality. And we found a school in Silicon Valley called Holberton. So our founder acquired Holberton, and then we used that model, which is training software developers that work at Google, and now we're training Africans in the same model and in the same curriculum. So we are building, Google-worthy developers in Africa. And as we do that, we also look for opportunities for them where they can work remotely and still gain benefits, still remain in Africa and still make money in Africa, but work for global companies. So that's where we leverage technology for accelerated learning. The other thing is leveraging technology for innovation. So just like I mentioned, this example where use technology, help young people to come up with solutions. Right now, if an entrepreneur or an SME wants to go to market, it's very easy. They don't have to pay like $20,000 to build an app. There are things that are called no-code or low-code solutions, where you can pay just like $100 a month to test your idea. So using technology to build these innovations faster and go to market faster at a less cost, that's something that institutions can do. So leveraging low-code and no-code solutions. Then the other thing is leveraging technology to scale. So I heard somebody saying that some of the SMEs in the previous panel, they don't want to grow, they want to remain at the same size. And sometimes it's not that they don't want to grow, they just don't know what to do. There are so many tools now that will help you to scale. CRM tools that will help you to manage your clients, like Salesforce. Now there's Canva. You don't need to hire a graphic designer to sit in your office, There's things like Zoho, where you can now monitor all your financials and your transactions, and then you can use that to validate why you need to go to the bank. So in terms of looking at technology, there are those ways. You can leverage technology to accelerate learning, you can accelerate innovation, and you can accelerate scale for the businesses.
Thank you for that, Leah. I think for Audrey and Hassan, and I would like to know, I know both of you have some innovative programs that you've worked with and on. Can you share a little bit about those and how you've seen those transform the youth and the SME sector?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So at the heart of COVID in 2020, we all saw how the economy was challenged, and it was a very difficult moment for SMEs. And fortunately for us, MasterCard Foundation had just entered the Ghanaian market, and they were looking for partners, to upskill the young entrepreneurs and also invest in them, and also in women and fintech. So we were the first bank to have, reached a landmark agreement with MasterCard Foundation, because it was first in Ghana and then also first in Africa. And ABSA committed to invest $100 million into 5,000 SMEs for 5 years, and also build the capacity or upskill these entrepreneurs within that 5-year period. The overarching objective or goal was to create 50,000 jobs for young Ghanaians, especially the young women. And there was a risk-sharing arrangement, within the contract that gave the bank the comfort to now review its lending policies, the lending framework, because hitherto, we were a bit stringent with SME financing. We could advance only up to 500,000 to SMEs without collateral. That was what the bank had embraced, the risk that we had embraced, and we were doing that. But we were lending to just few SMEs. So this gave us the comfort to now begin to revise the framework to make lending much easier, and then also increase the ticket size for these SMEs without collateral and then without financials. And I am happy to say that today we are able to, and we also, we're able to automate our lending process up to 500,000. So today we are able to lend to fintechs. The category of beneficiaries are fintech, and I'm happy that this whole summit is about fintech. The fintech women entrepreneurs, anybody that owns a business and has 50% share in that business as a woman, you qualify. And then the agri-sector. Agri-sector, because we understand the huge job potential in that sector. And then young entrepreneurs, anybody up to 35 years who owns a business and has been able to manage the business, for 3 years, we are able to invest in them. So they are able to access up to $1 million at 10% per annum. And today, the commercial rate currently, sits between 30 to 35%. So to borrow at 10% is like a grant that has been given to you. And it's something that I encourage every SME. I encourage the fintech community in this business to take advantage of, the women entrepreneurs, the youth, to take advantage of. We have been able to invest over $65 million in the past 3 years into over 5,600, and we have actually exceeded our key performance indicators, whatever we committed to do. And then on the capacity building, we worked with the likes of SEEPS and Pretech. We ensured that we selected the top business development services providers in the country and worked with. We have been able to upskill over 6,500 SMEs, including smallholder farmers. And noting that ABSA is not, everywhere within the country, we worked in collaboration with microfinance institutions so that we can scale up our reachability. So now we are also able to support very micro businesses, at various districts that we currently are not present, by giving these microfinance up to $1 million, and we are also able to regulate their interest rate, because the microfinance, they charge no less than 5% per month. So some of them can charge up to 60% per annum or even more. But when we invest capital into these microfinance institutions, they lend at 20% per annum to their clients. We have a strong monitoring and evaluation, system in place that ensures that the funds that we invest in these SMEs are being utilized for intended purpose, because we want to see real growth. And we have seen that the capacity building component is very, very important, because it has helped them to understand how to better manage their businesses and also manage depositors' funds to scale their businesses. And there are so many stories, impactful stories to share about this project. So it's something that I think, other financial institutions can tap in. And I'm very happy that currently we have 3 other financial institutions who have also partnered with MasterCard Foundation and The idea is to scale it across the country, and the foundation is also looking at how they can scale it, across the continent. So I would end here, and then, if there are further questions, happy to address them.
Thank you, Audrey, for sharing about that innovative model. And Hassan, I'm curious about some of the models you've seen or the programs you've been a part of.
Yes, so Visa has 3 main programs where we work with startups. So for Africa specific, we have something called an Africa Accelerator that was recently launched. And any startup in Africa can apply to be part of that program. And if you're selected, we go through 2 to 3 cohorts per year. It's relatively new, so we're now in the process of finalizing a second cohort. They go through a 3 to 4 month mentorship program where we have different people from Visa and then also from some of our partners come and coach the startups on a range of different things, but it's quite customized. And then at the end of that cohort program, there's a competition, and then we select some of the winners who get some additional prize money. The other thing from that program is, depending on the startup, if they want to then enter into a formal partnership with Visa in some capacity, that's certainly possible, and my team specifically takes the lead on that. Then we have another program, it's called Visa Everywhere Initiative. That's a little bit country specific. So we had one last year that finished up in Egypt. And it's a similar model, but a little bit of a shorter timeline. And again, multiple startups can apply for it. And at the end of it, there's a selection process. The startups that win get some funding, and they have the opportunity to work with a Visa. And the last program within this space is called She's Next, which is, again, very similar, but the focus specifically is on female entrepreneurs. So companies run by female entrepreneurs. And then outside of those 3 programs, we also run a number of different fintech-specific programs that are primarily for businesses that are a little bit more mature, and they might look to launch a payment-related solution. So then my team would work with them, and we have a thing called a fast-track program, where we can very quickly enter into a partnership agreement with them to help them launch. So there are a number of different avenues that startups can take working with Visa.
Amazing. Thank you very much for sharing that. Jo, I'd like to go to you because many of our youth are very interested in the fintech space because they see a lot of problems they can solve through financial technology. And so I'm curious to know, how can something like the Alliance of Digital Finance and Fintech, how do you support the development of new fintechs? How do you help in this space? How can partnerships, alliances support the future development of that innovative technology?
Well, that's a good question, but we have to be conscious that the alliance, the members of the alliance are the association itself, not the fintechs, okay? But when we empower the associations, and we have several programs for doing that, at the end of the day, the associations are more able to support local fintechs to thrive in the market, okay? One of the programs that we have implemented last year, so we have done the first cohort, and now we are starting the second, is what we call the DFA Accelerator Program. It's like an accelerator program for enterprise, but that is targeted for associations. So most of the associations are in the initial status, and some of them are not very well structured in terms of management, in terms also of legalization in the country. So we can support them and to give all the skills in terms of management, in terms of value proposition for the ecosystem and for the members, the fintechs that they represent, and also things like producing a guide for marketing strategy, also some indicators to record the achievements, because it's important to know at the end what will be the impact that those associations are doing in the market. So that's the way that we are pushing for the fintechs in each country, but through the association. So we have several partners, and we are looking for more that can support the alliance to give more support to the local associations. Right now we are just finishing a program, a small program. We call it the small grant. It's something like $3,000 that we are giving for free to 5 associations to do specific things and very small projects in the country that can have some impact on in the members, associations, and by that way they can also impact the young people and young entrepreneurs that are starting the fintechs. That's the way we are doing right now. Okay.
Thank you very much. So I have the privilege of working with a number of incredibly talented entrepreneurs in the tech space, and I often have to share with our North American or European colleagues the context for which they're operating in. Not only are they building businesses, but a lot of times they're battling infrastructure challenges, they're having to advocate for new policies, they're navigating regulations that are ever changing. And so they're building businesses and doing so much more. And we talked a bit about the ecosystem approach. We talked about the innovative programs that we are seeing. But in your perspectives, I'm curious to know, how do we go from great things happening in this corner, great things happening in that corner, this good initiative, that good initiative, to a very collaborative approach of supporting our youth and their ventures and their businesses and the SME sector moving forward?
Maybe I can start. I think the way I personally think of it is that you need to anchor all of this on something. And I think that's where the role of governments come into play, where if you can lay out a vision for what the country wants to achieve, and then you can corral all of these different initiatives and point towards something. So all these initiatives independently are doing a lot of work, but I think the power of them working together and focusing on 2 or 3 key goals is where you will get a lot of scalability, and then the return will amplify. So having some sort of a North Star or an anchor where SMEs know that if I can achieve these 4 or 5 things, I have a set number of customers I can get access to, because at the country level, the leadership has decided that we want to be known as the country for whatever those priorities are. And then from a private sector point of view also, I think it makes it easier for different firms to say, okay, if I want to focus on these 3 or 4 things from a product point of view or a market point of view, I know where I need to go to. So again, laying out that vision and anchoring it on something, I think is what would make it a lot easier.
Right. So anchor being the government making the anchor, and then the private sector coming.
It could be either or. So the private sector could also come together and say, listen, we believe that this country has a lot of potential to do these 3 things. So private sector organization like YAOS could come together. So it could be either or, but I think organizations as a whole need to get together, collaborate, and say, we believe that this market is well positioned for X, and then anchor it. And then you can also develop policies around it to make it easier to set up those types of businesses or grow those types of businesses, and address things like funding challenges. Yes. So somebody needs to take a leadership role and say, this is what we believe this region or this country should be doing.
Yes, that's somebody. Who is that somebody?
And I believe that somebody like that, governments, they need to take their role as enablers more seriously. As much as we're saying we're having a fintech conversation, we both know that we have startups in our cohorts that are struggling to get past regulation so that they can take their product to market. So is there a way, for example, government can make it easier for them to get licensing? And that's why also I'm glad to hear about the FinTech Association. Is there a way that the FinTech associations can guarantee the fintechs so that they can get that first step license to get to market? I mean, as much as they stay in the sandbox, if you don't have a real customer, you cannot validate the business, you cannot validate the product. Even things like, licensing your IP, commercializing your IP, those are things that we are struggling with in Africa. People are having good solutions, but how do they go about registering their IP? Then they have to say, oh, we'll go and register in Delaware and do all our business registration in Delaware, and then we, again, lose all our talent outside because of that. And in terms of institutions, they should be able to enable, as we said, enabling experimentation, enabling innovation, working with government, and working with corporates as well. So I'm glad to hear what Visa is doing. EcoBank has done a great job, especially with the EcoBank FinTech Challenge. Last year, I remember being at a FinTech Challenge, and the MD at the time of EcoBank was asking one of the companies, how is it going with your regulation? Are you going to market? And I remember that he told them, don't worry, we'll support you. So they supported that conversation as a corporate at EcoBank, and also providing, the back end where this neobank runs. It's actually called Fingo. It's an amazing neobank in Kenya. So they supported them through the process until last year they were able to get their licensing. They were able to do their launch and even have the Kenyan president at their launch. So corporates have a big role to play. Yes. People like Visa, EcoBank, ABSA, to make sure that these solutions are able to go to market faster. And then institutions as well providing that experimentation space. And for employers, I think we've come to a point where we do not know. Employers need to take an approach of, we don't know. So we are hiring you because we don't know. The young people know. They know the new technology. They know new ways to get to market. They know how to leverage all this TikTok, all these things. So when you employ a young person, and as someone mentioned about archaic credentials, we don't look for the archaic credentials. If you're looking for a person who maybe is a go-getter, is an innovator, can break into new markets, just let them do what they need to do. We don't know, we've hired you because we don't know, and let them drive that innovation, and we'll see a big difference, and we'll see intrapreneurship, these people providing solutions within the corporate environment.
Yeah, and if I could also add on, increasingly we are seeing a lot more of these young entrepreneurs coming out with innovative business ideas. However, they have been challenged with, seed funds. And it will definitely also largely hinge on collaboration because in as much as a financial institution would like to support a startup, because of their regulatory frameworks, it will be a difficult one. So we need to find a way of developing solutions where we can invest in these startups, in a form of grants. Because for a new startup, you don't expect the startup to come to a bank for a debt financing. They will be frustrated. They can't pay. You need to trust them, give them some seed funds to work. But that can only be done when we join forces with the government and then, some actors within the SME ecosystem. And in Ghana, there is a program that the government is about to roll out. If they do, it would, be a game changer. That is the YouStart. And it's also a collaborative, effort between the government and then some partner financial institutions. The government contributes 70% of the capital, and then the financial institution contributes 30% of the capital. There is also a risk-sharing arrangement, in the framework, and that actually has brought down the interest rate, which is considerably low, below the JRR, the Ghana reference rate. And besides that, before you even access the funds, you would have to go through a comprehensive business development training to upskill you, to appreciate how best you can manage your business, manage your finances, and turn around your business to be able to pay back the money. And I think it's a very fantastic program. Actually, in my company, I'm driving that if it comes to, fruition. So these are some of the things that we can do to scale up the investment and also the upscaling of our younger generation.
Amazing. We're wrapping up our conversation.
Let's just add two things about what my colleague says. First one is about what my colleague says about the partnership with the government and knowing what is best for the country and focus on the one strategy for the future in each country. That's good. That's what we need to do. But also we need to have collaboration between countries to come together. What are the best in each country and put the enterprise, the companies, fintechs and other companies, SMEs, working in a common space in this region of Africa. That's the first one. The second is related to regulation. That's a problem for fintechs, and now I'm talking about fintechs. And I think it's more or less all over the continent, the African continent. The regulation is very strict, is very complex. It takes too much time. It costs a lot of money for startups. There are countries you need to have something like $200,000 to start a fintech, so to get a license. But on the other side, for instance, in Brazil, during the pandemic, they opened 7 50 million accounts, digital accounts, because the governor of the central bank just lowered the level for granting a license. That's not called a license, it's called a no objection letter for a small company to start in the market. So I think that all of us knows that for knowing our customer there is levels, tier QIC, that's what we call it. In terms of legislation, I defend that the same must be applied. We must have a tiered legislation. If we are a startup, if you are a small SME that is working and is trying to put in the market a specific product for financial products for a specific region or a people, why do they need a license like a bank? Okay? They can have some kind of approval, a first approval, and until they reach such number of customers or such value of transactions, then you must apply for a license. So that's the way of the government to push for small enterprises in this area of finance. Okay.
Thank you.
And I think just one more, the role which we play where we support entrepreneurs and SMEs, we need to kind of build global partnerships. You know, he mentioned something like maybe some AWS services are not available in Africa, yet we have the pool of entrepreneurs here in Africa. So we need to be able to show what our entrepreneurs are doing in Africa, to show that there's a market. So some of these services can actually come to Africa and our SMEs can benefit from these tools that will make them easy to manage and build their businesses.
Incredible ideas, important ideas. And to close, I'd love to know from each of you very quickly what excites you most about Africa's youth and the future of SMEs.
So for me, for us to have such a mega conference focusing on SME and the youth excites me. It tells me that, you know, we are directing efforts to that sector and that category of population in Africa. And for me, it gives me a lot of hope for the SME and the youth.
For me, it's the level of grit and resilience. So she had mentioned 2020. I was running another accelerator, and we were onboarding these startups. And you could see that some of them, maybe they will not make it, you know, in your mind because of everything that was happening in COVID. But by the end of it, they all made it, they're all thriving. We run an application right now for entrepreneurship. We had 20,000 young people under 30 applying to start their businesses. So there's so much interest, there's so much grit, there's so much resilience, and that's really exciting.
So for me, it's really the motivation and the passion that the youth has over here. This is my first conference in Africa. And yesterday when I was outside taking a break, about 10 to 15 people came up to me just to introduce themselves, which has actually never happened in any other conference anywhere in the world.
It was amazing.
I was and they were very professional, they were very polite, they knew what they were talking about, and they just wanted to introduce themselves and tell me what they were doing, which I've never seen before. But that is absolutely amazing. So if that's how the youth is behaving, the potential here is phenomenal.
Well, it takes out the words from my mouth, okay? Because that's the same. Yesterday, more than 20 young guys just approached me, but maybe because of my white hair, I don't know, asking me for advice to how to construct and how to start a SME or a fintech or a company itself. It was amazing. So that's what that's what I am interested in, is the young generation of this continent. I think that's the future for the continent. But our role in this room, besides of our age, because age is a number, as I used to say, our role is to push for the young, for them to reach those goals as soon as possible. Okay.
Amazing. So much excitement about the future of the continent. And as I said at the beginning, I hope those youth concentrated in the back engage with our SMEs, make those connections. Thank you, panelists, for your wonderful contributions. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's say a big thank you to the team and also show some appreciation to CBG by giving them a round of applause. They are your SME-centric bank, providing lots of support to SMEs, as you can see. And even as we talk about the fact that there are a lot of opportunities here, I like the fact that the panel indicates the level of reach and resilience, and also the fact that there's a lot of motivation and passion of the youth, that many of you are excited about this whole summit. Many of you are interested in enhancing your firms. But even as we talk about enhancing of your firms and everything, many of you are talking about the need to have finances. This morning before I left Joy FM, I was talking about the fact that we have a lot of funds in this country, giving to the NEIP and Maslock and everything, and I said, why don't we give them to financial institutions? Why don't we give them to the CBGs, who are SME-centric or focused banks? We believe they would help all of you, providing you the support that you need, guide you even as you go through the preparation of your business plan. Because one of the challenges that we see, and most of the times when you pick these plans, that people actually talk about so many things without even having sustainability plans in there. So you're talking about starting a business, and you don't even know how to ensure that the business survives beyond you. You heard the other panelists talk about the fact that you should be considering listing your businesses. In other jurisdictions, what they do is to look out for the initial public offer. They start a business, wait patiently till they get to the initial public offer. Anyway, we're getting to the last panel discussion, and it's about beyond the score, building a data-powered credit market for SMEs. And it's important because we've talked about all the financial needs, but how do we ensure that you have it? And to help us moderate this conversation, which will be our final conversation for this morning's session, is the Senior Credit Manager at Development Bank Ghana, Gertrude Kunde Kwalijam. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Yeah.
And Gertrude will be introducing her panelists, and then in 40 minutes, they have the all-important conversation.
So there's so much change happening. And recently, new technologies are emerging and are transforming economies around the globe. These same technologies are drawing significant investments into different parts of the world. So how does Africa, with its projected growth in population, going to take advantage of these same technologies to fund its economic growth? My panel is a team of experts that will explore the challenges and tease out the strategies that are needed to drive investments into Africa's own digital future. Without further ado, I'd invite my speakers. My first speaker is Abna Amoah. She is the Managing Director of Ghana Stock Exchange. She is an accomplished investment banker, leading as originator, financial advisor, and stockbroker to many landmark transactions on the Ghanaian and West African capital market. She's the first female to occupy the position since the exchange was founded 32 years ago. You're welcome, Abna. My next speaker is Adrian Pillay. He's the Vice President Sales in Provenir. He's a high-performing sales leader with over 24 years' experience in sales, business development, general management, account management, business consulting, project management, and business analysis. You're welcome. Evelyn Chilomo Kwangu is the CEO of Lupia. She's an accomplished economist with broad expertise in financial services and technology. She started Lupia in 2016 with just $500 USD and has turned the business into a $1 million entity. Please. Our final speaker, Dr. Arnold Kavapo. He's the CEO of Stack AI. He's a seasoned business executive with nearly 2 decades of experience in fintech, banking, insurance, and investment. Please, welcome. Before we proceed, we would have a 45-minute session, but by the end of it, I would like you to note down any burning questions you might have, so you can ask the speakers at the end of the session. You're welcome once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure I might have left 1 or 2 things out of your intro, so I'd give you the opportunity 2 to 3 minutes to tell us about yourself and what you do. I'll start with you, Evelyn.
All right, so my name is Evelyn Kaingu, and I'm the co-founder and CEO at Lupia. And Lupia is a credit-first neobank that's providing online loans, payments, and investments in Zambia, and recently just expanded to Tanzania. So we built Lupia to provide access to finance for SMEs and provide financial stability for individuals, and we've been doing it for 8 years now. We turned 8 in June, and so quite a journey, and I hope you enjoy this session.
Thank you. Adrian?
Hi, all. My name is Adrian Pillay. I've probably got about 2 decades of experience in credit risk. I've worked primarily for credit bureaus within the continent, in the Middle East, and Asia. And currently, I work for a SaaS-based software solution provider called Provenir. We offer our customers an agile, easy-to-use platform that enables them to automate their credit decisions. And I look after Africa, Middle East, and Turkey.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sabna, and I want to congratulate the people in the room first for sticking with us as the last panel of the session. You really are the real MVP, so please. I'm here representing the Ghana Stock Exchange. We have 3 markets that look at a company's entire financial or financing needs. We don't look just at credit. So there are some companies that need equity, long-term patient capital, and that's what we help them facilitate. But I'm also here representing all of Africa's capital markets, which comprise 37 stock exchanges in 45 countries, with a market capitalization of over $1.5 trillion. And we are looking at how to support SMEs raise the financing that they need to build sustainable businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. How to go after that? My name is Arnold Kavarpro. I'm CEO for Stack AI. At Stack AI, we are a financial trust infrastructure, which means that we've developed an asset-light solutions that banks can basically leverage on to be able to deploy their solutions. We do this by leveraging the most extensive data. As you know, data is a big problem in Africa, and so that's really the key solution that we bring in, and through that we're able to create like some trusted credentials that banks can be able to leverage on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, my first question would be to all of you. I would like you to tell me, in your own perspective and expertise, how you'd respond to this. I remember yesterday I had a chat with Abna, and Abna said SMEs do not only require credits, they require funding, and funding includes equity. So I know, Abna, you'll be talking in that aspect of it, but the topic has to do with credit, so we'll delve into it, and then if you have some funding options that you can suggest as well, because I know you have the SMEs at heart, we can go into it as well. So my first question is, and I'll start with you, Arnold.
Yeah.
How can data-driven credit systems empower Africa's businesses? And I'm speaking specifically in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship.
No, thank you very much for that question. I think one of the key problems that in Africa we tend to have is how do we identify the people that we want to be able to provide credit to? So bit about KYC, bit about credit scoring, it's quite a big challenge because before you want to offer a loan, you want to first of all determine whether the money, can you give the money out first? Can you collect it, and can you give it out in a very effective and efficient way that enables you to be able to scale it? And so the lack of visibility in the operations of these like SMEs becomes a big challenge. And also tied to that is we've not really developed the very strong infrastructure. You know, the rails, the payment rails, the credit scoring rails. So in other jurisdictions, we do credit history-based credit scores that you can trace a pattern on the basis of how someone has actually performed, you know, by consuming credit. In our parts of the world, that becomes a bit of a challenge because most of the people would not have ever accessed formal financial services. And so whatever data that you are getting on them becomes a bit more for different purposes. So one of the key things that needs to first be addressed is how can we harmonize the data that exists across different data platforms? So we talk a lot about the public digital infrastructure, and there's a clear need to be able to invest in that and be able to leverage it so that we're able to build, you know, proper user profiles. That can become the basis, the introductory, like at least an access layer. And once you've gotten the access layer right, and you've laid the pipelines, it becomes easier for you to be able to then scale it with greater use and then be able to solve for some of the more nuanced elements.
Okay, I would come back to you. I have a question from your response, but let me go to Abna for now.
Thank you very much. So I call stock exchanges fintech companies. People don't really think of us as that, but we are platforms. We provide IT solutions for investors to trade the securities that companies that need capital issue them when they raise that capital. For most stock exchanges, and particularly for the Ghana Stock Exchange, we've established 3 markets. We have what we call the main market, where more medium-sized to large companies go to, taking into the SMEs specific conditions and requirements. We also created what we call the Ghana Alternative Exchange, which is an SME market where SMEs can come and raise long-term patient equity capital. We've had companies that have raised $7 million to $2 million. Even a shuttle producer came on this market and raised $2 million to expand their factory and actually get a contract with a KFC, for instance. And then our third market is a fixed income market. So talking about credit, securities exchanges also have a fixed income market. And on that market, we facilitate the raising of long-term capital. And just last Friday for us, we also launched a new commercial paper market, which is a short-term end of the market where companies that qualify can raise short-term money between 15 days and 270 days. So we are addressing this challenge through products. We are addressing this challenge through technology, and we are addressing this challenge through access to data. That is what securities exchanges do. We standardize data that we need, we provide that data to the public. And so for companies that need to understand what kind of products and services, if you come to many securities exchanges, you will have that data because the companies have to meet very stringent disclosure requirements and periodic disclosure requirements to facilitate access to other funding.
Okay, thank you. Adrian?
Yeah, I think probably if today you speak to young people and use words like entrepreneurship and innovation, I think naturally the term fintech comes to mind for most of them. But I think funding in that fintech segment remains a barrier for the establishment, creation, and expansion of strong fintechs or stronger fintechs in the continent. Interestingly, I was reading a study a few weeks back on fintech investment in Africa, and since 2021, investment in the continent has halved. So, this challenge is not one that is going away. It's actually getting more complex as time goes by. And as a result, I think that scarcity of funds results in investors being a lot more discerning in who they want to invest with, and more importantly, when they want to invest. And if we want to foster more entrepreneurship, more creation, more innovation amongst the youth who are the future of this continent, then this is where data-driven credit systems can help. I think whether we are talking about institutional investors or whether we're talking about lenders within a market, what they are looking for is the ability to decide and lend with confidence. The only way they can do that is with insights, and insights comes from a data-driven credit system. And I think that's the value that it brings. It gives that ability to get the right insights at the right point in time for the right people who have the money so that they can lend it to those who are deserving of the money, who have a low probability of default and a high probability of growing and succeeding and scaling new business in the continent.
Thank you.
Thanks for that question. And I remember starting Lupia, we came out of hard times ourselves in a business, looking for financing and setting up and saying we're going to build an SME platform to avail this financing with very limited requirements. And little did I realize that there's no one-size-fits-all product for SMEs, and it's very hard to date, even with data, to really scale SMEs to a point where we can say we've actually made significant traction to start helping SMEs and what they can do. And so we set out, we built the credit scoring engines and models, looking at the metadata of SMEs and seeing what's their mobile usage, who do they like to talk to, what can we leverage out of this data to actually extend financing. So fine, we hit the jackpot, we find this data. But then the SMEs now have big ticket sizes. And so whatever transactions, whatever data or mobile usage or information that we can find on these data points is not enough to sustain the credit that they need or the financing that they need. And so what is the right size fits formula for SMEs, right? And so now we find ourselves having to channel a lot of resources to really break down SME data points. And so you find that we carry about 7 different products for SMEs which require resources, experts to actually deal with those specific streamlined data points. And so we'll find ourselves looking at trade finance, we'll find ourselves looking at working capital, you name it. And then we've just got into the agriculture space, and we're only going to do solar irrigation pumps, and we're very excited. There's the one-size-fits-all product, but then with the solar irrigation pumps, the agriculturalists are in aquaculture. They are in grain and seed planting. They're doing pottery. And so how do you really now sit down and say, there's multiple value chains, how do we look at the data points, and how do we drive credit to these sectors is the real challenge that we're trying to solve and trying to make sure we can scale such products. But I mean, it's an exciting challenge that I enjoy doing. And so just as much as possible, we try to do a lot of digital literacy for SMEs to try and make sure that we have the alternative data points that we can actually use to leverage to give the financing. We still work in markets where traditional financing will still sit on mobile devices, unfortunately, but it's not significant enough to attract significant capital. And so what do we do now with this missing middle of ensuring that if we have the data points, how do we get the SMEs to give us the right data points to leverage more financing and bigger ticket sizes? And I think that's the homework that we're trying to solve for, other than just ensuring that the current data points and the metadata that we're looking at of the SMEs can give us something, but can it now give us something better for us to provide significant capital?
Thank you. Apna, you have another question?
Yes, Gertrude, I wanted to just challenge a point that is out there and that Adrian actually made, that the financing, there isn't financing in Africa, or that the statistics that financing into fintechs is going down. In Ghana, our pension funds, and many of us here contribute to the mandatory pensions, the voluntary pensions, and our pension funds today have 50 billion Ghana cedis, 50 billion Ghana cedis. Their regulator says they must invest the majority of these funds, because most of the contributors are young, in what they call variable return companies. Take more risk, invest in the productive sectors of the economy, invest in fintech companies, invest in all businesses. 99% of Ghanaian pension fund assets were held in Government of Ghana fixed income securities. 99%. And then there was a haircut. Nigeria next door has 35 billion US dollars worth of pension fund money looking for long-term investment to give to patient entrepreneurs. So the point I want to make is that there is money in Africa, and it calls on us as SMEs, as fintech providers, etc., to come together and work with the capital markets. Not every solution goes to a bank. You start a business, family and friends. When you're at a certain level, you go to the venture finance. At a certain level, you go to the other ends of the long-term money. When you have cash flows and can support payments of debt, there are now financial institutions that are actually coming to the fixed income market, borrowing money at cheaper than Government of Ghana rates. So my message for entrepreneurs, there's money here. As much as you engage Silicon Valley investors, let's work to engage our local pension funds. Let's do investor promotion tours across Africa, because there, no one's going to ask you about the political stability. We know what our issues are, but we are staying here. And it's our own money. Each of us in here must be concerned about what our pensions get invested into. So let's use that to leverage the growth and ownership. Because very soon, all of our wonderful companies, when they are big, will be owned 90% by people that are not us. So this, for me, is the challenge I want to throw out there. And let's not talk about lack of capital, because it is here.
I did say at the beginning, Abna is all about the funding. Thank you so much. So I have a follow-up question on that, and I would be happy if any of you take it up. Credit scores determines creditworthiness. In the advanced countries, they have the data that creates these credit models. Africa, we don't have that. And so, unfortunately, a lot of the startups are left out because they don't have history and the models we use to actually determine these credits. My question is, how do we use these existing data to create models that would make it attractive for banks to lend to, or for financial institutions to lend to startups, not just using the old models? So there's more of inclusivity in the lending area. I'll start with you, Evelyn.
So I think banks are designed, and I must say, to really, they're very top-heavy, very heavy operationally, and so they lack the agility that perhaps small ticket sizes, they can't facilitate for small fintechs like ourselves, small entrepreneurs, to be able to get small ticket sizes just because of how they are structured as an entity. And so they sit with a lot of data that we realize they are not using. And unfortunately, regulation also really controls that data and will not let it be open. But we're starting to see, especially in the West, and I don't like to use that terminology, but there's a lot of open banking now, and we can leverage a lot of information from that and use that to be able to leverage that information to give financing to SMEs, entrepreneurs, because a lot of people are doing one similar thing or one similar pattern. They're paying for utilities. Almost everyone's doing that, and it's a very good data point to actually use to leverage for additional financing, but it's not available. And so it's an avenue that requires, for example, for us to look at your metadata to actually start viewing what's actually happening. And sometimes we realize that even as you let control of that data, it goes as far as us seeing who you contact every so often. Do you want to give that type of information just because you're looking for financing? Or can we create an environment where very easily we can look at additional data points that we can leverage to be able to do it? I come from Zambia, and so a lot of SMEs we cannot extend financing to them through the traditional models, and so we have to think creatively. And as we start to look at a lot of gender considerations, and as an entity, we're very passionate about women empowerment, and so we're very intentional about providing finance to women. And so how do we extend financing to women? And that's the hard nut to crack. And so What do we do then? We leverage partners, we leverage some of the data we can get out of what they're doing with the cooperatives. But even as we then put in that circle, it will be, we're looking at 100,000 women. By the time we extend the financing, there'll only be 100 women. And so then the big question remains, where is this information sitting and who has it and how do we leverage it? And so to be able to do it effectively, a woman must have a smartphone, which again, they do not have. And so it then poses the question of what will be the relevant data points that we can then get to ensure that we can build the right credit scoring engines for the women to leverage financing. And so that's the hard homework that we try to solve every day, but I think we're making a lot of strides. And what we've done intentionally is that we have a women purpose vehicle at Lupia, where intentionally we look at women, we look at the youth, and really consider these gender considerations and look at really suppressing the requirements, really reducing them for women to qualify. But then it means that there's a lot of hand-holding and there's a lot of wanting to have visibility into their businesses, which is, again, frustrating because it means that we're doing regular checkups. We're really checking to see that the money is actually going for the intended purposes. It's very resource intensive on our end. And it starts to look like a passion project sometimes because then it means that you're required to put in so much resources to ensure that a woman product actually works, just because we don't have the right data to be able to leverage to give or extend additional financing to this demographic. But something that we're still excited to keep doing and just building the credit scoring engines that can support women through alternative data.
Arnold, would you like to take that as well?
Yeah, thanks. I would look at it from two sides. One is there is some bit of data that is being created by financial institutions and different platforms. The problem is that most of that data, it's held in silos, and they don't speak to any other data source. So it's collected for a very specific purpose, but in that data, it's not kind of like shared. I want to just speak briefly about, I think most of the data protection acts in Africa is modeled around GDPR. And that's, Article 20 specifically speaks about data portability. And then the specific reference there is that data ultimately, it's the owner of, if you collect data on me, I'm technically the owner of that data, and I should reserve the right to say, share this data with someone else, or I can reserve the right to say, delete this data, and so on and so forth. So yes, we're not saying that, don't commercialize or don't create a commercial model around the data that you've basically spent money to create. But then there should be nothing preventing you from saying that, look, you cannot share that data with someone else or another entity, so that the primary data subject, the primary individual that the data is being collected on, that person can also get some value from your storage of that data. And so to that end, there's a lot of data that's actually sitting around. And she alluded to the open banking system that is being approved, in the UK and in some other jurisdictions. I think that is something that we really need to look at, because an individual could have 4 or 5 bank accounts. And then between the accounts, there's, lots of data that's flying around. But you'd never really get that holistic view, And that's even for the banks. For the banks, it's even a bigger problem, because for them, very basic things like, sometimes even KYC, sometimes even just any kind of financial information that helps you make a determination on, affordability. Like how much is somebody eligible to? If you say, okay, the behavioral construct of this individual portrays that this person will be a responsible borrower, but how much? There's a certain amount that's, everybody has how much. You can have a very good person and then you just destroy them with credit. And you can also have someone that you give something that's absolutely, just not meaningful. So the question about how much, and that how much can only be addressed when you look at the multiple data points. So things like, we in Africa, I think the biggest reservoirs of data are the telcos. The banks hold the rich data, financial data. The telcos are also building very good data, especially when it comes to the financial service products. It makes a lot of sense to begin to see how do we harmonize this so that these assets that they hold become something for public good. It's not only being looked at from a commercial construct around, oh, it's something that I've spent money on, so I need to build a moat around it, and I can only, kind of commercialize. If we really want to make an impact in terms of access to credit and then that financing gap in the SME space, I think a big part of it has to be around data. Because, and I want to say this very quickly, we have seen other models, right, but they don't go deep enough. We've seen the microfinance models. We've seen when we try to do agency banking, we've tried to see, but they don't go deep enough, because fundamentally, the spread you have becomes, it's not, we cannot go too far, because whenever you introduce a process, that's cost. Whenever you introduce another office, that's cost. And you have to then transfer all of that to the product, and then the unit economics don't make sense, or the customer really will not get very good value. So I believe that a big part of it has to do with data. And I see the Deputy CEO of DBG is here. So I'll mention very quickly that one of the key things that's been done, especially with the Development Bank and DBG, is the Ghana Integrated Financial Ecosystem. And with that product, it leverages both the public and private digital infrastructure in Ghana. So things like the National Identification Authority, things like the Revenue Authority, things like the credit bureau systems. And then from there, you're able to create some trusted credentials in the back of it to be able to online to SMEs.
Thank you so much. Adrian, you have a perspective?
Yeah. So interestingly, before joining Provenir, I worked for the world's leading provider of credit scores. So that's a company called FICO, or Fair Isaac Corporation. And I think during my time there, I had first-hand opportunity to experience the full end-to-end process of developing a credit scorecard, a robust credit scorecard, similar to what institutions use today here in Ghana, the rest of the world, when it comes to making credit decisions. And there's a few things I'll say on this. One, it's typically a very lengthy process. Scorecard models will take 2 years of historical data. They then take 6 months to clean, standardize that data into a format that they can begin analyzing and interrogating it. And they can then take something between 6 to 12 months to develop, test, push that scorecard through the internal governance processes of an institution and implement it in a production state. So effectively, by the time that scorecard is implemented, it's pretty outdated. I think what's happened over time, quite interestingly, in the credit scoring space, are two things, two innovations. One, scorecard modelers like FICO and other independent companies out there have moved away from this traditional credit data as a foundation for developing scorecard. They've adopted alternative data models, whether it's mobile banking and mobile wallet data, whether it is open banking data, whether it is social media data. There are so many proven frameworks out there today that leverage this alternative data. So I think that's the first great shift that we've seen. The second great shift that we've seen is obviously the introduction of AI and machine learning. Because I think what this allows institutions to do is really fundamentally change, one, how scorecards are modeled, how new scorecards are modeled, especially those that use alternative data. And it allows institutions to develop new scorecards more quickly, more easily, without the need of highly skilled data analysts or data scientists, and very, very cost effectively, so that the fintech sector, who are far more cost sensitive than large institutional retail banks, have access to predictive analytics that's based on data that's more freely available, and it doesn't come at that high cost that traditional credit bureau data comes as an example.
I remember before we came up here, we had a discussion and we said we needed those digital skills like yesterday. Well, I would like to open it up to the audience. I'd like to take one question from the audience. I don't know if we can see a hand. Just one question before.
But Gertrude, as
Yes,
we are
please.
getting the audience ready,
Yes,
I
please.
wanted to share actually a story of one of the companies listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange.
Okay.
That is actually using data and AI to give credit. This company is called Letsego.
Okay.
They have raised from the Ghana Stock Exchange over the last few years 500 million cedis, including recently 100 million cedis, cheaper than government of Ghana. In Ghana, there are over maybe 18 million active mobile money accounts. Letsego have implemented an AI solution. So on your phone, whether you are USSD or smartphone, you can go there and based on your transaction history, the model tells you what you qualify for. I put in an application for loans because I barely use my Momo money, and it rejected me because I had virtually no data to trade on.
Okay.
Letsego has just given out their 6 millionth loan. So this is what the capacity of capital markets are. The solutions are there. So for us as to escalate this, assuming we're able to interoperate all mobile money accounts across Africa, we will not leave anyone outside. The person on USSD, the person on smartphone will have access to data, and that data can support the development or the giving them of financing. So the solutions are already here, and for us, we just need to scale it up. 6 millionth loan has just been given.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you. I actually want to chip in very quickly because I was glad to be the one to launch that service. I started it from scratch, took it from Kenya, and brought it to Ghana, so thank you.
It's being done.
Oh, that's why I saw the nod when she mentioned it. Well, when this gentleman stands here, you know it's time to leave the stage. But with your permission, I would like to just take one question from that side. And per your responses, you can just close. So when you're responding to it briefly, you close up as well so that we can leave the stage before he takes us out. So, sir, I saw a hand over there. Yes, please.
Hello. Oh, hi. My name is Dr. Tinga Marco. I'm a partner with Terra 6 Partners. We're a venture capital firm based in Accra. I had two observations which sort of become questions. I'd like to start with Adrian first. And I think this is also covered by Arnold. There was a lot of talk about creating data feeds or credit databases using publicly available data. I think in the capital markets, we typically say that anything which is available publicly has no alpha or no useful tradable value. Okay, so if you're talking about creating credit databases for Ghanaians to lend credit to, and there's a lot of talk about amalgamation of public data is typically considered useless. So I'm sort of curious as to how effective these credit databases are going to be for actually protecting our pensions in Ghana. And then quickly, just to add on, there was a lot of talk as well about companies lending at below the Bank of Ghana rate, companies which presume to be more secure than the Bank of Ghana. Again, I don't see how that's possible. How can you assume a private company is going to be more secure than the Bank of Ghana's fixed income instruments? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Adrian, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think that's that's probably a tricky question that you've posed there. I'll probably say two things on that. I think the first is that I'll probably concede and agree with you that there's little utilitarian value in that data, but I'll concede only from the perspective of viewing that through the lens of institutional lenders. I think what we are seeing globally, not just here in Africa, is that fintechs are disrupting how credit evaluation is conducted. They are gleaning insights from non-related data, so that's why it's called alternative data, right? It's behaviors that people demonstrate in other areas of their lives that indicate reliability, dependability, that kind of thing. And from those behaviors, companies and fintechs are gleaning that there is a good and a high probability that this individual will actually remain good. So, I'll give you a simple example. So if we look at publicly available data, let's talk about something that can be easily gleaned from your mobile device. This is your activity, your behavior on other apps, on other platforms, etc., etc. Most APKs that most solution providers have you install on your phone allows them to data scrape a fair amount of that data, right? And harvest that data, gather that data, and utilize that data. If you take a simple thing like, for example, if somebody gleans from my activity that I spend on average 20 hours a week on, let's call it, gambling apps or gambling websites, there's a fair and reasonable assumption that can be made that chances are I could be financially unreliable because my ability to pay and service a loan is going to be dependent on whether I'm winning or losing in this gambling space and gambling market that I'm operating in. And I'm just giving you one very rudimentary example here, right? So I think as fintechs begin bringing more innovation, more disruption in this space, we're going to see and find more interesting ways to identify credit worthiness in individuals. We're going to unlock the ability to lend to more people, meet them at the point of their financial and credit needs. And especially within the African continent, that is life-changing, that is transformational in the lives of so many people who have never in the past have had access to critical credit that they need, in some instances, merely to survive till the end of the month to, a next income or a next paycheck.
Adrian, I'm sorry to cut you, but I'd suggest that you meet him on the app. He's a speaker there as well. Then probably you can have a one-on-one meeting on this, because it looks like it's going to be a very long answer. Closing remarks. I'll start with you, Evelyn.
So just really out here to support SME financing and ensure that we can make it sustainable for SMEs. It's very expensive, it's very hard to lend to SMEs, but we are trying our best to leverage as many data points, build the right credit scoring models to be able to actually lend to SME financing. And so it's very exciting times, and just looking forward to properly initiate one of the big instant SME loans, which I'm excited to be working on that project, and hopefully it scales to the rest of Africa, but we are working on something like that in Zambia.
Thank you. I'll jump to Abuna.
I'm here to say there's a whole range of capital available to SMEs. Please work with your advisors, come to us at the exchanges. We are an ecosystem of venture capitalists, angel investors, equity capital, through to public capital that are there to support your development needs. Work with us. The data that you need and the presentations in front of the wide range of investors is what helps you get the best financing at the best price. The data that supports your credit facility, sometimes institutions will ask for collateral. Many of you won't have that. So we must make sure that for sustainable growth, the right sort of capital goes to the company at the right stage of its development. And African capital markets with over 100 billion US dollars looking for investment opportunities are available for you to tap into. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold?
Thank you. So I'll still say very quickly that we have to look at data harmonization and that we have to look at an equal spread and create more access. That's the only way we can really reach a lot of people. The business of creating KYC, it's the responsibility of government. So ID systems could only be held within a government infrastructure. And in certain specific cases, yes, private capital can be more effective than maybe the T-bills that you think of. Yeah.
Adrian, please.
I think I'm going to extend from Abhina's statement where she said that there's more than enough capital to meet the funding gap that exists. Likewise, I'll extend that to say the tech exists today to enable growth and innovation in the fintech space. Speak to tech providers such as Provinia, and we're happy to have a conversation and show you how we help fintechs every day overcome the high cost and high complexity of traditionally implementing automated credit decisioning and how you can do it at a much lower cost, far simpler, while still maintaining control of your systems.
Thank you so much, Evelyn, Adrian, Abna, and Arnold for the insights you've given in this discussion. As mentioned earlier, the app is available, download it, and then you can reach them and book appointments with them privately and continue this discussion there. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to the audience as well for listening. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Well done.
Bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG will make you smile. We will rise with you. Your business will flourish, your name will stand out. So the things CBG, we stand with you.
And it's been a day of great discussions from digital tools for African SMEs, new capabilities for growth and resilience, to beyond the score building a data-powered credit market for SMEs in Africa. We're ending the morning session, and time now for the closing address by the Director, Retail and Business Banking of Consolidated Bank Ghana, who is in the person of Emmanuel Nikwe, who is a dynamic, results-oriented business executive with over 20 years' experience. Mr. Nikwe has held key positions in finance, retail, strategy, and business banking. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you so very much. I have been given the very difficult task of bringing everything to a close. In doing this, as I was sitting there, I thought about something. We continue to say that in this market, for SMEs, we have micro, small, and medium. And we have said that in that micro, today we have about 1.7 million SMEs sitting there. They form about 80% of the SME market. The key question then to ask is, why do they then remain in the micro and not want to grow into small, medium? Why would I want to be a sole proprietor for a very long time and not want to register my business or try to get into one day being an importer, exporter of some sort? That takes me to what I call the 6 eases. The first ease would then be the ease of doing business in Ghana and creating what we would call an enabling environment. That enabling environment starts from, one, how easy we are making it for that SME, and today our attempt to wear 2 hats, as an SME and as a banker. That registration must be seen to be seamless and must take a digital form of some sort. When I finish that, there is also a GRA conversation. I would want the situation where, as I said, as SME, there's a seamless synchronization between what is happening at Registrar General, what is happening at GRA, what is happening at NIA for Ghana cards, etc. When I move from there and I want to register my product or service, I also want to make sure that through a certain digital system, I also get that ease of whatever it is, whether it's copyright, whether it's FDA, etc. And so in that first box, I call the ease of doing business. Once I move from the ease of doing business, I come to myself, which is me, the SME. What I need to do to be able to make my life easy, one, how do I manage my inventory? How do I manage my suppliers? How do I manage my debtors? What kind of solutions are there to help me in this management? 2, what kind of solutions are there to help me in payroll, to help me in accounting from invoicing all the way through receipting, etc.? What systems are there today to help in that digital conversation? Number 3, what systems are there to help not just in accounting, but simple things also to help in auditing so that I become very attractive for banks? That I call, in the second box, the ease of me managing myself. The third ease is what I call the ease of banking. And now I wear the hat of a banker and I go into CBG. So what we have done as banks to make the lives of SMEs easy is about 4 or 5 things. Number 1, the channels that we serve you today. We know as SMEs, some of you may not feel very comfortable coming to us because when you come to us, we ask you to use all forms of tablets which you are not very comfortable with, just to manage our queues, etc. And so what we are doing as an industry and as banks is to make sure that we provide agents for you that are next to your doors. These agents would also make sure that when we close at 4, 5 o'clock, they are working for you till 10 o'clock. They can accept your cash, they can give you cash, they can help you in bill payments, etc. In terms of channels, as banks, that is what we are doing for you. In terms of onboarding, to make your life also very easy, we are moving away from making you fill papers to be able to open accounts. And today, when you come into any CBG branch, or for that matter, some banks, you'll be able to open accounts very easily. Just sitting in front of a customer service person, digitally, you can open your account. When you move from there and you want to invest with us, again, through collaborations with fintechs, through collaborations with telcos, etc., you can move monies from wherever you are moving monies into to be able to invest in a few things, either in savings or in term deposits of some sort, etc. When you are done with that as banks, the way we are making life easy for you is also to ensure that when you need loans, again through collaborations, we can give you digital loans of any kind of amount, micro as it were, but we are still giving you digital loans. We have spoken about credit scoring systems, we have spoken about data, we've spoken about AI to help in that conversation. Those conversations, I can assure you, are ongoing to make life very, very easy for you. We know you need capital, and capital must come very cheap for you. We know when you are raising that capital, it can either come from local sources or relatives from outside. And so to make life easy for you again there, what we have done is to ensure that when a relative is outside and is sending you money, in the comfort of your home, you can receive that money. You don't need to walk into any of our branches to receive that. So in the comfort of your home, you can actually receive monies from onto your Momo, onto your account, without necessarily coming to us. The way we've also tried to make life quite easy for you is through cash management services. Today, we know the economy is really cash-based, okay? But we know when you sell, you also must bring the monies to us. What we have done and continue to do for you is to make sure that we come to your doorstep to actually collect what you have sold. And so you can see that as far as banking is concerned, payments, collections, through QR codes, through POSs that we are supplying, we are trying to make life very, very easy for you. That is the third box of that ease, the ease of banking. That takes me then to the fourth box. The fourth box now comes back to you, which is the ease of selling. Again, in that ease of selling, you want to be able to have local markets and international markets. And as has been said earlier, again, CBG, not just CBG, there's collaboration with DBG, Bank of Ghana, etc. Through Proxtera, we've come up with a product that would help that conversation. It's a conversation that helps a supplier that sits in Singapore and other countries, and then yourself sitting here. If you want to import anything, that conversation can actually start, and we have actually started. That ease of selling is also an African conversation, okay? And so the African trade is a conversation also that is ongoing. That box of ease of selling then takes me to the next one after you have sold. We know you would also require technical services. And we've spoken about technical services at length. And let me say that the way to do this going forward, I believe, would also be to come down to your level. So when we call you in a room, in a clinic of some sort, we are not speaking English and explaining bookkeeping to you in English. We're actually speaking Ga, we're actually speaking Tree, we're actually speaking Hausa, so that you walk away with very practical solutions. Again, we're actually making to you and making available to you market information that would help your segmentation, your zoning, where to go, where not to go. We believe if we can tie all of these 6 eases, okay, the last one being capital, we know the capital, we are getting it from some 1 or 2 places, and so we'll not talk too much about that. But we know if we can put all of these 6 eases together, the ease of number 1, doing business, the ease of number 2, managing yourselves, the ease of number 3, banking, the ease of number 4, selling, the ease of number 5, providing that technical support that you need, and lastly, the ease of getting cheap, accessible capital will go a long way into taking over the market and growing from micro, small to medium. To conclude, I would say a special thank you to the good Lord for making this thing happen from morning till now. I would say a special thank you for the organizers, BOG, DBG, the Monetary Authority of Singapore. I would say a special thank you to CBG. We are the sponsors for this morning, and I thought you'd give us a clap, a very big clap for that. I would say a special thank you to all the speakers. I would say a special thank you to our MC. I would say a very special thank you to all our unsung heroes at the background. They've done an excellent job, and I believe they also deserve a very big clap. And to you, you've been with us for the last 3 days. You've actually been with us from morning till now. There was no break. We say a very, very special thank you to you. Come to CBG. We are a bank that will continue to stand with you. Thank you very much.
You can definitely do better. And as we bring this session to a close, let me remind all of you that we are reconvening in 30 minutes at 1:20. We'll go for a lunch break. What it means is that for the speakers, you go to the speakers' lounge where you would have lunch. And for all other delegates and participants, you would go to the hospitality center for a subsidized lunch. Thank you very much. Let's show up in 30 minutes for the last session before we close. We've been doing this for the past 2 days. Please, let's make sure we show up on time. My name is Winston Amoa, and I wish you all the best. I will not be the one in charge for the afternoon session, but of course you can tune in to Joy on 99.7 FM tomorrow on the Super Morning Show. The conversation will continue. Enjoy your lunch.
tech and fintech solutions for in this timely movement, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of food security in Africa. According to the International Fund for Agricultural Development, 60% of African smallholder farmers lack access to financial services, limiting their ability to invest in their farms. Fintech has the potential to increase agricultural productivity by 20% and reduce post-harvest losses by 15%. In 2021, African startups raised over $2.4 billion in funding, with a significant portion allocated to fintech and agri-tech sectors. Fintech platforms are playing a crucial role in providing access to finance for smallholder farmers. The 3i Africa Summit is a platform for farmers, fintech companies, and policymakers to come together and shape the future of agriculture in Africa. Join us to learn more about the impact of fintech on agriculture and how you can be a part of this movement.
She's coming. She's coming! She's coming. She's coming!
Oh, it's in.
Red hour receipt now!
Here, take this.
She's
go to
coming.
I know. Go to the pharmacy now.
She's coming! Oh.
She's here. Pay faster, pay safer, and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and so much more.
She's coming. She's coming.
Oh, it's in.
Red Hour Recito!
Boss, let's go back. Okay, here. Take this.
She's
go to
coming.
I know. Go to the pharmacy now.
She's coming. Oh.
She's here. Pay faster, pay safer, and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and...
Fintech is transforming the agricultural sector in Africa, providing farmers with valuable insights and tools to improve their productivity and profitability. Globally, investment in agri-tech and fintech solutions for agriculture has been increasing. The 3i Africa Summit is a key player in this timely movement, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of food security in Africa. According to the International Fund for Agricultural Development, 60% of African smallholder farmers lack access to financial services, limiting their ability to invest in their farms. Fintech has the potential to increase agricultural productivity by 20% and reduce post-harvest losses by 15%. In 2021, African startups raised over $2.4 billion in funding, with a significant portion allocated to fintech and agri-tech sectors. Fintech platforms are playing a crucial role in providing access to finance for smallholder farmers. The 3i Africa Summit is a platform for farmers, fintech companies, and policymakers to come together and shape the future of agriculture in Africa. Join us to learn more about the impact of fintech on agriculture and how you can be a part of this movement.
She's coming. She's coming.
Oh, it's in.
Red Hour Recito!
Boss, let's go back. Okay, here. Take this.
She's
go to
coming.
I know. Go to the pharmacy now.
She's coming. Oh.
She's here. Pay faster, pay safer, and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and so much more.
The role of women in fintech is a game changer. With over 60% of Africa's population under 25, mobile money and digital payments are revolutionizing the way people live and work, and women are at the forefront of this revolution. According to the World Bank, mobile money transactions in Africa reached $1.3 billion in 2020, with women accounting for 55% of users. A study by the International Finance Corporation found that women are more likely to use mobile money than men, with 62% of women using mobile money. Fintech companies are providing financial inclusion to millions of women, empowering them to start their own businesses and improve their livelihoods. The 3i Africa Summit is a beacon of hope for women in fintech, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of finance in Africa. Join us in this financial and digital revolution to unleash Africa's potential.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit.
Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank, because together we are more.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
A great journey lies ahead of us all, and we all have different paths carved out for us. No matter who you are and the path you're on, make sure you choose a partner you can trust. A partner with integrity who will always give you the support you need when you need it. No matter what you do and where you are in your journey in life, you are very significant, and so is the path you're on.
Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG, cherishes financial security as much as you do and shares the same values as you. That is why we are the right financial partner to stand with you. We are now one of the largest banks in Ghana, and we are ready to partner and work with you. CBG, we stand with you.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She's pleased. But now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains the new fleet-finding darts are more accurate than the old ones. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't automated your fleet management yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
The role of women in fintech is a game changer. With over 60% of Africa's population under 25, mobile money and digital payments are revolutionizing the way people live and work, and women are at the forefront of this revolution. According to the World Bank, mobile money transactions in Africa reached $1.3 billion in 2020, with women accounting for 55% of users. A study by the International Finance Corporation found that women are more likely to use mobile money than men, with 62% of women using mobile money. Fintech companies are providing financial inclusion to millions of women, empowering them to start their own businesses and improve their livelihoods. The 3i Africa Summit is a beacon of hope for women in fintech, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of finance in Africa. Join us in this financial and digital revolution to unleash Africa's potential.
Upgrade with your recoded GCB mobile app and do more with ease. Send and receive funds seamlessly. Your recoded GCB mobile app is fast. Use it to pay all bills and enjoy the convenience.
We're gonna be with you to make life a lot easier.
No worries. Top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters easily. Your GCB mobile app makes that possible with the smart card reader.
Where you bank, you don't need no account. Silence at the app, only see where they matter. GCB mobile app, GCB mobile app, making life so easy.
Pay your subscriptions and fees to over 150 merchants. It is safe and timely.
Get your bills paid on time. No worries. Silence at the app, only see where they matter. GCB mobile.
All transactions on GCB mobile app are smooth. Get onto Google Play Store and Apple Store to download GCB mobile app. Upgrade your style. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
The role of women in fintech is a game changer. With over 60% of Africa's population under 25, mobile money and digital payments are revolutionizing the way people live and work, and women are at the forefront of this revolution. According to the World Bank, mobile money transactions in Africa reached $1.3 billion in 2020, with women accounting for 55% of users. A study by the International Finance Corporation found that women are more likely to use mobile money than men, with 62% of women using mobile money. Fintech companies are providing financial inclusion to millions of women, empowering them to start their own businesses and improve their livelihoods. The 3i Africa Summit is a beacon of hope for women in fintech, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of finance in Africa. Join us in this financial and digital revolution to unleash Africa's potential.
I want the world to see what is possible from Africa. Our clothes and our culture having a center stage. The beauty that is our food being made available to everyone across borders. Expand your business. Receive payments from all over the world. No limitations.
Oh, baby girl, let me send you I'll take you to the moon one of these days, Makume Mutofi. Anything for you.
Oh, Kojo. I also wanted to tell you something special. I think I'm in.
Hey, Massa, wouldn't you credit?
Get Digi.
Massa, I didn't know for that.
Hey, small point at the camp score.
CBG is empowering you to get digi with CBG Mobile. Simply dial *924# and you can conveniently perform your banking activities. Transfer funds without hassle, top up airtime, check your account balance, pay for your utility bills, school fees, request for your cards, and many more.
Oh, baby, sorry. I had some small technical difficulties, so where were we? I am ready.
Oh, darling, don't worry. I will always stand with you.
CBG, we stand with you.
The role of women in fintech is a game changer. With over 60% of Africa's population under 25, mobile money and digital payments are revolutionizing the way people live and work, and women are at the forefront of this revolution. According to the World Bank, mobile money transactions in Africa reached $1.3 billion in 2020, with women accounting for 55% of users. A study by the International Finance Corporation found that women are more likely to use mobile money than men, with 62% of women using mobile money. Fintech companies are providing financial inclusion to millions of women, empowering them to start their own businesses and improve their livelihoods. The 3i Africa Summit is a beacon of hope for women in fintech, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of finance in Africa. Join us in this financial and digital revolution to unleash Africa's potential.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Pascal's showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that the wells can store many, many messages. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded your contact center yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Fintech is transforming the agricultural sector in Africa, providing farmers with valuable insights and tools to improve their productivity and profitability. Globally, investment in agri-tech and fintech solutions for agriculture has been increasing. The 3i Africa Summit is a key player in this timely movement, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of food security in Africa. According to the International Fund for Agricultural Development, 60% of African smallholder farmers lack access to financial services, limiting their ability to invest in their farms. Fintech has the potential to increase agricultural productivity by 20% and reduce
Ladies and
post-harvest
gentlemen,
losses by
please
15%.
take your seat. The
In
session is
2021,
about to
African
start.
startups raised over $2.4 billion in funding, with a significant portion allocated to fintech and agri-tech sectors. Fintech platforms are playing a crucial role in providing access to finance for smallholder farmers. The 3i Africa Summit is a platform for farmers, fintech companies, and policymakers to come together and shape the future of agriculture in Africa. Join us to learn more about the impact of fintech on agriculture and how you can be a part of this movement.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The session is about to start.
She's coming. She's coming.
Oh, it's in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The session is about to start.
She's coming. Oh.
She's here. Pay faster, pay safer, and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and so much more.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The session is about to start.
The role of women in fintech is a game changer. With over 60% of Africa's population under 25, mobile money and digital payments are revolutionizing the way people live and work. Forefront of this revolution. According to the World Bank,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The session is about to start.
In 2020, with women accounting for 55% of users. A study by the International Finance Corporation found that women are more likely to use mobile money than men, with 62% of women using mobile money. Fintech companies are providing financial inclusion to millions of women, empowering them to start their own businesses and improve their livelihoods. The 3i Africa Summit is a beacon of hope for women in fintech, bringing together industry leaders and innovators to shape the future of finance in Africa. Join us in this financial and digital revolution to unleash Africa's potential.
Oh my, everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit. Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank, because together we are more.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
A great journey lies ahead of us all, and we all have different paths carved out for us. No matter who you are and the path you're on, make sure you choose a partner you can trust. A partner with integrity who will always give you the support you need when you need it. No matter what you do and where you are in your journey in life, you are very significant, and so is the path you're on. Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG, cherishes financial security as much as you do and shares the same values as you. That is why we are the right financial partner to stand with you. We are now one of the largest banks in Ghana, and we are ready to partner and work with you. CBG, we stand with you.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She's pleased. But now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains the new fleet-finding darts are more accurate than the old ones. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't automated your fleet management yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The session is about to start.
Everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit.
Yeah, waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank, because together we are more.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
It is 13 minutes to the hour of 2, and whether you're joining us live here in person at the Accra International Conference Center, on radio or television, we want to say Akwaba and welcome to the final plenary of the 3I Africa Summit. Put your hands together. And if your voice is yours, let's do it like we did in the beginning. Innovation, investment, and impact. Nah, I'm not feeling you this afternoon. It's hard to come back from lunch. I know you're seeing God in 3D, but let's shake it off one more time. Let's try it once more. Investment and impact. For the last time, let's turn up the volume. Innovation, investment, and impact. Give yourselves a 3I round of applause. It's great to be back here for this concluding plenary. My name is Jerry Ajololo. It is with such joy and great delight that I welcome you all to this concluding plenary. We've put together a gem of conversation to keep excited about what is going to go down. This afternoon, somebody is going to walk away with 10,000 Ghana cedis. Oh, come on, put your hands together. And we've also put together a very delectable performance from Africa's #1 dance crew. You don't want to miss that for anything at all. The day will end with a big announcement, so please stick and stay. But this afternoon, with joy, we receive in our midst traditional leaders from the Hiowe Blaka stool of Doyum Dodowa. They are represented by the Mankralo Okrete the first and Simpim Afedi, Katamanso of Yilagbeye the first, the Simpim of Hiowe, and the Council of Elders. Please make them welcome with a round of applause. Nime, we welcome you warmly. We're joined also, ladies and gentlemen, by the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Would you please make welcome Dr. Maxwell Opukwa-Fare, our host. We make welcome also the Governor of the Central Bank of Rwanda, the Honorable John Ruangomboa. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief FinTech Officer of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, Mr. Sopnendu Mohanty, also joins us. We make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Chair of the KGL Group, Mr. Alex Dade. A round of applause. But to welcome us warmly to this concluding plenary, it's my delight to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of our partner, Development Bank Ghana. Would you please make welcome Mr. Michael Mensah Ba.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for the warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, panelists, distinguished guests, Deputy Governor, and the Governor, all protocols observed. A very good afternoon to you all. I extend a warm welcome to you on the final day of the Made in 3i Africa Summit, a culmination of 2 days filled with profound insights and discussions. Our journey so far has been both enlightening and, I must add, inspiring. We have been privileged to witness keynote remarks, high-level panel discussions, and fireside chats led by leaders from across the world, including presidents, governors of central banks, and prominent global business leaders. The discussions underscored the urgent need for critical policy actions to unlock the full potential of Africa's digital economy for sustainable development. The Capital Meets policy sessions on the first day of the summit provided a platform for influential voices to engage in critical debates on solutions to the pressing issues surrounding capital, value creation, policy making, all in a bid to unleash the fintech and digital economic potential of Africa. As we gather on the final day of the 3i Africa Summit, I'm compelled to echo the words of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. His Excellency emphasized that by supporting innovation, African countries could harness the potential of their youthful population and drive sustainable economic growth that benefits all sectors of society. These words underscore the fundamental role of innovation in unlocking the potential of Africa's vast youthful population and ensuring inclusive economic development for all its citizens. Indeed, Africa is home to the youngest population globally, with a growing youth demographic poised to shape the continent's future. This demographic dividend presents a unique opportunity for Africa to capitalize on the energy, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit of its youth to drive socio-economic transformation. However, to realize this potential, it is imperative that we invest in education, skills development, and design policies that empower our youth to actively participate in the digital economy. By nurturing a generation of youth innovators, entrepreneurs, and skilled professionals, we can unleash a wave of innovation and productivity that propels Africa towards sustainable development and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Made in 3i Africa Summit has brought together over 10 governors of central banks, over 1,000 CEOs, over 100 investors, over 600 fintech companies, over 4,500 industry attendees from over 80 countries. I think this deserves a round of applause. The various participants have had various meaningful discussions on different key issues that needs to be addressed to unleash fintech and digital economic potential of the continent. The Made in 3i Africa Summit has truly been amazing. Today's discussions will highlight the pivotal role of technology and innovation in driving economic growth across various sectors in Africa. From empowering SMEs to transforming the creative arts economy, each session offers unique insights and opportunities for collaboration towards a more prosperous and digital-enabled future for the continent. In the panel on Africa Digital Trade Highway, Unlocking SME Growth Through Technology, we will explore how digitalization can enhance SME growth. The panel on Fireside Chat, Demystifying the Future, will present how AI and quantum systems are reshaping global economies. Understanding this concept is critical for policymakers and businesses to navigate the evolving digital landscape effectively. On international technology integration, the panel will address Africa's integration into global technology ecosystems. There will also be a conversation on fintech, the creative arts economy, and the role of technology in unlocking the creative potential of Africa's cultural industries, driving economic value and societal impact. Finally, the summit will be wrapped up with key takeaways, signaling actionable insights and potential collaborations to drive fintech and innovation forward in Africa. It's a critical moment for translating all these discussions into tangible strategies and initiatives. As we culminate this summit, I urge all of us in this room to reflect on the invaluable discussions and insights gathered over the past 3 days. Let us harness this collective wisdom gained to chart a course towards tangible strategies and initiatives that will propel fintech and innovation and digitization forward in Africa, paving the way for a brighter and a more prosperous future for the continent. In closing, I wish all of you fruitful deliberations and meaningful collaborations today. Together, let us embark on this journey towards a digitally enabled Africa, where fintech innovation serves as the cornerstone of the economic empowerment and societal advancement. Thank you all for your attention.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy CEO of the Development Bank Ghana, Mr. Michael Mensaba. This afternoon, we want to ask a very simple question. Africa's digital trade highway, how can we unlock SME growth through tech? Joining us for that very stimulating conversation, I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, the Chief FinTech Officer of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, our partner, together with the Governor of the Central Bank of Rwanda and the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Make welcome our panelists, the Honorable John Mwangomba and Dr. Maxwell Opoku Afare. A round of applause for them. My honorable moderator and your panelists, you have 40 minutes.
There are two panels, right? Total 40 minutes, two panels. Okay, good. You know why it's good? It's the most complex topic we're talking, so shorter the better. Okay. I said that it is a most complex topic. We are going to talk about tokenization, digital highway, followed by the most complex topic in the world of fintech called quantum. So get your belts tightened. Let's talk about this complex topic. Project, the digital highway. Today, we launched with Bank of Ghana, the most iconic project, I would say. I almost want to say that this is the M-Pesa moment for trade. What M-Pesa did in Kenya, mobile money, today this project DESFT is the M-Pesa moment for trade, which was launched here. And interestingly, this particular project is anchored around something called Universal Trust Credential, with both the country, Rwanda and Ghana, are working closely with Singapore. So, given this is such a path-breaking topic, I will start with Governor John on just lay out for us what is the problem we're trying to solve for. I think there's a challenge in this space. The trade is always the ultimate problem we're trying to solve. Payment is an enabler, but trade is the ultimate outcome. Give us a sense of where we are and what you're trying to solve.
Yeah, thank you, Sofu, and good afternoon to you all. I think what we've been discussing over the last 2 days is how we can unlock the African potential to have a meaningful and inclusive growth for our continent. And when we look at some of the key pillars that would drive this inclusive growth as Africa, is SMEs remain key component of this long-term growth agenda we are looking at as African countries. So what we are trying to solve is to remove any stumbling blocks or put in place enabling pillars to support the growth of SMEs. Most of our countries, SME contribute about 90% of business establishments. In fact, in Rwanda, we are around 99% of our business establishments are SMEs. But we all know that they have different challenges that are limiting their growth, and part of, or the biggest, is access to finance. But access to finance is the ultimate problem. The causes that limits this access to finance are the ones that we're trying to deal with here. Is why do SMEs find it difficult to access finance? One, there's the trust, the knowledge in terms of managing their businesses, the knowledge to craft bankable, let me call it bankable projects. So today it doesn't have to be a bank as such. And so we are looking at also linking them to the markets. You find most of them are small, and they have no knowledge about how they can expand their business because of limited market space. So the initiatives you've just mentioned is really trying to position these SMEs to the level where they can have big access to markets, not just within our countries or within our continent. As you say, we're already linking the SMEs in Rwanda, in Ghana here, to business counterparts in Singapore. So how can we use digital solutions to unlock the SME potentials? That's what we are trying to address. We are trying to create an enabling environment for the growth of SMEs that at the end of the day will ensure the growth or inclusive growth of our economy.
I see. Now, I think you use the word trust, you use the word bankability, you are using the word of able to digitize this whole process so we can just improve transparency. Now, globally, there are many experiments which are trying to solve this problem. One is tokenization. There's a talk around central bank digital currencies. There's a talk around digitizing non-identity credentials. These are very complex technology components. So, Dr. Maxwell, we have in Ghana brought all these components together to create this unique experiment where you are using verified, trusted credentials. You are using CBDC for some kind of a digital settlement. You are using purpose-bound money, which was started in Singapore as a way to ensure trust is enabled in the trade. Give us a sense about this project from your perspective, what it is all about, and why you thought this is such a critical innovation we got to work together.
Thank you very much, Sop, and thanks, John. I think let me premise my intervention on the fact that it is important that we rethink our growth strategy, especially those of us in the sub-region. And by rethinking our growth strategy, it's very clear. John identified the role of SMEs, and the statistics he gave cuts across the entire sub-region. So it's clearly SMEs are the binding constraints to growth. And if we're able to unlock that constraint, then we'll begin to see how growth can be broad-based, inclusive, and shared to be able to lift everybody up. And so using digitalization has become the way to unlock that binding constraint. Working with MAS, we started with the introduction of what we call the Financial Trust Corridor. So the Financial Trust Corridor didn't really use digitization, but it was a collaboration between Bank of Ghana and MAS to be able to put some data that can be verified between the two central banks, and then create a wide list of SMEs that meet this particular data criteria on both sides to be able to create a trust. So once it's gone through the verification process on our side and on the side of Singapore, then we'll be able to match businesses on both sides together, because the trust has been established by the two central banks, match the businesses together, and be able to then ensure that the issue of trust is removed, trade can happen across borders, and we're becoming facilitators to unlock that binding constraint which has been created by trust. Now, we want to move a step further beyond this to use digitization to do that. So then came the universal trusted credentials, where digital footprints are then used to be able to then establish SMEs' willingness and ability to pay. Because what has become the biggest problem for SMEs to have access to credit is because of lack of trust and a track record that does not help the trust. And so if we're able to then use that process to be able to give some trusted credentials, well-defined credentials that any party can accept, then that helps to be able to establish that this particular SME, the credentials that have been put together, verified by the system, has given us that UTC, Universal Trusted Credentials, that can be used to be able to identify SMEs that can access credit without any tangible collateral, which is also one of the biggest problems SMEs have been facing, coming up with tangible collateral to be able to access credit. So that we discussed, we put the structures together, we tested it, and Ghana is the first country that tested that. And we were fortunate enough to have introduced a sandbox at the central bank. So we tested this in the environment of the sandbox, which is ring-fenced to be able to prevent any systemic effect on the entire financial system. And so far, the implementation in the sandbox shows that this can come out of the sandbox and rolled out more universally because it has gone so well. The NPLs that are coming out are almost zero, and we can see commitment on the part of the SMEs and the comfort that is given to the financial institutions that are participating in that. On top of that, the DEFST is trying to move it a step further because one of the biggest also problem was ability to be able to use resources for the intended purpose. To be able to use resources for the intended purpose. And that has been difficult to monitor. And then we found ourselves, how can we then use digitization to be able to enforce that? And that is where the purpose-bound money comes in, which is being built on the back of the ECD. All that this does is that once we go the route of ECD and able to build a purpose-bound money, PBM, on the back of the ECD, that ECD resources that have been given to that firm is only unlocked when it is being used for the particular purpose for which that resources was made available. So that helps using digitalization to also be able to enforce the purpose for which resources are used. Targeted resources go straight to where it's supposed to go.
Sure.
That, I think, is going to be a game changer.
Absolutely.
And that is being done also in the sandbox environment. And when these things come out of the sandbox and it's open up, it's going to change the way business is done, and it's going to enhance trust and give comfort, and we'll begin to see SMEs having access to credit to be able to unlock, because they control 90% of businesses, 80% of employment, and contribute 60% to GDP. That is the binding constraint that can deliver a broad-based, inclusive, and shared growth.
Sure. As you can see, it's such a complicated project. You know what is the best way to understand? There's a report which has come out on this project. I strongly encourage you to download. I hope in the website of Bank of Ghana it will be there. It's a very simple report designed for high school people, high school students. So we all can use it and understand this complex project. So with that, let me come back to Governor John. You know, we spent last 2 days talking about identity. We talked about interoperable payment system, the fundamental digital public infrastructure. Now we are talking about data. Data is almost like bedrock for economic inclusion, which is the SME. From Ghana, we are going to Kigali in 2 months' time, in August, and where we'll have the inclusive FinTech Forum. So I strongly encourage all of you to come to Kigali after this. We're going to take this dialogue from here and go to the east of Africa to have the same discussion. Give us some sense what you'd like to discuss in Kigali, which you started in Accra, and we want to take it there.
Yeah, thank you. I think one is the practical projects we are talking about. When we were in Kigali last year, we had launched this RISE project of educating SMEs, but also creating the universal trusted credentials and how we can link them with other counterparts in Singapore. Now we are going beyond that. We are creating even the payments through the CBDC, as said by Maxwell. So by the time we come to Kigali in the next 3 months, we need to be moving out of the sandbox, as he said. Now, how do we bring on board critical mass of these SMEs across Africa? How do we build on these experiments we've had in Ghana, the one we've had in Kigali from last year, and then put it to scale to have more SMEs benefiting? Now, we've been talking of linking SMEs in Rwanda to those in Singapore, Ghana to those in Singapore. How do we create the linkages between African countries? So we, as you rightly said, we have 2 countries on the 2 ends of the continent. So how do we create synergies from the East African bloc, building on what we'll be doing in Kigali and what we're doing here in Ghana, and bring on board more African countries? Here, as I said, we are in Ghana, but we have many African countries attending, many fintechs from different countries attending. How do we work with these participants here to operationalize what we've been cooking in the kitchen, in the sandboxes? So I think that's what we should be aiming to have. So from this year, building on what we had last year and here, we need really to bring on. I think in Rwanda we've already trained more than 14,000 SMEs, and so how do we really work together now to operationalize what we've been doing and bring to scale more SMEs in different countries in Africa? Here we have the actors. We are policymakers. We are trying because we have the big data, we have the macro picture, we understand and try to provide solutions. But I think we will be good to hear from them, the actors themselves, and engaging directly to really see how we can work together to scale up these solutions that we think are going to make a big difference to the inclusive development of our continent.
Governor, let me follow up with a follow-up question. I'm just trying to keep in time. As somebody from outside Africa, or last 2 days, my experience is there's a need to continue discussions. And I am consistently hearing the word that we should not talk, we should act. And to act, we got to have some kind of a policy framework project which can be defined, which can be documented, and we can discuss almost like a roadmap. Once in Accra, once in Kigali, every year till you get to the end point. Do you envisage some kind of Pan-Africa project purely on framework, not trying to solve the problem? Framework, policies, mechanism, things like how do you settle dispute, how do you verify credentials, how do you acknowledge each other's ID? Is there a space to create a Pan-Africa project on the policy framework, which we can work together over next 1 year and come with some real document for the market to look at and start interoperating? Is there a possibility?
Yeah, it's not just a possibility, but it's a need. I think, as we are saying,
it's a need. We got to do it.
Yes. As we are saying, if we are to link these or to scale up these solutions we're discussing here to the continent level, we need that coordination at the continent level. There is already a mechanism there, so we just need to see whether it's the right channel we can use to achieve what you're saying. We have the initiative that we call Transform Africa that was started by our heads of state way back in 2013. And they are looking, the focus is on how can we use technology to expedite growth across the continent. So they have, I think, 5 pillars. There's one, there's the digital ID, there's, I don't remember the details, but we have a framework there.
Okay.
The Secretariat of Transform Africa is in Kigali. So we need to see whether we can build on this.
Or we can sharpen the focus.
Yes, and then sharpen the focus. At least these initiatives we are discussing here, how can we work with the already existing mechanism that has support from our heads of state, from other global actors in this space, the ITU, and really work, and policy is one of the, I remember, one of the pillars within Transform Africa, but are we realizing results that we need now? What can we do too? How can we add our push to have things happen on the ground? So I think we may not have to reinvent the wheel. We just need to make sure that what is already there is achieving results, and results as quickly as possible.
I see. Now, first, Governor Dr. Maxwell, as Governor said that there is a framework, there is something happening, but I want to be a little more respectfully, I want to say, it is not delivering the outcome we're looking at. So there is something missing. My sense that something missing is, I don't know, I'm just trying to take a risk of moderator here, that we need to bring stakeholders to the discussion. People who actually can code, people who actually can build software, people who actually can build hardware. I think there's a space to bring them in, the commercial part, or the market forces to the framework discussion, and start doing an express sandbox to market. Is there do you think there's a space to rapidly take policy out of sandbox to market using a much more comprehensive stakeholder construct?
Yes, I believe so, and I think that yesterday we touched on that this is the time to act, right? So, I mean, we did that here. We had a hackathon in Ghana in December, and what the hackathon is to take the sandbox to the general public on the back of the ECD and ask ourselves, what can we do on the back of the ECD? So we expose the operators, the coders, and everyone to come take the concept and tell us what you can do on the back of the ECD and what problems you can solve. And so some of them came with a number of different, and you saw we gave them the award at the dinner, different problems that they want to solve. I think that's what you're asking for, where there's an interface between the problems that have been identified, the DPIs that have to be built, and then linking it with those at the developing stage to be able to take it to the market. And I think that, to go back to your earlier question, what we discussed is out of this summit, we should be able to come out with clear deliverables, which we will carry on to Kigali, discuss it, and actually take that deliverables to Transform Africa.
Yes.
To clearly state that policymakers, innovators, and operators have come together, and this is what we want to see, and this is what we want to be able to deliver. Because we're talking about investor trusted credentials. There are key components that go into establishing those credentials. It's about unique identification. It's about how do we define that across. If we are not able to agree on defining that across, then we won't be able to close the trust gap.
And also, if once you define, and there should be technical ability to deliver.
To deliver it. So we define our job as policymakers, we define it. And then interfacing with the operators, they will use technology to deliver it. And so that's where the interface is very important. How do we define that? How do we define what KYC is acceptable across? Minimum acceptable KYC, so that when Rwanda picks an SME from Ghana, knowing that it has gone through the UTC verifiable system, it has met some minimum standards. That will then enhance interoperability and enhance cross-border activities and make this thing a reality. So that is what I think should be the next level of conversation to push the Transform Africa agenda from what we started.
So in Kigali?
Yes.
So I'm going to wrap up this one, but I want to wrap with two things. Everybody join us in Kigali. We have accountability and responsibility to demonstrate the narrative has moved forward in Kigali. We still have time to tighten all this thing. This is a very selfish question from a moderator who's from Asia. Does Asia has the opportunity to work with Africa? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we have to build on the FTC, the Financial Trust Corridor, and expand it.
I think if one thing world economy can look different, if Asia and Africa can work together, we have almost half of the world's population that side, and you have rest here.
Sure.
So together we can make a truly universal trust credential. Thank you very much, governors, and I will see you in Kigali.
Yes.
I hope I'll be a moderator to question again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For that. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Thank you much.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have to stay on because I'm going to talk about a topic which I don't understand. Okay? So please don't blame your moderator being dumb because I really don't understand. This topic is called quantum. So next 25 minutes, 20 minutes we have, this will be most fascinating discussion because quantum will change everything. Let me invite Professor Wang from University of Western Australia to talk about quantum. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, we're going to sit together. But I don't understand, Professor. Don't shout at me. Because I'm your student today. Okay. This is your classroom. On behalf of the students, I'm going to ask a question. Okay? I know there is a video to be played, but we can't do it because something happened. That's okay. That happened in big conferences. Give me a basic definition. What is quantum physics? Why quantum physics is so different from a normal physics before you come to quantum computing? Give us a 101 explanation to a high school student, which is me. And I'm representing everybody.
Thank you.
Can we, okay? Hello?
Yeah, so we are.
No. Only I can hear her.
Hello?
Okay, why don't I get a mic? Because this is, if one thing you should take away from this conference is what is going to happen in the next 20 minutes. Sorry? We blame it on quantum physics, this particular issue.
Yeah, I need okay, this works.
Okay.
Great. Yes, and we are living in a classical world. Everything around us follows the classical Newtonian law of physics, like the planets, like the stars, like the tables, like you and me. We are classical beings. We behave like what we learned from the school and from everyday experience. What I'm going to show you is this very bizarre and strange world of quantum. And just wait, I'll do that in a few minutes.
The whole stage is yours. You can take everyone on the slides. You can see there, your slides there. Okay.
Oh, I can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, quantum is giving trouble. Okay, now it's okay.
All right. In order to understand the difference between a classical or normal computer and a quantum computer, I think it's helpful to, this keeps on, okay, yeah. It's helpful to say where we came from, and then we can predict the future. So we have come a long way in developing computational tools to help us to do a lot of calculations. As you can see on the screen, the first abacus dated all the way back to 2500 BC. Nothing really happened during the...
So this is the abacus, which is the first one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can even... Okay, whoops. Yeah, I'm still learning how to use the classical controller. Yeah, and then people started to think about how to build a machine which can do much better than the abacus. So the first mechanical calculator, as shown on the screen, was about 400 years ago. Things moved fairly quickly. We built the first electronic computer almost 80 years ago. And that costed about $1 billion in today's term. But your mobile phone in your pocket beats that computer 1 billion times over. So we have really come a long way. Here on the bottom, that's the computer I use.
Go back. It went back.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah. So this is one I use to do my research. It's still a normal classical computer that has 217,000 CPUs inside, and it's quite powerful. It costs about 20 to 30 million US dollars. So we define how fast a computer runs by using what we call it.
I think you should point that side.
Okay, that's fine. Can I point here? No, I can't.
Okay.
I have to point.
No, you want to point that? Okay, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So just a few more. Yeah. And so as you can hopefully see, we have been able to double the speed of the computer every 18 months. That's called the Moore's Law. All the way until roughly 2006. In 2006, if you buy a computer which actually runs very fast, it's 2.6 gigahertz. A gigahertz is 10 to the power of 9, so 1 followed by 9 zeros. But things have started to slow down. And nowadays, if you buy a computer, and it's not really much faster because we are really hitting a wall. And that's where the quantum will come to
So let me try to understand. So you've done your slide, this one? Okay, let me try to understand in a very simple way. The computer we have inside, or in the large machines we have in corporates or in data centers, are not capable to handle the computational demand we have for the future. That's your point. That's what quantum computer is going to solve for.
Exactly.
It will allow you to solve things which today we don't have the computing power. Okay? So I got that part clear now. Now, is there any way to explain the technical, because I know when you do classic computer, zeros and one, but this is quite different, right?
Yeah.
Explain that.
Okay. So all our current computers are called electronic computers, which basically use the bits, and which is 0 or 1. So high voltage is 1, and low voltage is 0. That's no matter what you use, a calculator, a simple calculator, or a smartphone, or a very powerful supercomputer, they all use exactly the same principle, either 0, low voltage, or 1, high voltage.
Yes.
How quickly you can change from low to high or high to low, that determines the speed of your computer.
And you think that's not good enough? Well, I can live my life today with the computers I have. Why you still think it's not possible? There's some use case which is requiring this kind of computing, right? What are those use cases?
I'll talk about this slide,
Yeah.
and I'll move to the next slide,
Okay.
which will demonstrate why we need more. Yeah, maybe just one example. So everyone now use ChatGPT.
Okay.
So ChatGPT has to be trained, and the training currently takes about 1/3 of city's electricity. So it's just not fast enough. It costs a lot of energy and a lot of computing.
Absolutely, because I was told if I search in Google, if I search in ChatGPT, the energy burnt on a ChatGPT search is 10 times than a normal search.
Yeah,
That's so bad.
That's right. We need much more. We need that times 1,000, times another 1,000, and times another 1,000. And later on, maybe I'll use a couple of examples.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So essentially, whether we like it or not, we are hitting a wall. Even we somehow, especially my generation, was expecting the computer to be faster and faster and faster. So that's what we have achieved, as you can see here. This is a roadmap from Intel. And for many, many years, we are already in the nanometer regime. So our transistors, which are tiny component of our computer, becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. Just as a comparison, this is the flu virus. Which makes a lot of people sick.
COVID virus?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As you can see, they were conceived as very, very small, but they are 100 times bigger than what we can make, man-make, the transistors.
So you're saying the size of the transistor, which is key to computers, is just as close to this size now?
Yes, yes. 100 times smaller than the virus.
Wow.
Yeah. And we are cross this boundary. We are crossing that boundary. So we are from the nanometer to the angstrom.
So I can't see anymore?
No one can see.
Okay.
No one can see. You have billions of components in your phone.
Yes.
But if just a slow pause and imagine, across that boundary, the size of those components is almost the same as the very, very small molecule.
Molecule,
yeah. And beyond that, if we halve that again, it will be the size of the atom.
Atom.
Can you imagine we build some of those transistor components smaller than an atom? What would that be? We don't even have the physical reality to support that imagination. So basically, we can't.
We can't.
So that's the wall. If I have a wall, oops, no, okay, that's fine. So whether we like it or not, that trend cannot go up. So what people have currently trying to do is to put more and more CPUs in a machine.
And that is causing energy burnouts.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you want to double as a computational capacity,
sure,
you have to build another big
So just because of the interest of time, so you are saying that the current design is hitting that wall. Yeah. We got to think differently.
That's right.
And that's where quantum computing comes, with a very different way of storing data, which will not hit the wall.
That's right.
Is that good way to?
Absolutely.
Okay,
precise.
so I got it. I hope all of you got it. so
very nice.
Okay, so now we do understand what it means to us now. What kind of financial use case, especially in Africa, we're talking about financial inclusion, we're talking to leapfrog existing system. Why should Africa care about quantum? Why should people here care about quantum?
Yeah, I'll explain why we will be able to achieve that doubling of computing power if we think quantum mechanically.
Okay.
Yeah. So move across from the classical to the quantum, the world becomes very, very strange. And people possibly heard about this Schrödinger's cat, and it can be both alive and dead. And in the quantum world, an electron can be here and there at the same time. So that's the kind of quantum properties we need to harness.
Do you know, somebody explained to me this quantum property in Bollywood movie? Okay, this is what I understood. You go to Bollywood movies, there's always a mother who has given birth to a twin, and the twin has gone to a fair, and the twins have separated. They're growing up in two different cities. One is a police, other is a thief. When they meet together, they behave identical. Is this quantum?
That's a good analogy, but yeah, but that's. Let's see what the quantum can do. Okay. Yeah. So why this being here and there, and being the twin, being a policeman, and a thief can help us in terms of computation.
Yes.
Right? So here you see. Okay. I hope I can still point. Yeah. So here, you possibly all heard about this electron from school time, which is a particle whizzed around the nucleus, right? And that's the image people used to, or still do, teach our kids. And I want to say that's not quite right. Okay, the electron, which like all other quantum particles, behave quite strangely.
Okay.
A normal particle, like myself, I'm sitting here, right? I'm sitting here. I can't be sitting in your seat at the same time.
But in Bollywood movie, it can possible. Okay.
So we need that kind of inspiration.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but that's reality. If you feel strange, if you don't like it, you are not alone, because Einstein never liked it. He was against it until the day he was passing away. He didn't like it. However, this is the most tested hypothesis or theory. Over the last 100 years, scientists have done numerous.
No, so help us to understand. Because I'm just interested of time and complexity topic. Help us to normal people like us. Why this all matter? Okay. Why these two brothers are two electrons in two different places? They behave same. Why that is important for us to know? What is so important?
Very good question. Yeah. So what's the big deal? If you have one electron, it can be here. That's 0. At the same time, it's there.
Yes.
So it can be both 0 and 1. If you add one electron, and those two electrons can be 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1, 4.
Okay.
If you add another electron, becomes 8.
Okay.
16, 32, keeps going. And this doubling is actually very, very powerful. I hope I can show you. Yeah. So.
Professor, you are making our mathematics go bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you possibly know, if you have a big piece of paper, has to be a huge piece of paper. If you fold it 27 times, so each fold, you doubles the number of papers in your pile. 27 will make a pile as tall as Mount Everest.
Wow.
42 folds, you reach the moon. So the doubling is really, really powerful. And if you have 42 electrons,
yes,
42 qubits, it will be able to do that amount of computation all at the same time.
Which is great.
That's powerful.
Which is great, because what you're essentially telling, because of this unique property of quantum, which is superimposition and entanglement, all this thing, you can actually store, process more data at an exponential scale because of design. I was told this kind of computer are always operate in a sub-zero temperature. We're in this place, it's humid. I think the air conditioner is not working. Quantum computers will not work.
I'll flick through. I'll show you different kind of. I'll skip this.
So we have a practical problem to run this.
No, we don't have.
We don't have. You have solved the problem.
No, yeah. So I'll show you. Okay, just a minute. And this is about. Yeah. So that's fine. Anyone want to ask me questions later? I'll explain.
We'll send you the slide, and you will have a bad dream.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the quantum software, which is going to be very different from the classical ones, but that's fine. So you're absolutely right. If people use superconducting qubits,
yes,
and you require to cool them down right to almost zero temperature. But over the last 20 years, people have tested all kinds of physical particles.
Okay.
For example, if I use photon, and photon doesn't interact with the world very much. Therefore, you can do quantum computing in room temperature.
Sure.
So this is what, so this is the 54 qubits superconducting quantum computer.
And I saw it in China recently, one of these machines. I didn't understand what it's doing.
So 54 already surpassed the most powerful classical computer.
Yes.
And I'll show you the next one because, yeah, you can see, yeah, 54, you do that 2 to the power of 54, that huge number, that's bigger than the most powerful classical computer can hold.
Yep.
So they claimed they have achieved quantum supremacy. That's 2019. Just fast forward. This is photon. This is on a tabletop.
Okay. What is this? Machines?
This is use photons
For photons.
as qubits.
Oh.
And they bounce around by the mirrors, by the beam splitters, by polarizers. And this one was, you can see, 2020. They achieved 75 qubits.
They means who? They means who?
In China.
In China?
In China.
Okay. The Chinese are very smart.
Yes, yeah. Oh, no, they invest hugely.
Okay.
Yeah.
They put a lot of money.
So that doesn't need low temperature.
Okay.
Fast forward, this is another, 10 months. And IBM achieved 127.
Yeah.
And you can see every time you add 1 qubit, you already double the capability.
So what you're saying that, so because I'm just trying to manage time. This topic is giving me sweating now. So what you're saying, the world is moving very fast.
Very fast. As you can see, 200, and then IBM achieved 1,000. And next year, also, it will be 3,000.
So with all the computing power, don't you think we should bring this machine to Africa, put one in Accra, one in Kigali, then we don't need any computers?
That's the part I have to skip because
Time.
The quantum, the software will be different.
Yeah, software.
So a quantum computer will not replace our ordinary computer because, for example, like word processing, like some kind of simple express sheet. Yeah.
Okay.
Quantum computer, at least the first generation, will be targeted to solve spatial problems.
Spatial problems.
Yeah.
And what are the problems?
Okay, I'll show you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Finance.
Fine. Okay. Finance problem. Complex algorithm.
Yes. Yeah. So this is the talk I gave early this year at a conference called Quantum Computing in Finance in Abu Dhabi. And in the realm of finance, there are numerous challenging problems which requires intensive computing and also timely solution.
Sure.
You want to understand your market and so on.
Okay.
So this is what we actually did. We two kind of different problems.
So let me in the interest of time. So we will still have classical computer, classical software running on classical computer that will survive, stay, get better. Then we have a specialized quantum computing machines which will deal with complex problem. Governors can use for macroeconomic policy predictions, right? So they can use that machine. We give it to them as those machines. But ordinary people like us can use normal computer to do normal stuff.
I want to say even normal people
like
us.
Yes.
One day.
You're not normal. I am normal. Okay.
No, we are all.
Yeah.
The next wave of computing, the modes we are expecting will be hybrid.
Okay.
So it will be hybrid of classical computer and quantum computer.
Okay.
So we use our classical computer to do the normal things. But if we want to explore huge solution space, we project it into this high-dimensional Hilbert space. That's what we call the quantum space, which is going to be huge. So the quantum computer will process information in that vast a sea of data, and then come back, provide us solutions through classical analysis. So it will be hybrid.
Okay, now we really, we have 1 minute left.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a joke here, okay? Please forgive me. You know, if we as central banker don't understand things, we can call it a systemic risk. Will this machine cause systemic risk because we don't understand?
Yeah, that's a tough question.
So here's the answer. So I think we can conclude here. It's a tough question. We don't know the machines, what it can generate, good or bad behavior. But we as good people, we can use this machine and find a better use case. It is still early stage. It's still early stage of experimentation. But your message is don't ignore it. Right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly. And also, I think for professor like me, we want to reach out. We want everyone has that knowledge. So not only a few very rich people can get benefit.
That's what I told you, right?
That's right. And we want everyone try to think about it, try to contribute to the field, and will benefit.
So can you design a course? This is last 10 seconds. Can you design a course for Africa so we all can understand quantum computing and we can distribute to all colleges and schools?
That's a wonderful suggestion. I was actually talking with a
Okay,
professor.
let's give a big hand to you. So we got a promise. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Wang Jingbo and Mr. Sapnendu Mohanty. Please, a round of applause for them. Such amazing insights into the power of tokenism, AI, quantum systems, and earlier, a very riveting conversation on Africa's digital trade highway, unlocking SME growth through tech. I guess Oliver Wendell Holmes was right when he says that the original mind, once stretched by a new idea, can never regain its original dimensions. Clearly, our minds have been stretched to new possibilities that exist for these two areas. What we want to do now is to acknowledge the loving support of our sponsors, without whom we couldn't have come this far. Would you help me appreciate our sponsors: Obsidian Achena, Payaza Africa Limited, Fido, PwC, Insano Limited, IT Consortium, GCB Bank, Fidelity Bank Ghana, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Mobile Money Limited, and MTN Ghana. Together, they deserve a resounding round of applause. In a few minutes, we shall convene another panel which will look at technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's technology integration with global systems. But for now, let's appreciate our sponsors in a few videos. Enjoy.
Oh everybody thinks my life just be enjoyment. Like you, I have to try over and over again to make it.
Yo, Kitty, waiting on a new hit.
Yeah, I'm waiting, Kitty.
It helps when I don't have to worry about everyday stuff like banking.
New message.
So I can focus and make great music for my fans. Fidelity Digital Banking fills me with enjoyment.
Try Fidelity Digital Banking today and make it happen with Fidelity Bank, because together we are more.
Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
When was the last time your mind had a break? I mean a real break, where you didn't constantly worry. Not breaks like being on the golf course but missing easy parts because you were distracted by failed transactions. Or when you're with family, but pressure from work prevents you from bonding with those you love. Or perhaps when meeting clients, but thoughts of system downtimes put you off your game. Well, we say next time you're on the golf course, focus on making par. Get that birdie at that family barbecue. Focus on getting the ribs tender the way Junior likes it. We process digital payments for your business. On your next business trip, soak in the views and focus on closing deals. We process digital payments for your business across Africa. Live, work, play a little without sweating over payments processing for your business with Insano. You are in good hands.
She's coming. She's coming.
Oh, it's in. Right now, receive so. Boss, let's go back. Okay, here. Take this.
She's
go to
coming.
I know. Go to the pharmacy now.
She's coming. Oh.
She's here. Pay faster, pay safer, and pay easy with Momo app. Download now and pay with the QR code, merchant ID, and so much more.
Ladies and gentlemen, as it stands today, Africa's digital and fintech sector presents unmatched opportunities for innovation, inclusion, and sustainable economic growth by adopting advanced technologies and innovative financial solutions to bridge the digital divide. Much was said earlier by Mr. Ravi Menon, former managing director of the MAS, where he alluded to many innovations that are being done across the continent. Talk of tokenization in shopping malls in Kenya, renewable energy projects using AI in South Africa, the e-Naira in Nigeria, and our very own Ghana card at birth, amongst many other innovations. What we want to do right now is to find out how all these innovations across the continent can actually feed into global systems. For the next 20 minutes, we're going to have International Technology Panel, Africa's Technology Integration with Global Systems. Make welcome the moderator, the founder of Heritos Labs Limited, Deridine Dadze.
It's going to have to be quick then.
He's joined in conversation by the following.
That's a first seat.
That was a little commercial break. He's joined in conversation by the co-founder and co-head of Cambridge Subtech Limited, or Lab, I beg your pardon, Mr. Matt Grasser. A round of applause. The head Ericsson Mobile Financial Services, Michael Wallace Brown. Co-founder AC Group Rwanda, Philip Ngarambe. Majid Mujalid, the co-founder and group chief executive officer of Chipper Cash, and a board director of the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Systems, Mogabudi Lebogang Refil Way. A round of applause for them all. The moderator, 20 minutes is what you've got.
Right. Thank you very much, Jerry. It's great to be here, and within the next few minutes, we are going to delve into this topic, trying to explore how Africa connects into global technology systems. From all the ongoing panels, we get to recognize that there are a lot of systems and technologies and innovations that are emanating across the different countries in Africa. But you also know that we are not an island. Key question is, how do we integrate into global systems so that we can get maximal value for the people? Technology is about the people. How do we integrate into global systems so that we can improve the lives of Africans so we can get maximal value? And we're going to look at it from policy, infrastructure, and also from a co-creation perspective. So one of the first questions I'm going to ask is, and I'm going to ask that to Majid. Majid, what is that question regarding Africa's integration into global systems that we are not asking? And why would exploring that question bring a lot of advantage to the African continent, especially when it comes to technology?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think by way of introduction, and just to give some context to what Chipper and where our focus is, we started 5.5 years ago to effectively empower Africans to do things that they could not do, or it was ridiculously expensive to do. And so we started with an intra-African cross-border experience. We've now deeply partnered with Visa. We issue virtual cards across the continent, primarily Nigeria and Uganda, and we are one of the largest issuers there. Similarly, we work in Uganda to issue, to enable a local Ugandan to purchase, Tesla shares and US fractional equity, so they can spend, as little as $1, 3,500 shillings, and start to be involved in this global financial ecosystem. And so we spend quite a lot of time integrating with global systems. And one of the key challenges that we've seen interacting with foreign entities is actually almost a perception. And one of these perceptions, the way it shows up, is a lot of African countries are on their prohibited country list or their blacklist. And so when we go deeper into finding out, why is this the case, it usually is because they don't actually know how much work has been happening on the ground. It goes back to KYC. What are your systems for identity? And so we actually spend a lot of time educating them on for example, in Ghana, here's the Ghana card, here's how the national ID database works, here's all the data points you can get, and here's how the biometric level works. And that ends up really just changing the perspective, this perception, quite a bit. And so really one of that basis is, in order to even get the global systems comfortable, we've got to get our local systems really, really, really strong, and that's already showing up. And so how can we make sure, as we build these local systems, we think about these global ones in mind? That makes it super easy, and then you don't really need to think about the global systems. You've just got to have the local systems really, really well done.
Right, so Lebo, at the back of what Major is saying, where do you see perhaps the Pan-African payment system, settlement system playing? Where do you see your role, and how do you bridge those gaps?
Thanks for the question, and good afternoon to everyone. So let's take a step back, as my previous speaker rightfully said, that when it comes to payments, cross-border payments, international payments, there are less than 20% is cleared and settled in Africa.
Right.
The rest are actually cleared and settled in Europe and the US, right? What challenges, what issues does that create? Cost. So when a transaction is made from Zambia to Uganda, it first goes to the UK, it first goes to Europe, and then comes back to Zambia. And when that happens, not just time, the time it takes to clear that there's a time issue when it comes to clearing and settling that payment, but also from a cost point of view. As a continent, we lose billions, about over $5 billion for clearing and settling outside of Africa. So that's the current situation.
Right.
And that's what PAPS is trying to solve. Essentially, what we're trying to solve as a Pan-African payment settlement system is to clear and settle transactions in the continent.
Right.
So to enable a consumer in Uganda who wants to make a payment to somebody in Nigeria for that transaction to be cleared in the continent, number one, for it to be instant. Number two, that's another thing that we're trying to actually create, is instant payments. You have instant payments and real-time payments in some countries, like South Africa has real-time payments, but not in all countries in the continent. So what we're also trying to do is have instant payment across the continent.
Right.
So in the domestic countries, but also across for payments across countries in the continent. So instant payments is one, cost is another. I mean, when it comes to remittances, most fintechs that started remittance companies were actually trying to drive costs down. The first was Western Unions and MoneyGrams, etc., and then fintechs were birthed really to drive the cost of remittances down. Even mobile money, firstly with domestic remittances, but definitely international remittances, the purpose was really to drive the cost of remittances down. So what we're also trying to do with enabling clearing and settling in the continent is to drive the cost down.
Right.
So it's instant payments to drive the cost down and to enable notifications, right? Real-time notifications for the sender as well as the receiver. I'll give you just a use case as an example. We have informal traders at our borders, informal traders at all our borders in this continent, right? But how do they pay? Currently, they use cash. Could we imagine a world where we're enabling settlement and ease of transactions for the cross-border traders, informal traders, as well as big business? So as a company, we're looking at it at enabling ease, instant payments, efficiencies, but driving down costs, not just for big business and B2B payments across countries, but also for the small business trader who is doing trade at a border in Zambia and going to Botswana to get stock and then sell at the border. So we need to enable efficiencies and ease of transaction for that trader too. Right. But lastly, you have a Visa card or a MasterCard, right, that enables you to transact around the world with ease. Could we have an Africa card that enables you to transact with ease? Currently, as we sit today, whatever country you go to, you need to download a wallet. So in Kenya, I have M-Pesa. In Ghana, I download MTN mobile wallet. I go to Zambia, I need to download something else. I go to Uganda, I need to download something else. Generally, that's the current situation, where you download wallets in every country. Yes, that's fine, right? But should we not have a payment system that actually integrates all of them, it creates interoperability with all those wallets, and with the bank accounts. So we do have some systems that are doing that have integrated all the wallets, but integrating all the mobile wallets as well as the bank accounts. I think that would be revolutionary and would help all of us, actually, in this room.
Right.
We have interoperability across mobile wallets, across bank accounts, and ease of transaction and settling those transactions in the continent.
Right. So PAPS has big advantage for the continent, especially on the cost side, on the cross-collaboration side, on the settlement side, and also on the instant payment side. And that is very good for SMEs. That's even very good for people in general. Now, Matt, on the back of that, what do you think from a policy point of view we should be looking at? We should be looking at to harmonize, the different regulations across countries and to ensure that the vision of PAPS becomes even more solid and more advantageous to the people.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm currently working with the Cambridge SupTech Lab. We focus on financial supervision with financial authorities. But my background is actually in payments, in fintech, before I joined the lab and worked with regulators. So I'll start by saying I have no doubt that from a technical perspective, we're going to have efficient, effective systems for integrating across the continent globally through traditional channels, fintech channels, through mobile channels. This is going to happen. It's coming. So what I'd like to really highlight is what is the role of policymaking, regulation, supervision in the areas that aren't quite as technical, that are about adoption, about not leaving people behind. So three main principles come to mind for me. So number one is building trust and inclusion in any system. When you're bringing two payment systems together, you're bringing two cultures, two worlds together, and it's really important that that's accounted for. So I've done quite a bit of work in my past jobs working with studies on financial inclusion for the past decade or more, particularly in the African continent, and understanding what drives inclusion. At the top of that list for consumers, thousands of consumers from 4 countries across Africa that we've directly surveyed, is reliability of the system. Only after reliability comes the value proposition, then accessibility, then affordability. Of course, all overlying a viable business model, so something doesn't just close up shop. But reliability is at the top of that list, and that means trust. And the way to engender trust in a system is to have effective, stable financial ecosystem and to have consumer protection measures in place. So that's the component that supervision comes in. That's a huge role through consumer protection, prudential supervision, anti-money laundering, these other areas. So that's trust and inclusion. Secondly, we're moving from processes that exist. Just because they're not technically digitally integrated doesn't mean they don't exist today. Right. So there's a digital transformation component that comes along with this, which then includes data that's coming off of this and the need for data science. So I think in terms of digital transformation, this is really about understanding how we can make sure that the data that's being generated by these interoperable systems are designed also with customers in mind, additional financial services beyond payments, but also with supervisors in mind, with regulators in mind, so that there doesn't have to be another layer of innovation on top of that if we take that all off at once. And of course, data science is a huge portion of this. We heard yesterday the Minister of Commerce and Digitalization in Ghana talking about a national data lake that's integrated with a regional system and a international system ultimately. That's a very forward-looking, it's here today technologically, but it's really like at the cutting edge of where we're hearing public sector authorities talk about this. There are others who are still just getting paper reporting in today. So I think making sure that we are accounting for capacity building along with this too. So at the lab, we work on transforming financial authorities' perspectives on the paradigm shifts that are happening as a result of this digitalization. We get hands-on with data science tools, like really tweaking models and understanding how these systems work so that authorities can understand the systems that are in the market that they're regulating. And finally, we work with authorities to innovate, to do design sprints, value proposition designs, technical specifications, process integrations themselves, so that they're prepared for these systems to be integrated and prepared to take care of those kind of measures that make a secure and stable and safe ecosystem for consumers to operate in.
Right. So from a policy perspective, we need to consider the different nuances, especially the different cultures the different understanding of what trust is, the different capacities, ensure that across Africa we are able to harmonize one, regulation at the trust level, regulation at the data protection level, and also look at areas around talent development, capacity building, and also from what you're saying, let data lead the way. That's what I hear from what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And having shared taxonomies and standards around this data allows for sharing of tools also. Right. These are things that need to be built on top of this. So it's not only the capacity and the technologies, but it's also the sharing of successes, lessons learned, and tools on top of this.
Right. So on the back of sharing, Michael, where do you see Africa's advantage, and how do we leverage Africa's strength to give us a good position within the global technology landscape?
That's quite a broad question, but one that I'm really happy to answer. I'm from Ericsson, which is one of the world's leading mobile phone network infrastructure providers. But what we've also produced is a mobile financial services platform. And that platform is in 24 countries around the world. 16 of those countries are in Africa. We do have about $500 billion of transaction revenue through the platform on a yearly basis. That's 36 billion transactions. About 70% of that's coming out of Africa. So there is already an infrastructure already in Africa, across most of the countries that actually is very stable, secure, connected to the mobile phone networks. And it's something that Africa has really led with, this mobile-first financial services environment. M-Pesa, everyone knows that story. We can all see what's happening in this market. MTN Momo, which is one of our biggest partners, all of that runs on a very stable, secure platform, which is the Ericsson Mobile Financial Services Platform. And that's been built from the ground up over the last 10 years with the African environment in mind. So I will say to you, Africa is already connected to the world through their mobile phones. They're already doing incredibly innovative things on a mobile device with innovative payment services, with innovative banking services, innovative startups. So there's already an incredible ecosystem, and the strength is there. And the strength is also in numbers.
Right.
And what I mean by that is that we're only touching 10% of the market today. The rest of the market, 90% of it is cash. So my view is that let's focus on that grassroots and really bring the mass market onto these platforms. And once we do that, that provides a stable environment to set policy. It gives confidence to governments and policymakers that there is a stable environment. We can then connect it to banks and the traditional ecosystem. But Africa must not underestimate itself from the perspective that they are already leading with mobile financial services and mobile payments. And we should accelerate forward to do that, but off a very stable, solid platform like we provide with Ericsson Mobile Financial Services. And we're looking to partner with the best in Africa. MTN Momo is a really good example. We've got lots of other partners in Africa, but also the broader ecosystem. We want all the little fintechs to be connecting to our platform, as well as in the broader community, the large corporates, the banks, etc. And once we do that with that stable platform, now we can conquer the world.
Right. So we have a lot of strength, like you just mentioned, from an infrastructure point of view, from the numbers point of view. So we are looking at scale from a connectivity point of view, from an adoption point of view. Now, I want to ask Majid, right? What should we be looking at? Because we've done well with, for example, mobile payment, mobile money. For me, we are leading. Now, what is the next thing that we should be looking at? What technology advantages or what technology strengths should we be looking to pick in to ensure that we sustain that momentum and we don't lag when it comes to the technology frontier globally?
Yeah, that's a great question. And actually, just to emphasize what Michael said, we've got a lot of infrastructure that has been built that actually does work. And we really should not even, in many ways it's more advanced than what we have out in the West. And leaning into that and making sure that they are working, they are safe, that national databases they're actually secure, they don't get polluted. That's so key to every single AML system and compliance framework, any system that we have to build in order to make our global banking partners comfortable with it. And that's been that key thing, that just really going deeply on what works locally. And then in terms of that, there is a trend, like to what you're saying about scale, what investors are looking for is, can you have a Pan-African system or a company that has 100 million plus customers, right? Nubank just announced that they crossed that. And in a continent of 1.3 billion people, like, the opportunity, everyone knows it, it's immense. And so how do we leverage what we've already built and all of that and move forward? There are all these open technologies that are now being developed, so we can still build our local systems, but look at these global systems and build them on open standards. And once they're on open standards, you don't have to do much to actually then connect with the global world. Now they will connect with you automatically. And that's how, by focusing on home and making sure the homegrown systems are working, it really powers all the startups, Chippers and all the startups globally.
Right. So you believe that we have already much going for us, and we need to bring the focus home and innovate new technologies to feed into the how do you call it, I'm looking at Africa as a domestic market, within the context of the world, within the African market. Now, I'm going back to PABS, right? What is PABS doing, especially within the business ecosystem, right, to ensure that more businesses are able to do cross-border transactions, cross-border integrations? What are you doing in that regard?
Thanks for the question. So we currently have central banks that are signed up on PABS, 13 central banks, and then 113 banks that are signed up on PABS. But specifically to your question, from a business point of view, we're also looking at we are working with corporates. So right now, for instance, we are discussing working with a retailer that does distribution across different countries.
Right.
And it's a retailer that obviously works with distributors and suppliers. And they have distributors in different countries and suppliers in different countries, and then they work with truck drivers in different countries from a trade point of view and logistics point of view. So we are trying to enable the ease of payment across the value chain, because even the Pan-African banks, some of the systems don't talk to each other. So yes, we have them connected into our system, but how can we enable a retailer to speak to their distributor and their supplier to have an ease of payment across the board, even to the truck driver?
Right.
So that's what we're doing. So we are in discussions with a couple of retailers to do that. We're also in discussions with logistics companies, again, same thing, that do logistics in different countries, and they want to talk to one party, right, to enable payments and clearing of settlement with one party, because I think when it comes to consumer-to-consumer P2P payments, there's a lot of innovators that have already solved for that. But the challenge is B2B payments and the limits that are inherent when it comes to B2B payments. So we're also in discussions with policymakers, actually, to enable B2B payments and a large sum of payments for B2B payments to be maybe not instant, but quicker than they are today.
Right. Yeah. And that's a great one, right? That means that we need more transactional service innovation.
Yes.
And for that to happen, we need startups, we need innovators.
Yes.
One of the biggest challenges is money, right? And I want to find out, what do you think, Matt, that we should be doing to drive more investment into the African ecosystem so that we can consolidate our gains and have a better play in the global technology ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I spent a number of years before the Cambridge SupTech Lab with a group called the Catalyst Fund, which accelerates inclusive fintech models across the continent. Has now expanded to work on more globally climate models and climate finance and things like this. Lebo and I actually met there. So I think the main thing there is to make sure that there's a strong value proposition that's in a format that people are used to, making sure that everything is de-risked and compliant and not risky in that way. And then engaging with specialists who understand growth, understand how to go from early stage, product market fit to a growth model to like maybe national or international scale, and set up that strategy early on, get the tooling in place, the analytics, which can also serve as compliance technology later on at that growth stage, and really de-risk the model so that investors feel confident that, hey, this thing looks like what I'm used to, and it's innovative, and it's packaged in a way that I can't really say no to. Why would I? The potential for growth is unlimited.
Right. So you are looking at it from the perspective of risk. You know that back in the day, and even still now, certain countries still have challenges integrating like platforms like Visa and easily utilizing it. Key question is, and I want us to go back to the same, bringing in the investment. Majid, you've been with cheaper cash. What do you think we should be doing to bring more money for innovators like you to be able to scale your operations?
Yeah, I would say one of the key things that we hear from all of our investors and what they're really looking for is they see the opportunity, there's no question about that, but can we build sustainable companies within the continent? Obviously, everyone knows how the markets have been changing recently, and so that's the key thing. What are the profitable business models that are sustainable, that can be built, such that you actually do have a closed loop? And a big thing, and I can say this on behalf of every single fintech, like we are craving for sustainable partnerships with banks that are commercially aligned. I think one of the challenges we've had is when a banking incumbent views us as a competitor and it becomes this competitive dynamic. But when in reality the market is so ginormous and we're here to grow the pie together and practically eat together. And so how can we as an ecosystem have partnerships that are aligned where we can have business models that actually work? And if you can do that, and we will do that, honestly, the investor dollars will flow. That's not an issue. There's a lot of people constantly reaching out all the time. Almost they just wait and see, is this the right time to actually invest? And an investment money shouldn't be about figuring out, can we work together? It should be about accelerating what's already working. And the great thing is that even in just the last 5 years that we've been building Chipper, there's been a significant amount of progress. We're excited about PAPS. I think that's going to change the game quite a bit. But it's, can we work together with great partnerships? Investors see that, and they would invest.
Right. So Majid is saying, let's look at more partnership because out of that we can create more innovation. My last question is to you, Michael. You work with Ericsson. You do a lot of integration. What problems do you think we should be solving?
That's a broad question, but I want to keep it really simple.
Yeah.
With all of these great things you've been speaking about, I think it boils down to, a simple thing like education.
Right.
It's skills. We want to create a really strong skill set and skill base in Africa so that when we do have investment into startups, we've got the skills then to support it. And I think that's one of the things that Ericsson is really trying to do on the ground, is build up that local skill set. We're operating now in over 17 markets in Africa, on the ground, with engineering resource on the ground, supported by, engineers in Sweden and all over the world. And we see incredible talent on the ground. So how can we nurture that on the ground to then create solutions for, I always talk about it, it's, let's create solutions for Africa, so solve Africa's problems with Africa's solutions, with Africa's people. And I think that's a really, really key thing. If we can get that real ground-based education and skills, there's a huge opportunity for us to do a lot of things. And I think the investment and all the other great stuff will then come.
Right. So from what Michael is saying, if we boost our talent pool, we stand a chance of having a lot more people interested in the continent and then investment to flow. And we've had conversations around POPs, the opportunities that it presents for us, especially when it comes to reducing the fees, cross-border trade, when it comes to integration. We've spoken about standardization of policy across the continent. We've spoken about partnership. So we see that overall we have great advantage as a continent. And as a people, we should continuously explore and always ask the question, how can we do it better? And how can we present or develop new innovative ideas that present competitive advantage to us so we can have a better play in the global innovation system? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panel members.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Zeruddin Dazi, founder, Heritos Labs Limited, and his amazing panel. How about a round of applause once again? Thank you very much for those rich insights. We came here on the back of innovation, investment, and impact. Let's explore the second model, investment. Here to make a very important announcement, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome the Chief Information Security Officer of Development Bank Ghana, Mr. El Farouk Umar.
Hello, and good afternoon, and thanks. Good. And thanks for coming to this summit. For several weeks, we've been working with young entrepreneurs in the area of technology innovations. We had 140 applicants to work through innovations that would be impactful to Africa, would be scalable, would be useful, and can be monetized at the end of the day, but also to help people in general. We had 140 applicants. We broke them down to 10 finalists, and today we had a pitch fest with judges. The winner will be taking home the equivalent of $10,000 in CDs. We have 3 finalists, and I will name them. Hair Economy from Nigeria, Onkao from Cameroon, and Chimpe from Ghana. I'd love to have all of them join me on stage right now so that we could acknowledge them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our finalists, Hair Economy from Nigeria, Nkwa from Cameroon, and Chemfe from Ghana. A round of applause as they come.
Are they coming? Are they coming?
And while they're on their way, ladies and gentlemen, we receive with great delight once again our guest of honor for this session, the Prime Minister of Grenada, His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, I beg your pardon. A round of applause. Thank you for joining us, together with the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. Do we have a finalist here? Damn! I pray they don't miss the rapture. Okay. Nonetheless, let's announce the winner.
All right, the winner is Champe from Ghana. Thank you.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call host and win. A round of applause for Champe. Rwanda wants to carry it to the next stage. Please, a round of applause for them. And so we say congratulations to Chempe, and this is how we're going to enable various innovators within the value chain to be scalable and impact the continent sustainably. We want to remind all attendees to please respond to the post-event survey, which is on the app, especially if you want us to do this again and again and again. Is that a deal? So please give us your feedback via the app. For the next few minutes, what we want to do now is to have another fascinating conversation on fintech and the creative arts economy. It is a fast-moving aspect of Africa's economy. And so, ladies and gentlemen, here to do us the honors, make welcome a board member of the Development Bank Ghana, Dr. Nora Bannerman Abbott. She likes to hear the applause when she's walking, you see.
He's right. That's why I was taking my time. Just kidding. So, modesty does not belong in the vocabulary of any ambitious entrepreneur. So here goes. In the early 80s, I set out to showcase the brand Nora Bannerman, a collection of unique, original, never seen before apparel designs influenced by my African and Western cultural background, and to capture global markets for clothing and accessories, including footwear, bags, and hats made in fabrics and leather from Ghana and the rest of Africa. Working with a team of young Ghanaians whose skills to manufacture high-quality products I had developed solo at the time in my Sleek Fashion Institute, an NGO, I went on to style First Ladies of Africa in bespoke collections. It was the safest way for me to generate wealth. They paid hard cash after my fingers were burned too many times with no fintech available. We in the industry lost thousands of Uncle Sam dollars, very discouraging to a majority of artists, of musicians, and fashion designers, and some fell along the way. In the 90s, the EU office in Ghana sponsored myself and 2 male designers from Ghana and other designers from a total of 8 African countries to showcase our designs on runways at the Pret-a-Porter Femini, Paris, and Igido in Dusseldorf. Our first show was a hit. We influenced fashion, and European fashion went from the dull, especially during the fall and winter seasons, to very colorful ones, influenced by designers from Africa. After the 3rd shows, what we realized was business was not flowing our way. Instead, we were giving away ideas for nothing, and we decided to bring the shows to Africa. Unfortunately, financial support was lacking. So the first attempt was what, even though I hate the term third world country, but the first attempt would be graded as such. In 1996, in partnership with the Ghana Dance Ensemble and musicians like Jeduble Ambule, renowned percussionist Ochirima Asante, we put up shows in New York. I presented designs for runways. I don't think this is in our history books. So if there are any historians here, please take note. We performed in New York, in Chicago, and in Atlanta, and we raised money for Ghana's Olympic team to take part in the Olympic Games. I think we deserve an applause. So I could go on and on, but we'll leave that for another conversation. So having got that out of the way, and to stress that the creative industry is about creating jobs, this is my factory. At full capacity, we employ about 1,000 workers. 85% of them are women. So although we entertain, we create jobs for the youth of Africa. Let's take note. So a very good evening to you all. Esteemed heads of states are not here. Oh, except my sincerest apologies. Regional ecosystem players from the tech and fintech space, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and as we say here in Ghana, all protocol observed. It is my greatest honor to be here today to set the theme for our discussion on the transformative intersection of fintech and the creative arts economy in Africa. As we all know, Africa's creative industries are blossoming, driven by the incredible talent and passion and cultural richness that permeates our continent. The creative arts, from music, film, to fashion and design, are not only vehicles for artistic expression, but powerful economic engines. Africa's economy holds immense promise. According to UNCTAD, Africa contributes approximately 2.9% to the global creative goods exports, amounting to a whopping 58.4 billion US dollars. However, this represents less than 1% of Africa's GDP. Creatives still face significant hurdles, limited access to finance, intellectual property challenges, and barriers to reaching global markets. This is where the revolutionary power of financial technology, or fintech, comes to play. Fintech has the remarkable ability to democratize access to financial services, empowering creators to monetize their talents, secure fair compensation, and build sustainable creative enterprises. Imagine a world where crowdfunding platforms provide artists with the capital to bring their visions to life, where digital payments and e-commerce open new avenues for creators to sell their works globally, and where blockchain-based royalty stems ensure transparent and equitable distribution of earnings. This is not just a dream, it is an emerging reality, catalyzed by Africa's burgeoning fintech ecosystem. From crowdfunding sites like Thunder Fund to blockchain startups safeguarding music royalties, we are witnessing innovation unlock unprecedented opportunities. But truly, to unleash Africa's creative potential, we must build a nurturing ecosystem that brings together creatives, fintech innovators, policymakers, and financial institutions. An ecosystem founded on collaboration, enabling regulatory frameworks, and a shared vision. As a board member of Development Bank Ghana, I am proud to note the pivotal role creative industries play in fostering economic growth, celebrating our diverse cultures, and driving social impact. That is why we are committed to catalyzing investment and forging cross-sector partnerships to propel this dynamic sector forward. However, we cannot do this alone. We need the collective efforts of all stakeholders, public and private, to build an environment where creativity can thrive, innovation can flourish, and fintech can serve as a great equalizer. I believe that this summit has set the tone for a collective effort. So I urge you all to embrace the synergy between fintech and the arts, to see the immense potential for economic empowerment and cultural preservation, and to actively engage in shaping an ecosystem that nurtures both technology, advancement, and creative brilliance. For us, the Nigerian novelist Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie once said, "Culture does not make people. People make culture." It is time for us to make a culture where fintech and the creative arts thrive in perfect harmony, propelling Africa towards a future of boundless creativity and shared prosperity. And yes, we can. Thank you all so much for your attention.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Madame Nora Banaman-Abbott, painting a very clear picture of the synergies between fintech and the creative arts economy. In Africa, we know that ours is a culture, a vibrant culture that calls for celebration. And clearly the creative arts is expanding the scope of that in very enormous ways. In Ghana, when you come, you will notice certain mannerisms amongst us. Have you noticed? The non-Ghanaians, please raise your hand. Non-Ghanaians, please raise your hand. What do you notice when you interact with a Ghanaian? You hear mannerisms like, sir, hey, eh? Don't you hear that? Come on, it's called the West African Orchestra. Can I teach you some things in the West African Orchestra? So let's do this together. Everybody, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Keep that beat. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. First row, you're going to say, keep the beat. Let's go. I can't hear you. Next row, you're going to say, oh. Let's go. I can't hear you. For the last time. This row, you're going to say, hey. Let's go. I can't hear you. For the very last time. Last row, you're going to say, yeah. Let's go. For the last time. So we're going to do it together. The West African Orchestra. Let's go. Give yourselves a resounding round of applause. You're all West African right about now. But right now, in the creative aspects of our lives, I don't want to wear this anymore. Man, I want to dance. Ladies and gentlemen, rise to your feet. I want to show you something. Please, everybody, as many as are enabled, rise to your feet. Let's do something special right about now. Woo! If you have your phones here, please turn them on. And I want you to turn around with your back facing the stage. I'm going to show you something special. Let's go. Turn on your phones. Make sure that it captures you within the precinct. Are we ready? So when I say 3I, you're going to say innovation, investment, impact. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. 3I. Innovation, investment, impact. Let's go. 3I. 3I. Innovation, investment, impact. Give yourselves a round of applause. Break it down, break it down, break it down, break it down. Bring it down, Mr. DJ. But right about now, leading you in a very beautiful choreographed dance, I give to you from Ghana to the world, DWP Academy.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 3I Africa Summit 2024. Conspiracy theories say that the AI is going to take over the world, but the truth is that dance will. This is just a snippet of what the future is going to be like. Welcome, DWP Academy.
Baby kubu, pussy in my pay. So batele lo mga me, yo yo. Ole bala, I put you balayang. I'm king of solo. I put you gala. Waitalo salama, hey salama. Wait alama, wait alama. Ole bala, I put you balayang. I'm king of solo. I put you gala. Wait alo salama, hey salama. Wait alama, wait alama.
In your face, all over the place.
Sister blessing, give me your blessing. Sister favor, do me a favor. Antica fire, I believe say the fire come. Antica fire, I say you fire.
I'm from outer space, I got Milky Way for blood, evolution in my veins. I'm gone, I've been far away, I'm illuminated, I'll make a move, start the waves, I've been. I'm from outer space, I got Milky Way for blood, evolution in my veins. Look, 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 look.
La Côte d'Ivoire, inspirante d'hospitalité, reçoit l'Afrique. Jour de fête. C'est quoi? Et vous savez? Ibrahim Sama Diabaté.
Y'a pas conseil, hein, à lui seulement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the DWP Academy. Wow. DWP Dance with Purpose. I am back. sober, and calm. Don't report me to my mother. Right now, I just want to tease a little. Prime Minister, I see that you were enjoying the performance. It looked a little bit like Killer Man or Natty. Share with us, what kind of music do you enjoy from the continent?
I was dancing to High Life last night.
Any particular one you want to just sing in 10 seconds?
I can't sing. I don't want the rain to fall.
The governor likes Shatawali. I've witnessed that on so many occasions. Governor, no, governor. Which of the Shatawali songs can you sing for us right now? Just 10 seconds. But governor, what's your style of music? What kind of artist do you listen to?
We were listening to High Life last night at my residence.
This High Life conspiracy. We'll take it like that. But let me move to this side. I see my sister here. My name is Jerry. You are?
Lauren.
What can you tell us about the African creative economy? Which kind of artists have you come across, or which one of them tickle your fancy?
Well, I think there's one coming out now named Mr. Easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's in the spirit, because right about now, it's my pleasure to acknowledge to you a very fascinating panel which comprises the following: Lady Densa Amwating as the founder, President Guba as the moderator, Jeremiah Owusu-Kurama, NFL star, Aisha Ayensu, Chief Executive Officer, Christy Brown, Marisa Omaniba, Head of Business Affairs, Salty Soul Group, Danelle Dixon, who is Chief Executive Officer, Stella Network, and the man we all know as Oluwole Ajibade. I give to you the founder of Zagadat Capital, Mr. Easy.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just want to make sure that you guys realize that this whole event was done by the creative industry. So when you talk about production, cameramen, the dancers, music, the attire that we're wearing, everything. So even if we're talking about fintech, the creative industry is so much more valuable and important, because we're all entertained today. Right now you were entertained, you were dancing, you were happy. It's because of the entertainment industry. So give it up for everybody that put on this event, from the crew, from the team, from the designers. It's because of you, so thank you. I have a fantastic panel, people coming from different places, and for me, the global industry, the global creative economy generates over 2 trillion in revenue and employs over 50 million people worldwide. Half of them are women, okay? Yes, deserve a round of applause. So let's bring it to the continent. So currently, the continent's creative industry account for less than 1% of the continent's GDP. And when you look at, compared to 4.4% in the United States. So how do we do better? And so I'm going to be speaking to my panelists to give us more insight. I'm going to start with Jeremiah.
You did not.
So Jeremiah, when it comes to sports, the NFL, big industry.
Yeah.
Okay, even when I heard some of the adverts that's going on, the Super Bowl advert, some of the 7 million for one advert.
Yeah.
So with your experience, how do we use fintech to leverage on the continent when it comes to sport?
Well, first and foremost, I just want to greet everyone, from the elders to the youth, to the commoners to the kings and queens. But for me, in my experience, playing professional football in the United States for the Cleveland Browns, a lot of those experiences really stem from what I would say is really one thing. It's a common denominator, and that's really data, right? Data analytics is very huge, whether it's from performance, whether it is to fan engagement, to the wearable technology that we have on. There may be days where I'll go to sleep with wearable technology on, just to be able to know what my sleep numbers are. How many hours was I in REM? How can I do better? What do I need to eat before I go to bed? What possibly could I do better in reference to the velocity that I'm bringing out, whether it's from a particular run, or it may be something as far as just tracking, the power that I'm putting into the ground. I think that fintech and its responsibility to be able to track the data has done a great job. From my experience, especially when it comes to say even fan engagement. You just saw the Cleveland Browns, which is my team, just established the marketing rights in Nigeria, and they're able now to stream the games there. They're able now to sell their jerseys, and I believe that they're utilizing a lot of the techniques, even as far as like blockchain, just being able to understand, hey, look, I'm putting this information out there. You guys see it, and it's very open in its experiment. But I think again, when it comes back down to how best can fintech really develop the sports in Africa, it has to do a lot with the data side of it. So.
Okay. And then, but we see that sports, they use esports.
Yeah.
There's PlayStation.
Yeah.
There's all of these things that are enhancing the sport, right? So what can we do better in terms of the continent, how we use fintech?
Yeah, I mean, like when you just talk about like the esports and the video games and things like that, people don't actually like know how beneficial those things can be. Of course, there's always a polarity of it, right? Like you can have it too much and you're just addicted to it, and then you also can utilize it in the right way. When you talk about those tools, though, I mean, those tools have the terms that we use. Those tools have the techniques that we use. It has the information in reference to how to work the sport, whether it's FIFA, whether it's boxing, whether it's NBA, whatever that looks like. The sport industry is certainly not only just doing it for the information side, but also from an economical side, as we look at, those things that you mentioned as far as those video games and the esports and a lot of the technology that's being used by the youth is doing a phenomenal job in producing a large revenue. Not only that, but you take a look at some of the health things that we talk about in sports. Fintech has been able to, really revolutionize how we track our metrics, whether it's our nutrition, whether it's the things that, the amount of stress that we may have, the blood pressure, the things like that. I think that, when we really tap into what those things may mean in reference to the development and the recruiting and the talent finding, those things can really yield a great fruit. So.
Fantastic. Danielle, I'll come to you. So many African industry players are locked out of the global payment system, the ecosystem. How do we use blockchain and your system to enhance that, to help this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. But first of all, can I just say, I spend my life at fintech conferences. Y'all know how to put one on, Governor. You did an awesome job here with this one.
Oh,
this is a lot of fun. So thank you for that. And then the second thing I just want to say is, Ms. Banham Abbott, what a great speech you gave. Like, that brings in everything that we need to know here about what we're doing here in Africa. We spend a lot of time talking to people and listening to the challenges and the problems that they have. And especially here in Ghana, we have the benefit of working with Idris Elba and the Akuna team to come here, to meet with creatives. We met with Aisha earlier this year, to meet with folks to understand the challenges that people have to get money into Ghana, onto the continent. And with blockchain technology, and the tools are already here to be able to simplify this and create that borderless ecosystem so that you don't need to worry about whether you need this bank or that bank. You can still work with the banks because it works seamlessly together. So you can receive assets onto the continent, and then you can actually send them to your bank account. So everybody is participating, and it's low fee, and it really sings to the creative economy, because part of the challenges that we see here is that folks are actually putting content up on YouTube or on Instagram, and they're not able to get paid unless they have a bank account in the United States or in London or in somewhere in Europe, and that's just wrong. So this technology actually solves that problem. And so we're working to be able to bring this here. We're working with lots of folks who are in fintech here in Ghana, and they're developing technologies on top of the Stellar Network. And then we're also working with the Akuna Group to bring a wallet that's focused specifically on the creative economy here. And creators of all types, that's the really important thing. I've learned from Idris and his team that creators are everyone out there that are focused on textiles and music and content and all of those things. And it's so important that this technology serve all of them.
Fantastic. And I just want to talk more about the blockchain Because sometimes, we don't understand it. How does it work? How does it really, really work?
Well, I can give you a sense of how it works, but the most important thing about blockchain is it's just another rail. It's just like Swift or all these other technologies that we leverage, and you should never know that you're needing to work with blockchain because it should be so simple for you to be able to leverage, and the wallet should just make it all happen seamlessly. But blockchain is amazing because it's a global public network. As you just mentioned, it's something that's transparent, it's immutable, nobody can touch it, can break it, can change it. It's an immutable record that every transaction is validated by a bunch of computers all over the world. So when the transaction happens, it's final. And that finality gives you the sense that no one can take away what just went into your account and into your wallet. And the other thing that's really remarkable about blockchain is that it takes these fiat currencies and you can convert them into a digital asset that's backed one-to-one in a bank account, so that you know that the asset that you receive, you can redeem for the fiat for the same thing for fiat. That's really, really important. Fiat, just the money, just local currency that you want to get. So blockchain technology just allows, it's just like the internet. If you think about all the content that you're able to view on the internet, this is the internet of money. So it's everything that can get, so think about how email moves between a Yahoo account, a Gmail account, and it moves seamlessly. That's exactly how money can flow, and that's what happens on blockchain technology. But most importantly, when you're using a wallet that's blockchain powered, you should not even know that it's blockchain. All you should see is that it's simple, it's fast, it's secure, and it makes you feel like you're empowered, and that's the important thing about blockchain.
Danielle, last one. So I know that on the continent, people that are getting paid by Facebook. So I remember when I was in Ghana, logged onto my Facebook, Facebook's like, you're not in the area where you can monetize. When I go to the UK and US, it opens back up. Would your system be able to navigate that for us?
So I actually understand that Meta is actually changing that policy and allowing this to open up itself, but the system isn't going to be able to change your location, but it's going to give you a bank account, a simulated bank account that'll allow them to pay into a bank account, which is part of the challenge here. Part of the challenge is there might be one or two banks domestically that can actually accept and receive the currency that Facebook and Google pay. But one of the things that's super important is there is a way to make these companies respect the talent, the local talent, and the government can help, and individuals can help, and there's so much demand here that this is where policy needs to change so that you are all not left out of the global economy. So the blockchain can help, but we also need to change the policy of these American corporations that sort of don't have a lot of, they have a lot of interest to come here and they have a lot of interest to receive that content, but they don't understand that that content should be able to be monetized by the individuals who create it. And so there's some things that we can actually help with the technology to change. That geo-blocking and that geo-fencing, we need to actually change the policy. And we're committed to work, and frankly, Idris and the Acuna Group are committed to work to help to get those things changed so that we can actually benefit, frankly, the whole African continent for that reason.
Okay, Mo. I mean, you manage one of the biggest artists in Kenya and globally. African Soul to Soul are huge. Now, for a lawyer, yourself, you're a lawyer, how do we get the right policies, the right regulations? When you talk about artists, royalties, how do we get the systems in place to enable us to get royalties for our artists?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for having us. Jeremiah, I'm a big fan of the NFL. In Kenya, I have to wake up at 3 in the morning to watch you guys. But thank you as well for bringing African fashion to such a big stage. It's really important. Thank you. Before I answer your question, secondly, Mr. Easy, many greetings from Sauti Sol. They wish they would be here. Many greetings to everyone from Sauti Sol. To answer your question, it's what we need to do, first of all, is have the data that shows that we are more important than a lot of other industries so that policy can work in our favor. Number one, we have the power of the youth behind us. So policy that favors the creator industry or the creator economy helps 75% of the population on the continent, because we are 75% of the population. Well, I think I've gone above the youth bracket by a few years, but that's first. Secondly, data. because of what technology has been doing, fintech, or just technology in general, there is a lot of data in the back end, and it's something Mr. Easy can talk to because you've been collecting data for a long time in terms of how you've been empowering artists. So there is a lot of data, and that data should go to the policymakers to show them what is the exact impact of boosting up or creating policies behind the creator industry, right? So, big example, South Africa, through Samro Sampra Kapaso, has built a system where South African artists can live off their music through streaming in South Africa. Wow. And the advantage is if the music goes out, like Amapiano, like house music, they're making more. Samro Sampra, regulated very well, had challenges, but the regulation has been steady, comes back. The money comes back to them, and South African artists live really well in their own country. So regulation is very important. Royalty collection on the continent, unfortunately, has not been thought about, right? In many jurisdictions, royalty keeps artists wealthy. Shows keep them wealthier, right? For us, and this is a very important point to note, during COVID, because we managed our royalty collection and administration well, as a business, we survived COVID because of royalties. And this is a challenge to those in policy. Strengthen royalty, strengthen collection, strengthen these things, because then you won't have artists who are going hungry, you'll actually have artists who are thriving. We released an album, increased our employees from 25 to 46, kept our office, released a reality TV show. This is in the height of 2020, right? And this is because of our savings from royalties. So, policy creates a base. That base is very important. The challenge should be, how do you, as policymakers, make sure 75% of your population is taken care of policy-wise? If you're not doing that, you're not helping the youth. All you're doing is putting bullet points out and having conversations in rallies.
Deserves a round of applause for that. Mr. Easy, I read something on social media today. It says, AI is not going to replace you. You're going to be replaced by someone who uses AI to outperform you. Did you guys hear that? Do you agree with that? How is AI going to impact the music industry, the creative industry as a whole?
Okay, first off, I want to say a big thank you for giving me the pleasure to be here. I want to say a big shout out. I'm not going to say things normally, so if I'm saying shout out, what's up, how you doing? I need you to bear with me. But before I go on, I just want to say it was exciting seeing DWP dancers from Ghana, dancing and entertaining us. Is there anybody in this room that doesn't have music on their phone? Is there anybody? Put up your hand. If you don't have any music on your phone, let me take off my glass. All right. So that means everybody is normal. So it was a pleasure to see Sin there. And one of the key reasons I came here today, when I saw the invite, sitting with the people behind the money and the people behind the policy and the Bank of Ghana, one mission I came here to do is to be able to walk out here and hear that the Bank of Ghana and all the organizers have put together a minimum $5 million fund for creative. That's what I want to hear. And to be honest, I would even go further. I'd say if by the end of this conference, everybody here puts together $1 million towards a creative fund for Ghanaian creatives, I'll match it with $1 million. And so I want everybody to know that I've already matched $1 million for the Ghana Creative Fund.
Woo!
And so it's on to everybody here to match it with $1 million. And we can do the details. Yasmin, my lawyer, is there. But fintech, but actually fintech between, with music, there's the bank. And I know everybody will be surprised when I say there's the bank. In music, there's the bank, and the bank is your record label. And what the bank does is advance you on future revenue. So it's like invoice financing. And so what the bank, the label also does is they see if you've been earning 100K LTM, they could offer you 2-3x of your revenue, keep the property that is earning 100K a year, and then also have your next few records for the next 5 years that will add to the intellectual property. And so when the label is advancing the artist's money, yes, you might say it's high risk, but in some sense, it is actually low risk. And if an artist gets a 50-50 deal from a record label, it is celebration. And I want to explain to you what a 50-50 deal is. A 50-50 deal is that I see that the artist's catalog, 2 albums, is generating $1 million. And then I say, hey, I advance you, I create a budget of $3 million for your catalog that's earning $1 million in revenue, LTM. And then I say, for the next 5 years, everything you add to this property, we would share plus your collateral, which is the catalog already generating $1 million. I'd say we would share it 50-50. But you never get your 50% until I generate $3 million from your 50%. So you're all bankers. You could calculate the effective interest rate on that, and you can see how profitable the business of music is. Via Zagada Capital, we've invested, we've seen real-time how fintech connects with the creative industry. We've invested in a platform called JKBX, and what this does is SEC regulated, is we've gone and we've bought some of the biggest catalogs in the world, people from Drake to The Weeknd, and we've fractionalized this revenues, and we've listed it, and it's backed by the revenues that are being collected from royalties. And it's crazy, and this is the future, I think, for Africa. Via one of my investment, PowerPay, we've been able to pay some of these dancers that are sitting here. I tell you, sometimes we want to release a song, and we need to pay 50 or 100 TikTokers. I'm talking 18-year-olds earning between $100 to $1,000 per post on TikTok. And now we need to send this money to 20 African countries, 20 kids at the same time. And by the way, if they don't get their money, they don't go upload their videos. So it's payments before they even perform. So if you don't like it, well, I'm sorry, but it's payments, right? And so via this fintech rails and via mobile money right now, and via the technology of PowerPay, we could distribute funding to all these artists in different African countries, all these dancers, directly to their mobile money wallet. So there's the, thank you very much. So there's the bank, which is the label, and there's the artist, the creator, which is the business. There's the fans, which is everybody here, and in the middle of all of that, there's payment rails going back and forth. And we've not properly mapped it, but it's a lot of money. So I think to answer your question, sorry, I had to state that in case I had just one chance to speak before I forget.
No worries.
You know, I'm not a shark, so chew and pour. Yeah, my Ghana people know that, yeah. So in terms of your question of what AI does, right now, through AI is assisting creatives. You know, when I worked on the Beyoncé Lion King, The Gift project, I produced 3 records on that album. We got into this room, and there were so many creatives there making music. And so with AI now, in my studio before, when I'm making music, I have to use thesaurus, and I put synonyms of boy, doi, soy, koi. And then I try to sing, this person is a boy, he came here with a soy. Like, I have to come up with the melodies. But right now, we could use technology to advance our creatives. We could feed our voice in, and it will help us to create songs that sound like us and can help the creativity. So I think technology always helps to make things easier. Good technology, that's what good technology does. Thank you.
Has anybody used, round of applause. Has anybody here used ChatGPT?
GPT.
You heard it. You knew what I was talking about.
GCC.
GBC. So you've all used it, right?
Yeah.
And the English that you put, was it the English that you got out? Doesn't it just make you feel like, whoa, like, this is proper English? Like, what you were writing before was not hitting it. But that is the power of technology, and I think we need to embrace it. So to you, Aisha, when it comes to the fashion industry, do you think that, first of all, you're getting the right support from the banks, from investors, and how can we use fintech to enhance the fashion industry?
Wow. Hi, everyone. Like everyone said, I'm also really happy to be here. I'm happy that we got the big stage. So then we're not just a side conversation. The question was, how have we been supported? Or do we feel supported?
Yeah, do you feel supported?
You know, our fashion industry we've been saying it's growing for a long time, Ms. Nora. But the industry in and of itself is still kind of young, because we are coming from a place where everywhere you turn on your street corner, you have someone with a sewing machine making a garment or that. So somehow, just even culturally and in this space, fashion is seen as, tabletop business, right? So it's very hard for people to fathom that there's a machine behind this when it's done properly. Yeah. This could be a profitable business that has the ability to scale. Now, I don't completely blame the institutions for thinking that this is a risky investment, because fact is the infrastructure around some of our businesses aren't as robust. So my thing so Christy Brown, just to give you guys a bit of a background, we're 16 years old, even though I don't look a day over 21. But the brand is 16 years old. It started in 2008. Think about this, 2008, there was no Instagram. A lot of Facebook was fairly new to us here. There wasn't all of this, burst of technology, and just the impact of it wasn't quite there. So for a brand like mine, you are creating a model that didn't quite exist, because you're trying to build a global luxury brand right here from Accra, in a space where everybody was used to coming to you for bespoke items, and we're saying, no, it's a ready-to-wear brand. We're standardizing our sizing so it can actually cut across our borders. So there was a lack of understanding at the time that I was starting for what we were trying to create as a brand. But I will say that a lot has happened within our brand to make sure that we are ready for some of these technological advancements that are happening now. And it's important that we, as the creatives or as the fashion brands or designers, prioritize building structure into our businesses and even understanding the business of fashion. That's where it starts from, because you can have all the framework created, right? You would have all these fintech apps and so on, but or you would have funds that are ready to invest. But if the businesses themselves are not structured in a way to be able to take advantage of this investment, it's going to be a bad deal. So have we been supported? Listen, it's been a figuring it out kind of show in these streets. But I like to say that we've created the model, we've proven its success, and we've proven that, listen, this business is profitable. But now it's how many, because now we become the unicorn, right? And everybody calls Christy Brown to be on the panels because we've done one thing or another. But how are we creating the space where other brands can take advantage of our learnings, our mistakes that we learned from, and be able to build robust businesses that can take advantage of what's happening in the fintech space, in the tech space, and actually make money from their entities and stop being maybe overly attached to it's about design and creativity, because that's quite limiting. We started we launched our e-commerce platform in 2014. It wasn't fancy. It didn't have much. We didn't realize COVID was going to hit one day, and that is the one thing that's going to save us and help us to keep selling to the world. But it's some of those initiatives that people need to start understanding that even having an e-commerce platform or being with whether it's a Shopify or whatnot, you are collecting data. So then now you're not creating abyss. You're not creating because I love this color and I think it's just great. You're actually using the analytics that you're getting to make sure that you're able to replicate the successes of some of your products that you've put out there. I know that I'm circumventing the question of have we been supported. Who's going to put money into something they don't understand?
Right.
Who's going to put money into something that we are still building a certain infrastructure around? So I think the support we need is actually building the infrastructure, getting the industry ready, so then we can sit at the table and play ball. Some brands are, like ours, but I believe that there's still a lot more work to be done. So whereas in the past we'll say, well, no one's supporting fashion, I think there's so many initiatives happening. Look what Canex is doing, etc. It's happening, but are we ready? Are we ready to take advantage of it? So that's my stand.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask the audience for some questions because I have 15 minutes and I know that some of you may have some questions for us. So please get ready for that after my next question to Aisha. Aisha, copywriting, copying, designs. Sometimes I'm sure you see something, you're like, that's like my design.
All the time.
All the time, okay. So how do we use technology to kind of help you with that? What do you think technology can do? Or how do we stop that from happening?
Especially in our industry, I'm not sure how that's going to be stopped. Because there's still cases in court to this day with some of the biggest brands, right? But I think it's, again, on the brand side, how are we protecting our IPs? I'll give you guys a little story. Just today, I was on a call with a big brand that, I'm supposed to be doing some work with, and the conversation was, well, you'd have to sign over the IP for, yeah, right?
Wow.
To us, and I thought, oh, hell no. But imagine, this is because I've been doing this long enough, been brand long enough, you've gained some skin in the game, but imagine a young brand or a young talent that is just so excited that they get to be a part of, something so much bigger. They'll do it in a heartbeat, not thinking of where this is going, not thinking that BOG and the likes of Stellar and so on are working on things that in the future, listen, you're going to be worth so much more, so just bide your time. But in terms of the IP space, the copying, like you said, how do we stop this? Can we, though? Because it's quite dicey. So far as you change a certain degree of, to some design, for example, you have this print and you change a few items on it, it feels to be the same, right? So you'd be in court forever. I like to think that when it comes to innovation, we have leaps and bounds of it here. What is important is how are we making sure that these creatives have the space to even produce their art and their work without thinking, where's my buck coming from next? And the whole story of a struggling artist, is the ecosystem friendly enough for people to actually thrive off of the work of their hands, right? And then the conversation around protection is also education. People need to understand the value of what they have, what it means, even the registrations of it. But imagine a young designer or artist who is, for example, just at that sustenance level and thinking of where their next buck is coming from. Are they going to try and register their trademark tomorrow? No. I'm not sure that's what's top of mind for them. But how do we change that? Then how do we move this conversation along? Because otherwise, then African artists are so far behind from the rest of the world. So that's my take.
Can I jump in on that? So when it comes to the copyright conversation and intellectual property, number one, we're a Commonwealth country in Kenya, just like Ghana. A lot of our laws are almost the same. We adopted them from the UK. I may not know when the last amendment of your Trademark Act was or your Copyright Act, but in Kenya, from 1963, we've had 3 amendments.
Wow.
So that's number one. We have to strengthen our copyright laws. Number 2, one thing that the Kenya Copyright Board in Kenya did through engagement with artists, especially on the music side, is that they made registration of music copyright $10. So it's 1,000 shillings, which is probably now $8, which is around 10 CDs, right? No, 100
Oh,
CDs.
it's about 100 CDs.
Yeah, 100 CDs. So that's number one. Then they digitize the process. So number 3 is registration of copyright and IP should now become a digitized process, and African countries should take that seriously. And then third, we should have a digital African intellectual property repository. No question, it should happen. It should have happened yesterday. It happens in Europe. There's one in the US. That's the start of how we start becoming a copyright juggernaut, right? So then we're also negotiating on a European level, we're negotiating on a US level. That's how we do it. So a challenge again to our policymakers, our governments. I know there is interest. We need to act fast.
I wanted to just say, so that it doesn't seem like it's all bleak. You know, for music today, it's one of the most advanced copyright protection system in the world. So everybody here, if we play some music, you can Shazam it and it tells you the song. Whether the song was made in Kumasi or it was made in Tamale. Once you upload it, you have a digital DNA. You have a nice ISRC number that is international. And today, unfortunately, unlike maybe fashion, and we've had it at Empower, my music label, even when the biggest artist in the world has taken a 17-year-old producer's song in Nigeria and twisted it and put it on the best performing album in the world, I think a year ago. We, an African company, were able to freeze all the monetization on that particular copyright and make sure the writers are credited. So I just wanted to say this because I know a lot of times when we speak like this, people just come and tell me, yo, easy, it's impossible to protect music IP. It's a lie. It is very easy. It's a click. It's on your laptop. It's on your phone. It's pretty advanced.
And then once you do that, performing rights societies need to be created that don't exist. I know that there are some in Ghana, but they need to be created, and then royalties need to be paid out. And that's part of the challenge that we've heard lots of artists talk about on Ghana and in the rest of the continent, that they're not able to get the royalties paid. That's something that, too, blockchain and other technologies can help performing rights organizations to
Exactly. Ours have been delicensed, actually, so they need to give the audited accounts for the last 5 years.
Okay.
It's terrible.
You're feeling like, oh, fashion. Because it's still such an uphill battle for us. So I guess we'll wait and see.
We'll get there, definitely. Any questions from the audience? Okay, I see the hand up there. Is there a microphone?
Let's make a deal right about now. We will not be able to take many questions.
Okay.
However, let me give them something more important than questions.
Okay.
An encounter this evening, which is free of charge. It is the 3-Eye Rave, where you get to meet everybody and anybody. Is that a good deal? Oh, come on, it's happening at the Polo Beach Club. Why I say? Is that a good deal? So shall we save on the questions and defer to that?
No.
I think the eyes have it. And so let's get ready to wrap up.
Okay. So we have 2 questions, one over there. Hey. Oh, they said no questions, though. Contribution. Okay, Norma.
Yeah, with regards to the fashion industry, and I'll just make a quick illustration. See this jacket I'm wearing with the 1 button? If another designer should put 2 buttons here, it's no longer the design I registered. I designed tracksuits with a particular design. Another designer picked it and put gaps in between where I had the stripes. So it was no longer mine, but I had registered this, and they took over my business. So this is what led me to consider mass production. So you come up with a good idea, make sure you make the most money out of it, and let it go and move on. That's the advice.
Thank you. And thank you to my panelists, everybody. Thank you so much.
And ladies and gentlemen, they've stayed on to the very end. Please stay with me as I invite for a group photograph all our dignitaries. Your Excellency Prime Minister, together with the Governor, all the governors and ministers, would you please join us for one group photograph? The partners, Elevandi MAS, Bank of Ghana, and Development Bank Ghana. A round of applause as they come up.
Yes, you do. You do.
My baby, they confuse me, yo, with that bomb bomb. But she get the guy where they send her money from London.
0.6% of the global population by 2050, and a growing middle class. At least 40% of the African population is projected to be in the middle class by 2060, representing a significant economic force. The Capital Meets Policy Dialogue, as its name suggests, was where policy and capital met. This session convened senior policymakers and prominent investors to address the pressing issues of capital investment, value creation, and policy making. Who could forget the 3i Deal Room, the Masterclass, and others that represented a wealth of innovative ideas and strategies geared towards reinforcing regulatory compliance, encouraging proactive measures, and the pursuit of investment opportunities by startups from across the continent. And as much as we all talk about the things that can be done, we must not forget that the I in 3I, or an important I in 3I, is investment. Our 3i Africa journey continued with the Singaporean president who ignited our passion for Africa's digital inclusion. Ambitions, an ambitious vision echoed by Ghana's vice president, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who highlighted the vast potential of a digitized economy. The summit's commitment to the future was evident as the 3i Africa dialogues on digital assets emphasized the need to equip our workforce. In order to achieve this, revamping our educational system and frameworks and integrating emerging technologies into them will be key. But the journey wasn't complete without talking about the future. It was worth celebrating, as is the mission that we're on today. And as they too showcase an incredible diversity of African innovation, the Women in Tech Conference empowered female leaders, while the Agriculture and Tech Forum explored the exciting intersections between these crucial sectors. These dedicated sessions, alongside the inspirational Founders Speak event, where entrepreneurs shared their struggles and triumphs and underscored one vital message: perseverance is key. Pursuing your passion can unlock limited potential. The 3i Africa Summit concluded with a future-focused lens that Smart MSMEs and Digital Skills Forum emphasized the upscaling of African youth and fostering innovation hubs with collaboration between public and private sectors as the key to unlocking economic growth. The ESG Forum emerged as a critical conversation, highlighting the importance of AI-powered data management and the circular economy strategies for achieving ESG compliance. Finally, financial businesses accelerating trade sessions explore the digital solutions for boosting MSME trade, access to finance, and streamlining trade itself, while emphasizing the integration of the strategies with ESG principles. This final day today has underscored the summit's commitment to building a future powered by innovation and responsible growth, including a very exhaustive presentation that dazzled all of us on quantum computing. As we close this chapter on this year's 3i Summit, may I take this opportunity to invite 3 distinguished guests to perhaps give us a 30 seconds to a minute comment on their thoughts on the session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask that you give a round of applause to welcome Deputy Governor from the Bank of Namibia, Leonie Dunn.
Had a very long speech written for you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, governors present, all the guests. But as I've only got 30 seconds, I got very inspired by the first I, the innovation component of the 3 I's, because to truly unlock the value of the remaining 2 I's, you need to, where you are, create solutions that will really unlock the other 2. And as I'm in the policy and regulatory space in my own country, I'm a bit worried that we are not doing enough to remove stifling policies, stifling laws, stifling regulations that really block the innovation to happen, for the youth to prosper, fintechs to prosper, women to prosper. So I am truly inspired. I want to innovate. I really want to tear down each and every law in my own country that creates obstacles to what can be. I'm also worried that some of us may be moving very fast whilst we are leaving the rest of the continent behind. So to truly unlock Africa's full potential, we need to enable a blueprint where, as the governor of the Bank of Rwanda said, we can move together further and leave no one behind. Because it doesn't help if only some of us move fast and the rest still do not benefit from the triple I's that we have spoken about over the 3 days. So I remain very inspired. I had so much reflection, Governor, from what you and your team have put together on this stage and many other stages at this summit. And all that we can do now is to go back and really create solutions that will unlock Africa's true value and potential. We walk away from this conference very inspired. We ask all of you that have leapfrogged already, that have moved very fast, not to give up on us that were a bit slower on the journey, but please pull us together so that as a continent, we fully capitalize on the potential that technology and digital economies can have for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam. We are indeed grateful. And in the spirit of Women in Tech, we're also going to invite the Chief Investment Officer and the Coordinator for Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility and Financial Intermediation and Inclusion Division at the Africa Development Bank, my own sister, Sheila Okiru.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, the Prime Minister, Central Bank Governors, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. When I was asked to give this speech in terms of the impact of this forum to me, I was really lost because there's so much that has happened that is so rich. But I'll try and touch on the key things. I'll start with the soft issues. The organization has been par excellence. And this really has set the tone for the rest of the event to be extremely successful. Another key takeaway for me is the tone at the top. And for those of us in business, in the corporate world, we know that that makes a very big difference in terms of how success happens during, and even during the co-ideation of ideas, but also in the execution. And for the Bank of Ghana and your partners, including having the heads of state here, it says a lot. Now, in terms of the financial inclusion space on the continent, this is not something new. And actually, I was just speaking with Kwame a day or two ago, and I was telling him, does he remember when we started training, it was, I believe, Bank of Fidelity Bank here in Ghana, on agency banking. It seemed like rocket science. And that was 8 years ago. And when I come today and see what has happened in the digital space in Ghana, it's mind-blowing, and it affirms to me that there indeed is a renaissance when it comes to digital inclusion on the continent, that indeed the work that has been happening in the background is now ready for takeoff. Another thing that is very poignant for me here, and that speaks a lot to what the next steps will be for the continent and for those interested in this agenda, is the rich partnerships that has been assembled here today. It touches on the tone of the top. It touches about building partnerships for success, because no single institution can do it alone. The central bank governors, the authority in Singapore, we have people from industry, we have the fintechs, we have multilaterals like where I work at the African Development Bank, all speaking to the same agenda. So what we are actually seeing is the amplification that is required to make this work. Now, apart from the nice talk, if I can put it that way, or the strategic issues, what has been very, very, very clear for me in this summit is that we have, the Bank of Ghana and your partners have taken the time to produce the evidence that actually will support the continued interest and projection in digital economies across Africa. The CBDCs, for example, the sandboxes, this is a very big conversation even for us at the African Development Bank. And the evidence that has been assembled here today, whether, what was launched today, the digital economy, semi-fungible tokens for MSMEs, when we look at issues around that is under tokenization, the smart solutions for MSMEs, the IP rights that were being talked about by the creative economy, it really speaks to fungible, tangible things that the ecosystem and stakeholders can focus on. Now, the other thing that I think is very critical and that was also sobering is that it was brought to our attention, for example, that since 2021, 50% investments into fintech sector has dropped by 50%. We also had a very sobering conversation, from the World Bank country head who talked about the realization that investments must be bankable. This is the reality. But I think the hope that we are building on is the capacity and the systems and the solutions that have been demonstrated to us that are going to close those gaps. As Kwame said, investment is where the rubber meets the road. So the call to action for all of us, as has been demonstrated by Mr. Easy, let us put our money where our mouth is, because indeed, Africa is the future, and our youth are our future. So thank you very much for attending and for hearing me for the last few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila Okiru. And from our final comment, we will take a quick 30 seconds feedback from the president and co-founder of Chipper Cash. Many of you may not have seen him in person before, but he's Mr. Majid Mujalid. Majid. Thank you very much, Majid. This way.
Well, Mr. President and distinguished guests, thank you so much for this conference. It's been extremely encouraging for me to, number one, just get to see the industry flourish. I personally, and this is more of a personal journey for me, I've been a new participant within the ecosystem and within the financial space over the last 5 years, and very much excited about the growth that the continent's about to have. And so we've been trying everything that we can. And so to see the encouragement, from the top, from the Bank of Ghana, Rwanda, just from the entire continent, has been extremely interesting. I think for this event, that we're at a time where there's just a massive convergence of technologies. We've got AI systems, we've got blockchain systems that are all coming together. And as has been said, the future is African, right? 1/3 of the world's population in 2050 is going to be African. It is the last frontier. And so we're just really excited, on behalf of all fintechs, to get to contribute to that. So yeah, that's mainly what I have to say, but it's going to be an amazing journey, and so thank you all so much for the support and for coming together to make sure that we make this a future that we hope to anticipate to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majid. Mr. Chairman and His Excellency, I think as we close this year's chapter on this year's 3i Summit, Africa Summit, a profound question lingers. Will the ideas that are sparked here this week echo in the annals of history, or will they fade into the digital ether? The answer rests not in the past, but in the future we collectively forge. Let us harness the boundless potential that is unveiled here and translate the inspiration into action. and ensure that the spirit of collaboration and innovation that defined the summit becomes a permanent fixture on Africa's digital narrative. If you'd also permit me, being that this is the first meeting event and perhaps my most adventurous foray into organizing an event, the incredible team that has worked day and night to make this possible for the last about 8 months are dotted around this room and this building, from lawyers who turned into marketers suddenly to programmers who became content providers, and different people from all walks of life and different backgrounds, accountants who took over logistics management, and all kinds of incredible pivoting. And I think it would be very befitting to call them to the stage. The 3i Africa organizing team from Bank of Ghana, Development Bank Ghana, the Elevandi team, and Evolution, our production company. Please join me here on stage. One week they are doing accounting and supervision. The next week, they are tracking content on social media. Please. Now, this is the army, the legendary army that put this together. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for them as we welcome them to the stage. Welcoming 8,000 registrations, 7,500 delegates, and over 240 speakers. These are the people who made it happen. On behalf of the board, the management, and staff of all three institutions, I say a heartfelt thank you. And may I also kindly ask that our first Deputy Governor, Dr. Maxwell, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Ravi Menon, would you be kind to join us? And if I may ask, if our Governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, under whose leadership this amazing conference was put together. Thank you so much. And to the amazing guests, speakers, panelists, and each and every one of you who came here, we opened our doors, we extended an invitation, and you came in to support us to have a conversation that leads into action. For that, we say a big thank you. And may I ask, as a shameless plug, we know we're trending #1 on X, formerly called Twitter, to tag 3i Africa Summit on social media. And also, take the opportunity to stop by a small event to commemorate this whole 3 days of engaging conversation called the Digital Betray. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, the former Managing Director for Monetary Authority of Singapore, and the CEO of the Development Bank Ghana to officially declare the summit closed. Thank you. A round of applause.
I believe, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me that we have had a wonderful set of 3 days of innovation, investment, and impact. What more can I say? We look forward to seeing all of you this evening at the Beach Reef. Thank you very much. On this note, I declare the 3I Africa Summit closed.
So we all make it to the 3I rave at the Labadi Beach Hotel, the Polo Club. Let's all make it to the Polo Club. It's free. It's the 3I rave. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you there. But until such time, goodbye and Godspeed. We'll see you next year. Stay tuned.
C'est pas seulement pour les bobos. Nous on vient dans nos mambo. Mon ami, si tu as le niveau, rejoins-nous pour t'enjailler. On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis et viens faire la folie. On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis. Oh, 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 oh. Magic System. Toujours nous. Ah, ça change pas. Ah ouais. Ah, Shawky avec Red One. Est-ce que ça marche? Ça va pas. On vient du ghetto pour aller plus haut. Avec les magiciens, c'est ready go. On vient du ghetto pour aller plus haut. Avec les magiciens. Oh, oh, oh.
Feel the magic in the air, aïe, levez les mains en l'air, allez, allez, allez. Feel the magic in the air, aïe, levez les mains en l'air, allez, allez, allez.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic System, Red One, Shawky. Comme d'habitude, on est calé. Comme toujours, ça ça change pas. Ah ouais. Shawky avec Red One. Est-ce que ça marche? Ça va pas. On vient du ghetto pour aller plus haut. Avec les magiciens, c'est le wedding. On vient du ghetto pour aller plus haut. Avec les magiciens. Oh, oh, oh.
Feel the magic in the air. Levez les mains en l'air. Allez, allez, allez. Feel the magic in the air.